reconvene our meeting. We'll call the meeting to order for afternoon of May 11, 2021. Tony, could you please call the roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Morales,
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Carrasco,
Here.
Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Mahan,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Ricardo.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Tony. Welcome, everyone, to join us. If you're able to stand, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands,
one
one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty
with liberty
and justice
and
for all.
justice for all.
Thank you. All right, today's invocation will be provided by Monique Valenzuela, Councilmember Crosco. Tell us more.
Yes, thank you so much. And first of all, I wanted to take this opportunity to wish everybody a belated happy Mother's Day. Of course, we know that was on Sunday. And for Latin America, it's always May 10th. So some of us get to celebrate 2 glorious days of cooking and cleaning and hosting ourselves on 2 beautiful days. And so for some of us, that was a nice little reunion for those who have been already vaccinated. So for our mothers who have been unbelievable warriors, guerreras, and I'll convince my mom again if she's watching us from heaven, para aquellas chingonas during the pandemic, they have stepped up as heads of household. It's our moms who have become the teachers to our children, caretakers to our parents, and counselors to other mommies and to their friends. I want to thank you so much for everything that you've done during the pandemic, and of course for the unbelievable women on this council. All of you have been unbelievable, taking care of your children, but taking care of the children of the city of San Jose, making sure that you fought for more resources during a very, very difficult time, whether it was based on resources for gender violence and survivors of domestic violence, resources for our kiddos who were disconnected from their learning, childcare, food distribution, you name it. You have been fighting tooth and nail to make sure that not one more life was sacrificed to this little virus now known to us as COVID-19. There's so many ways that we can honor our mamas. We can thank them for their dedication. I'm sure that all of you have done so with flowers and gifts, and those who can do it, you've showered them with hugs and kisses. I wish I could do the same thing. But remember, May is mammogram month, as well as skin screening. We talked about that last week, melanoma month as well. But most importantly, let's get vaccinated. Vaccinate your mamas, your grandmas, vaccinate yourselves so that you can take care of your mothers. With that, I want to make sure that I honor our mothers with the beautiful vocals of our performer today, Monique Valenzuela. Monique Valenzuela, also known as Moni Canta, is a violinist, a vocalist, a composer, and an educator. She's rooted in mariachi culture. Monique was chosen to represent the United States at the Viva Mexico Festival in Barcelona, Spain, back in 2008, and she is currently the Mariachi Trio Director, an innovative mariachi trio hybrid, providing a mariachi experience tailored for our socially distanced time. Gracias, Moni, for your dedication y por honrar a nuestras mamis, a nuestras chingonas, con tu canción. Adelante, Moni.
Hey everyone, I hope you enjoy this. This is something very special I put together for all you moms, myself as well included. I was part of this crazy time as a mom and a working from home prospect. So here's something for you. Estas son las mañanitas que cantaba el rey David. Hoy por ser Día de las Madres, te las cantamos a ti. este día glorioso que reina la alegría. El cielo es más hermoso, nos da la luz del día. En este día glorioso que reina la alegría, el cielo es más hermoso, nos da la luz del día. Recuerdo, madrecita, cuando yo era muy niña, que siempre me mirabas con todo tu cariño. Hoy que es día de tu santo, pondré en tu alcoba flores, claveles y azucenas, todas de mil colores. Que Dios te dé la gloria a ti, mi madrecita, a cambio de tu historia, que siempre seas bendita. Que Dios te dé la gloria a ti, mi madrecita, a cambio de tu historia, que siempre seas bendita.
Moni, muchísimas gracias. Congratulations to you as well. Happy Mother's Day to all of our beautiful mothers. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. And brava, Monique. Thank you very much for sharing your beautiful voice with us. All right, we'll be on now to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I believe that Councilmember Ramos would like to defer item 2.7, which is approval of Mental Health Awareness Month, to next week. Councilmember Ramos, I see your hand is raised. Is that on that item?
Yes, Mayor, thank you for reminding me of that. I would like to defer this item. So with that, I'll make a motion to defer this item until 5:18 and approve the rest of the agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
All right. Let's vote on, oh, Councilmember Wallace.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I know that there was a bit of a mix-up there with item 3.6 and that it needs to just be added to our agenda here for today, and it needs a 2/3 vote. I think that's included in the motion, correct?
Yeah, I believe it's on the agenda, so if we approve this by a 2/3 vote, it would remain on. Is that right, Nora?
Yeah, correct. The return together, because of a change in how it was noticed, even though it's on the agenda, we had changed it so it's in orders of the day for that change, adding it to the Muni code in a specific place. And then also the amicus brief was added late on Friday when we got word from the county. So
Okay.
that would need 2/3 also on orders of the day.
Okay, thank you.
I
Councilmember,
guess I was just clarifying that those are included, I believe, in the motion, and we just need a 2/3 vote. Thanks.
okay, great. Any other questions or comments? All right, let's vote then on orders of the day.
Ennis,
Aye.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. Thank you. Next up is the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing we need to report coming out of there is the fact that the amicus will be heard this afternoon, but it was also heard this morning in closed session and approved there, but it's here for an approval also in open session under sunshine.
Great, thank you. All right, next there's a person in the public who'd like to speak. This is not an item where we typically have public comment. Why don't we go on to the consent calendar, and we'll certainly have public comment there. Are there any items that council would like to pull from the consent calendar? I know Councilmember Peralez would like to pull item 2.12, which is approval of Keep Coyote Creek Beautiful Commendation. Is there any other item? Okay, let's go to the public now. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Happy, we're almost in mid-May. Thank you for, I did raise my hand for closed session item that's been brought up a few times now that can be talked about in public comment and when the agenda item comes up, to simply note for procedure's sake, uh, closed session reports have been reporting out of things recently. Should that be a process that should allow for public comment time? Just a question to consider and work on in the future. And thank you, Mayor, for asking that of myself today. Good luck in these efforts to understand that. With a minute 23 left, I wanted, you have agenda approvals today, committee agenda approvals of a lot of smart city items. And I just wanted to offer like basically my weekly reminder of the loves and wonders and beauty of open public policy ideas for the future of technology, and how that can help along our process in the future of a community. I understand that, you know, when certain, you know, ideas like open public policy come down from think tanks and other places, it can be a little difficult, you know, for city governments to want to get better involved with them sometimes, you know, and where these think tanks maybe initially come from. Maybe they come from, you know, right-wing sources as compared to left-wing sources. But this open public policy ideas, if they have come from right-wing sources initially, they were very, very much vetted by, you know, Democratic Party ideals of civil rights and civil protections and human rights. You know, really good ideas and practices, and it takes a little extra effort in a democratic town like San Jose. I hope you can really respect and want to work on its good ideas. Thanks.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 1904. Nope. Okay, let's return to council. Councilmember Perales, did you want to speak on item 2.12?
Yeah, briefly, thank you very much. Just a pleasure of mine to be able to recognize Keep Coyote Creek Beautiful for their continued collaboration and efforts to beautify our city and keep our creeks clean. Keep Coyote Creek Beautiful was formed back in 2015. Their executive director, who all of us, I believe, know, Deb Kramer, has been involved with Coyote Creek since 2014, and she has helped draw thousands of people to Coyote Creek. She's helped coordinate over 127 cleanups, 7,592 volunteers, 13,679 volunteer hours, and they have helped remove over 474,000 pounds of trash from our communities. Along with their community cleanups, they also have hosted a number of events, which include BioBlitz events, where a group of participants document as many species as possible in a specific time frame. And in collaboration with our city's Parks and Recs Department and the Open Space Authority, they've also co-hosted the Kelly Park Sunset Walks, where residents can learn more about local wildlife and participate in a guided tour through the park during the sunset. And then personally, haven't been able to participate in many of these cleanups myself. It is amazing to see what a group of dedicated, passionate community members can accomplish in just a few hours. And Keep Coyote Creek Beautiful has and continues to be a community asset that makes a positive impact here in our city. And so it's my pleasure to be able to recognize them for their commitment to keeping a vibrant Coyote Creek for all of us. And I do believe we have Deb Kramer in the audience that would like to say a few words if she's here.
Deb, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome. Good to have you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Perales, for the recognition. My name is Deb Kramer. I'm the Executive Director of Keep Coyote Creek Beautiful. And on behalf of our organization, I want to thank you, Councilmember, for recognizing the terrific work that the community performs with our organization. And it really is the community working with us. As a community center group, we take pride in creating partnerships around Coyote Creek, and it's an incredible watershed from the hills and headwaters of the creek that provide many hiking opportunities to the bay where it empties, showcasing the diversity of birds and bay wildlife. Coyote Creek provides something for everyone. Over the past 6 years, as the council member mentioned, we've offered educational, action, and recreational activities for all ages. Along with the tons and tons of trash that we've removed, our cleanup team leaders share their love of nature in small snippets, such as when we saw a great egret or a salamander recently. Our educational BioBlitz events are a great way for people to enjoy. Even last week, we saw these beautiful, bald yet cute coot babies at Hellier County Park. And they had this brilliant orange bush monkey flower that's been around recently as well. Partnering with great organization has been the key to our success, starting with the City of San Jose's Environmental Services Department and Parks Department. And we've distributed hundreds of free litter kits thanks to the anti-litter team, and hosted 2 summers of sunset walks, and Councilmember Sparza participated in one of those. Thank you. And we've expanded recently to virtual tours of the whole watershed. We recently were up at Henry Cove, which is the headwaters, and we also had additions down at the bay. And also, as a member of the Coyote Meadows Coalition, we work with Save Our Trails, Friends of Five Wounds Trails, Communiversity, the Ridge Trail, and others to advocate for a new park between Highway 280 and Story Road, as many of you are aware. And we've also worked with San Jose students and faculty, and they've put in many hours through their classes to learn about the creek and our organization. We also have worked with the Protect Coyote Valley Collaborative, which is paid off with voter and council support to purchase and protect land that may otherwise have become warehouses. And as a reminder, the efforts to protect the Coyote Creek watershed and its open space is not over, but together we're making headway. And despite the pandemic and increase in homeless people living along Coyote Creek, we still believe that by working collaboratively with our community groups and agencies, neighborhood associations, schools, clubs, and individuals, we can achieve our vision of a healthy and vibrant Coyote Creek for all, with clean water, abundant wildlife, natural beauty. And again, thank you, Councilmember Perales, for this recognition.
Thank you, Deb. Thanks for what you and so many volunteers do with your incredible organization. Councilmember Perales?
That's it. I'll move approval. Thank you.
Second.
Motion and second. Are there any other items to discuss? Okay, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Yes.
I think you were calling me. I'll say yes.
yes.
Okay, great. Wonderful. We are on to the regular agenda. We'll start with item 3.1, which is the report of the city manager. Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We have no report today.
3.3 is the approval of the terms of agreement with the San Jose POA for the term of July 21 through June of next year, June 30th. Are there any comments or questions? We have one member of the public who'd like to speak, Mr. Beekman. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, Blair's here. Thank you. Yeah, boy, this is a tough issue. To simply ask, how can we work to limit police funding and overtime with or without upcoming natural disaster worries in the SF Bay area in the next few years? I'm worried that the city of Oakland is possibly setting a weird, not good precedent with new police budgeting ideas. I do not want to dismiss police budgeting needs at this time, and that we may have to be preparing for natural disasters in the next few years. But how can we bring this conversation around to be an open, good, decent conversation that health and human services can be a factor and an important part, and our focus can be on health and human services in the time of upcoming possible natural disasters. I think that is the way we really have to frame our conversation for the next few years. And that's how we have dialogue and not just simply blow off, well, sorry, everybody, we're just bringing in more police funding for the next few years because of natural disasters, and you know it, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, we got to have a more open dialogue. I know you guys have that conversation sensitively amongst yourselves. How do you open that up to the everyday public? Thanks. It takes work and effort. Thank you. I have 5 seconds left. I wanted to quickly offer that peer review programs is a part what I talked about in the previous public comment. Peer review programs for the police, they've been vetted, I think, possibly by right-wing sources, and you don't want to fully bring them into San Jose at this time. Yet I feel they do, you know, some pretty amazing things. How can we learn to integrate right-wing think tank policies into, you know, left-wing city government good practices? Thanks.
Great, thank you, Speakman. Okay, returning to council, I just want to say thank you to Jennifer, our negotiating team, and thank you to our police officers. It's not a secret, this is an extremely difficult time to be a police officer in a big city in America right now. And these are very challenging issues that everyone's grappling with, and our police officers are on the front line every day serving our community, dealing with those issues in real time. And I want to say thank you to the members of the Police Officer Association, because I think that we are making some progress. We're not there yet, but we're making some progress on some important elements of a police reform work plan that I know that the council has voiced concerns about. Two particular elements that we think are very important around discipline and investigations. First, on arbitration. I think it's not a secret that in cities throughout the country, the processes for arbitrating discipline of police officers are far too secret, far too subject to the vagaries of unaccountable arbitrators who seem to be appointed in a variety of different ways in different cities, but it always seems to create some odd incentives for arbitrators in the decision making they engage in. And I think that we've experienced some challenges, certainly in this city, when there's been a termination of a police officer that has since been reinstated by an unaccountable arbitrator. And I appreciate that in this contract, we are seeing now that arbitrators' decisions will be published. I think that's very important. So there's public transparency around arbitration decisions. There's acceleration of this process around the Skelly Conference, which I think is also important. And the selection of arbitrators is significantly changed, that I think will create a more independent approach from arbitration. And again, I don't think this gets us there all the way, but these are good steps, and we should recognize progress, even if it's not the complete solution that we're all looking for. On the front of investigations, again, I know the council's expressed concerns about how investigations are performed in every big city in the country, which is predominantly through internal affairs, investigations that is of police misconduct in internal affairs departments. And what we see is significant progress and significant steps around allowing IPAs to review every report conducted by internal affairs and issued by internal affairs, enabling the IPA to request internal affairs investigators to interview additional witnesses, to ask additional questions, review additional issues, and to allow IPA and their staff to directly ask questions of subjects or of witnesses during administrative review, and that officers are required to answer those questions from the IPA. All those are positive steps. Again, not the complete solution I'm looking for, and I suspect that's true for my colleagues as well, but I think we should recognize this progress and thank our police officers for working collaboratively with us. Are there any comments or questions or motion?
Move
So
approval. Second.
Okay, I'll let Tony decide who got that motion, and then we'll vote.
Jimenez,
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Councilmember Esparza just raised your hand. Is it on this item?
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you, Mayor, for reiterating our commitment to the reimagining process, as well as the IPA, so I won't repeat that. I did have a question on the civilianization of the 6 staff. So how does that impact higher ahead? That won't make our police academies any smaller, will that?
So Jennifer Shembry, Director of Employee Relations and Human Resources. So the agreement in the POA agreement is just their agreement that we can civilianize. How that happens and how that goes through the budget process is kind of a different process. And so I don't know if Jim's on to be able to answer from that perspective. I think it just depends on how that civilianization happens through the budget process.
Okay, all right, thanks. So we're at 11:59, so this will bring it down to 11:53 and sworn positions. And then I was wondering what that does to hire ahead. Is that going to impact the size of our police academies? Because we haven't had that problem in recent years, and now we're bumping up against the total.
So I don't think that necessarily happens, that it goes from like 11:59 to 11:53. You can do civilianization and keep the sworn police officer position. That just costs you money because you're adding a position. So just because we have that agreement in the POA agreement doesn't mean that automatically the sworn positions will be cut. That happens and that decision is made through the budget process.
Okay, so then I know that this is about the contract, but I've been told that we are in effect cutting 6 sworn positions.
So I can't answer that. I don't know if Dave or Jennifer McGuire or Jim's on.
Yeah, I'm here. Good afternoon, Councilmember Esparza. We are recommending to civilianize some positions in the police department. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but it really is adding civilians to do that appropriate work and deleting the sworn. So that in effect, the number of sworn positions would be reduced in the department, but there would be a net gain of some civilians at a lower cost. That's typically how we civilianize positions, although Jennifer described another way where we do have in the past, but I can only recall really one time we did that where we added positions, added civilians to do the work that was formerly done by sworn positions. So as far as the higher ahead goes, every time we're doing an academy, the police department works with the budget office to determine what is our recent look ahead at retirements, if there's any terminations, and things like that, any position changes, and then they will size that academy accordingly, because we have to really look ahead. It's hard to predict, even though we have people eligible to retire. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes people that have been eligible for a while decide to. So that's going to be looked at every single time we do an academy to size it. But we do have a higher head budget to do that work, and so we don't want to slow down on that. We want to get our officers street ready as fast as possible, which is what the goal of the higher head program is.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate Councilmember Esparza raising this question. Ultimately, this will be up to us in the budget process in the next few weeks. So certainly we can revisit this issue. And it's been said before, it's worth saying again for those who are following, we have the most thinly staffed major city police department in the country. They do an extraordinary job with the scarce resources they have, and I'm grateful that they're continuing to serve our city. All right, any other comments? Let's vote then.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks. Item 3.4 are actions related to continued exploration of pension obligation funding strategies. And I believe we have a presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. Julia Cooper, Director of Finance. I think Nikolai was supposed to be on to run the slides, but I don't see him. So now you're going to have to bear with me that I can do this correctly, since I usually have staff people do this for me. So
Julie, if you need some time, we could go to the next item and come back.
no, I've got it. I've got it up. So, because I think we're going to be brief. So do you see it, the slides?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, so first, as you know, we had a very robust conversation a couple of weeks ago for the study session on April 23rd, and we had presentations from finance, budget, OER, and consultants and a guest speaker. We went over a review of the unfunded liability challenge, looked at pension obligation financing options. We had a report from our municipal advisor. We also had an analysis of potential POBs. I talked about the judicial validation process and then came with some conclusions, but it was purely a study session, so there were no council action or direction taken on the 23rd. So today, as we kind of teased you with on the 23rd, that we were going to come back with a recommendation to, with direction today is to help us work in a parallel process so we could start the validation process and the potential financing of the UAL with POBs. So that'll include us putting together some documents for court validation. We'll be working on a pension obligation funding policy, refining the bond sizing and structuring, including a robust risk analysis and discussion with the retirement plans, especially around their investment strategies and asset allocation, if we were to issue POBs, and then continuing the analysis of bond and investment market conditions. So the timeline that we outlined in the staff report is the actions today, and then to come back with you on the 29th of June with approval of all of those bond documents. So it would allow bond counsel to file that validation action in July, and then work with the retirement boards to schedule a joint meeting of the council and the two retirement plan boards, hopefully in the August timeframe. And then we would also in the fall come back with a pension obligation funding policy, continue this robust analysis on financing plans, including a risk and benefit analysis. And then hopefully we'll have a successful validation so that we can come back in early 2022 with the issuance of POBs if that's what the council desires and the market and investment conditions warrant. So the recommendations for you today are to direct the administration and the city attorney's office to proceed with planning and preparing those documents to come back on the 29th of June, have us prepare that pension obligation funding policy, coordinate with the Office of Retirement Services to schedule joint meetings between the council and the board so you can gain a better understanding of their investment strategy, and then return to council for approval of the POB financing plans with an accompanying risk analysis of risk and benefits after the POBs are successfully validated. So with that, we're available to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Julia. And thank you, Nikolai, and everybody on the team who's worked very hard just to get us to this point. I know there's much more work to do and much more analysis. Let's go to the public and we'll come right back to comments. Councilman, I'm sorry, Mr. Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Boyd Beekman here. I have seen this on council agenda items recently, and I haven't been around this work, but it seems really interesting to myself. And I just wanted to really thank yourselves for your work and efforts, whatever you're doing with these things at this time. I'm trusting what you're trying to do and what you want to do and want to work towards. And I just wanted to thank yourselves for those efforts. I'm interested how your efforts with this work will line up for the next few years with, say, our national economy and our work under our new president, Joe Biden. And I just find it a really interesting time, I guess, and way to develop thoughts and ideas and processes. And boy, it's just all my love and creativity that can happen at this time, you know, that I'm honored to be around, basically. And it'll bring out the best of myself and the better practices of myself. So thank you for your work and efforts again. And I just wanted to quickly offer that I really hope that this isn't quite related, but I hope we can be able to talk more about police overtime issues in the future and really address those concerns. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right, back to the council. Julie, can I ask, is our bond counsel with us? on this
It-
call?
On this, no.
Okay.
But they aren't, but they will be available on the 29th. But did you have a specific question? You might be.
Yeah,
able to
it's
answer it.
certainly not urgent. I just was wondering if we can do this validation in another county. I'm just understanding Santa Fe County is so backlogged. Even relative to other counties, I'm very concerned we could get stuck on the civil docket and miss whatever window, and I don't pretend to know exactly what that window is, but whatever window our investment advisors believe is the best time to be out there. We could be sitting in court for years. So I just like to avoid that. So anyway, would be interested in knowing if we can find a more nimble way to get the validation done. Obviously, it doesn't mean we're going forward, but that's certainly a hurdle we have to get over.
I see Nora's going to say something. Should we ask Brian the question?
We certainly can. And Mayor, I know that there was a reverse validation action that was undertaken a few years ago in San Francisco, and the current ones are in San Francisco.
Okay.
Different than validation, but I think we might be able to do that, and we can confirm.
Okay, well, I guess our attorneys will know best. I appreciate the memorandum from Councilor Mahan. I know this is all work we still have to take on. I might just throw in one other suggestion as we think about different scenarios. It's not merely the fact that we'll be hitting recessions, as we know we always do over time, but when those recessions occur, it's going to be really important too, and understanding whether or not this will be successful. So anyway, thank you, Councilor Mahan, for your memorandum. I'll ask if you'd like to speak next.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And Julia, thanks for the presentation and the timeline of what's ahead. I certainly want to acknowledge and appreciate the tremendous amount of work I know staff has done to explore what options we might have for addressing what looks like will be a growing unfunded liability for a while. And I know there's an issue that long predates my time on the council and is something where a lot of exploration's already been done. And I know our employees and our taxpayers have already sacrificed a lot to address the issue, and yet there's still a burden there that I know we're trying to find creative ways of addressing. So I'll, in a moment, I'm gonna move the staff memo as well as my own. I do appreciate all the work that's been done, and I understand why pension obligation bonds are something we want to get validated to issue and further explore. I wanted to just say that I do think there is real risk here from what I understand, having done some of my own research and speaking with some external experts. And I think on some level, to the mayor's point, this is a kind of gambling on the timing. And I'll admit that the fact that the market's at historic highs, we're seeing very high price to earnings ratios, it would just not be at all unusual for us to see a recession soon that could depress equity prices for a long time. And fundamentally, what I think we're doing with POBs is borrowing from Wall Street in order to invest in Wall Street. And, we're just kind of banking on those investment returns outperforming the borrowing costs, plus the management fees. So I really think it would help council to understand in detail with a year-by-year analysis a few different scenarios that I've outlined in my memo, so that we can see some of these scenarios are going to look really great. And I hope it turns out that way. I think we may also see some scenarios that give us pause, where a very reasonably high probability recessionary scenario over the next few years could further impact the general fund. And I think we ought to go in eyes wide open and understand if that unfortunate course of events were to be what takes place, that we understand what the additional burden on the general fund might be. So that's really what I'm asking for here. I think it's very aligned with the point that staff makes in point D of the staff recommendation. So hopefully that's sort of a friendly add-on to the staff memos. So with that, I will move the staff memo as well as my memo calling for a more detailed analysis.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I want to thank Julia, Nikolai, and the team for all the work to date. I know this is a big discussion, and we have to have this discussion multiple times. I also want to thank Councilmember Mahan for your memo. laying out all of those scenarios, I think, is going to be really important. I continue to have similar feelings about this as Councilmember Mahan, which is this is super risky, and we definitely need to kick the tires as much as possible before we decide to do this. And I understand this is a long process, and I'm fine with taking the next steps. I'm still not sure, I just want to be clear to everybody, I'm still not sure that I'm going to be willing to vote to actually do the bonds. But I also know that we don't have a lot of great options going forward for addressing the unfunded liability. So I'm okay with moving forward, and I'm really looking forward to that risk analysis, which is, it's going to be sobering, I think, because we cannot predict the next recession, and timing of the market is so important to the success of this strategy. So remains to be seen yet, but I do appreciate staff's work on this and bringing this to us and making us make these tough decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Cohen?
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank Julia and staff for all the hard work on this, and I appreciated that long study session we had where we dived into the details on this topic. Obviously, investments and investment strategies are complicated, and I don't think anybody ever has the right answer. I just want to caution fellow council members and everybody thinking about this that we shouldn't, whenever you're making these investment strategies, we shouldn't be thinking about timing the market. I think it's a big mistake to sort of sit here and say, well, we know what's coming next year, so we shouldn't make a purchase now, and that's why I like the prudent approach of a dollar cost averaging type of scheme that's going to mitigate risk by buying into these bonds, selling these bonds and buying into the market at various times over a number of years, so that we're not at the mercy of a single year's fluctuation in the market or downturn. So we have to be willing to take a little risk in any investment, and obviously the entire pension system is has those risks in them as well. It's always been that there's attraction to buying bonds from investors. People buy bonds, municipal bonds particularly, because they're a good way to balance their portfolios. And so the idea that the bonds are at a good rate now means it's a good time for us to be considering this. The bonds, the interest rate on the bonds is at a really favorable time, so we have to be taking that into account. And I'm looking forward to pursuing this. Obviously, we should understand the risks. That during the hearing, we did see a pretty good Monte Carlo analysis that looked at all of these scenarios. So I know it won't be hard to pull out of the Monte Carlo analysis the best case, worst case, average case scenarios. They were all there. Every one of those thousands of simulations that were run shows all the cases that are asked for here in this memo. So I look forward to seeing those in a little more detail, which I think is what we would have. I don't think it takes a lot more analysis than what was already done, because we saw that range of risk, the highest upside, the lowest downside, and what we would expect in an average market environment. So I was really appreciative of the really thorough analysis that had been presented to us before, and if there's a way to present that data to make sure that it's accessible to everyone to understand the risks and the upsides, I think that would be helpful. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pross.
Yeah, thank you. I just actually echo some of the comments Councilmember Cohen just stated. I think that there was a really, really in-depth and thorough analysis done by our staff, and I appreciate that, and the use of experts and consultants in the field. This is indeed, no way you look at it, or any way you look at it, it is a risk, but so is not doing anything. And I think that's the challenge that we sit in that is more unique than most other municipalities, is for us to continue on the path that we are on with our unfunded actuarial liability and its continued growth. Certainly is alarming, and I think warrants this approach that we're looking at, albeit I think also in a way where PLBs have emerged over the years as a way that you can not only mitigate your risk, but also I think just as they've evolved over the years in ways that they've become less risky as well. as Councilmember Cohen was actually just describing, and how we can invest in there over time. So I'm happy to as well to approve this memorandum. I believe that data is there as well, and to be able to highlight that, I want to stress that staff highlight in any comparison the comparison of doing nothing essentially, and not entering into a pension obligation bond, and certainly what those risks look like, as I believe already was analyzed. But happy to be supporting the motion as is. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. And thank you, Julia, for your presentation. We've had several presentations on pension obligation bonds, and each time it's helpful to understand what we're looking at and the risk and the steps moving forward. The payments on our UAL will continue to significantly burden our general fund. So we really need to find some creative strategies to do that. This is just one potential tool in our toolbox that we'll be able to use to address the unfunded liabilities. I'm for moving forward. I think we need to reach the validation stage and be at a point where we can make a decision whether we want to move forward with pension obligation bonds or not. But absolutely, we should move forward eyes wide open and know that there are risks in this investment, but there are risks in every investment, and there is risk in doing nothing. So I look forward to the analysis. I'm happy to support Councilman Mahan's memo, as well as staff's memo as well. I think it's thoughtful. I think it's the next direction that we need to go in order to be ready if we decide to move forward with the pension obligation bonds. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks. I just wanted to chime in again with two additional thoughts that were spurred by the discussion. I appreciate all the comments. To Councilmember Peralez's point, I agree. And in fact, I just want to note for everyone that what my memo outlines is asking for the year-by-year comparisons of both issuing substantial POBs and doing nothing side by side under 5 different scenarios. It's 4 bullet points, but it's both issuing and not issuing under 5 scenarios. So the high, the low, achieving our investment targets, being a couple percentage point under, which is very realistic because that's where we've often been, as well as a recessionary scenario. And then understanding the impact on the general fund's obligatory contributions year by year, because what we did not see in the study session, which is critical, is if we were to go along some of those scenarios, particularly in the early years, the drawdown from the general fund could be very significant under some of those scenarios in the initial years, and could set us up overall, even if we sort of make it back up over the lifetime of the bond, we could have some very painful years in the short term. So I think actually seeing the year-by-year analysis of both issuing, not issuing under different scenarios, which is not what we saw in its entirety in the study session, would just help us really internalize quantitatively year by year what the outcomes may be. So I'd like to see that detail, and I appreciate the support that folks have expressed for that. I also wanted to just note, since I don't think Councilmember Cohen and I are in a Brown Act together, so I've got to say it here, I can't pick up the phone and call him. I do want to note, dollar cost averaging, while effective at mitigating risk, there's been a lot of analysis done by Vanguard. I think really did the gold standard study on this over thousands and thousands of quarters worth of data, and found that it does reduce risk. It also caps returns. It also it's back to the point of not being able to time the market. You can reduce your risk band, but you can also it'll cap returns. So there's not an easy solution to this problem, which is why I think the detailed year-by-year analysis is so important. So I just wanted to add that for context, but appreciate the conversation and really look forward to learning more and continuing the conversation this fall.
Well, the information about dollar cost averaging now explains why I'm not rich. Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. This question is to Councilmember Mann. First of all, I appreciate your memo, and I made the assumption, and Julia can reinforce it or correct me, that they were going to do that type of analysis anyway. So it's good to have it in writing and good to have it very clear. But my question to you is, what is your expectation once we get this information and data back to us. So they go through different scenarios. They'll have a scenario where they have a market downturn, extreme market downturn early on, you know, significant cash flow consequences, other consequences. So we see this information, the worst case scenarios, the best case scenarios. So what is your vision in terms of how we actually use that data to make an informed, thoughtful decision?
Well, I think we may, you know, in our respective roles representing our respective districts, we may all have different appetites for risk. I do think that a scenario that I subjectively believe is quite high probability, such as a recessionary period for a few years, not too long from now. And I'm not predicting that. I don't know that that's going to happen. We're talking statistically here, you know, talking probability. If what it shows is that the additional funding from the general fund that has to be used to fill not only the existing gap, the existing unfunded liability, but now the added POB, the debt on top of that, means further cuts to service that feel unacceptably high. So if a reasonably high probability scenario could play out such that in the next few years, we have to make even deeper cuts to services than we would without the POBs, that's going to really give me pause. And I may just at that point not be able to support moving forward.
Right, and that makes a lot of sense, but aren't the probabilities pretty arbitrary?
They are, and that's why I say that's somewhat subjective. I mean, I think we have to use our judgment. I don't know if staff's going to be able, I imagine staff will not be able to assign probabilities. I'm certainly not going to bet on the worst case scenario, but I would not be shocked by a recession in the next few years. And I want to understand in detail, year by year, with a very plausible recessionary scenario, how many extra millions of dollars are going to come out of the general fund. And then I can kind of estimate in my own head how many staff that means we have to cut. And then weigh, while there's some upside, there's also a chance that we're cutting staff and further reducing services even more than we would have had to if we didn't issue the POBs. So I did not see that level of granularity in I thought the study session was excellent, but I also think this is a multi-step conversation where we keep digging deeper. And I'm no expert on this, but I've done enough research to know that these tools can be risky and we could have bad luck. And I would like to understand what that bad luck may look like. And I agree with you, Vice Mayor. I don't think we can assign really clear probabilities and say there's a 20% chance that there's this much additional money that comes out of the general fund. But we each have to make a judgment about what's the likelihood of a recession and what would it actually mean for the general fund. And then we'll just have to each kind of vote our conscience on that, I suppose.
Okay, yeah, and I totally support, you know, the thought process. I guess where I'm going is, you know, at some point in the future, we're going to have to vote on this. And we're going to be presented with some doomsday scenarios where you're going to go, you know, there's no way, you know, we would even consider this. But those are based on, you know, probability assumptions that nobody can validate. And so I'm just trying to think ahead in terms of when we're actually in this position to actually decide to move forward or not, if we're getting the information and the data that we can use to make a somewhat informed decision. And that's where I was going with this. But again, thank you for, you know, the additional input and thought around this. Right. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate this discussion. And, you know, I think we had a really good presentation and that extensive discussion, the study session we had a couple weeks ago. I think this is a good discussion. We're going to have many more of these. This is one of those days where everything that everyone says is right, because this is hard. And, you know, there's no question that it's true that we are potentially amplifying risk here. I guess I go back to the reality that, you know, in many ways, I wish that prior councils were as full of concern and trepidation as we are when, you know, benefits were expanded around, for example, COLAs and retirement and so forth, and 20 years ago, right? And what we have is, you know, the result in the last 15 or 20 years of many decisions that have dramatically increase benefits to levels that market gains can't keep up with, at least not investing conservatively as we must, given the nature of our pension fund or all of our funds. So, I can't help but come back to a statement that Councilmember Foley made, which is that there is significant risk of doing nothing. I'm only here considering this because right now we've got a federated plan that's teetering at about 50% funding level. And that should give all of us concern that simply doing nothing and continuing on the existing direction, knowing that we've made significant sacrifices. We've gone to the voters twice to modify benefits in different ways. We've gone to court and back, and we have engaged in extensive negotiations with our bargaining units, our unions. We really have exhausted all the options. And so I think it's worth for us to fully explore this one. I'm glad we're willing to do that. Of course, we should do so carefully. I would note, for example, though, that, that the scenario that Councilor Mahan laid out, where there's a 4 or 5% return, if that were true every year for several years, that's certainly a loser under our current scenario where we have a 6.625 rate of return. But the good news is if we have pension obligation bonds at interest rates, well, roughly what we think we can get these days, maybe 3.5%, something like that. I think, Julia, that's actually a positive scenario for us, at least with regard to the bonds, obviously not with regard to the rest of the funds. So this is, there's definitely risk, but there's also opportunities to hedge. And I look forward to exploring more. And I think I'm really going to look forward to that meeting that we have with the retirement boards to understand how they're going to approach investment of the bond proceeds, because I think that's going to be a really important question for us to understand. So thank you, everyone, for your thoughtful input. And if there are any other questions, we'll consider them now. If not, we will vote on Councilmember Mahan's motion.
Jimenez,
Yeah.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're on to 3.5, which is annexation area number 2 to Convention Center Facilities District. There is no presentation. Is there a motion or a comment? I'll ask for approval. Motion from Councilmember Perales,
Second.
Second.
second from Councilmember Foley. Are there any comments from the public on item 3.5, which is the annexation area number 2, Convention Center Facilities District? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. Okay, item 3.6 is return together. We have a presentation.
We do not, Mayor.
Oh, we don't. Okay.
No.
Let's go to the public. This is item 3.6, which is return together. This is relating to both state and potentially local law relating to the rehiring of employees of our local hotels. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. Webb Beekman here. I think Ashkara has been working on this sort of issues. It's nice to mention his name, nice to consider his work and efforts. And, my big deal about, I'm trying to learn in public comment time to offer the ideas of what can be the use of HVAC systems and what HVAC systems may be capable of working with. I'll not go too much into that for this session, but I'm trying to make it a more open process. And I think it may be more important for me to state at this time that Cindy Chavez and the Board of Supervisors at the county level, they've been working really hard for local businesses to get HVAC funding and supplies and just funding for local businesses in this time of COVID. That can be based on new HVAC systems for their buildings and for their stores and for what I think is called air quality units for the HVAC systems. I think that's the term. It's a big deal to me that, the ideas of aerosol vaccines may actually be a part of our lives at this time and may be used in hotels and may be used in large gathering places, possibly the future of our bus systems and the like. The HVAC system, it's capable of possibly doing some good work to help protect us in this time of COVID. I hope we can learn how to really make light of that and make that open dialogue and conversation and in all its forms. Thanks for your patience with my own conversation to try to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah McDermott.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah McDermott. I'm the political director of Unite Here Local 19. Our members work in San Jose hotels, convention center, airport concessions, and stadiums. I want to start off by thanking Councilmember Raul Perales for championing this issue, along with Council members Jimenez and Cohen. And also thank you to the staff for working on this. SB 93 set a great baseline, but we can do more to ensure San Jose's hospitality workers get back to work and use their experience to get our industry up and running. This local ordinance will provide workers with enhanced rights, such as private right of action. This will allow workers to hold their employers accountable in the court of law. And that is a standard enforcement mechanism that is part of many minimum labor standards. Another enhancement is the family hardship language, which is helpful as many families have rearranged their lives around childcare needs. We do recommend that you expressly adopt the substantive portions of SB 93 into the city code and modify several definitions to reflect that it's a municipal ordinance rather than a state statute. That we think is necessary to ensure that the law is enforceable, and so that the private right of action, for example, will be enforcing the city code rather than attempting to create a local enforcement process on a state law. We've worked on similar ordinances in other jurisdictions, so if you have any questions, we're available. Thank you.
Thank you. Alma Navarro, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Alma Navarro. I have worked for the Fairmont Hotel for 33 years, and today I need to ask for your support and return together because it's very, very important for me and my family that I go back to work. It has been really hard to keep on paying my mortgage, my car, and the rest of my bills. I would really like to go back to what I consider a normal life and stop the struggle and the worry of losing my house. For that and many other reasons, I'm asking you to vote yes on Return Together. With this vote, you will change my life and the lives of many workers and their families. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your support, and God bless you.
Thank you. Enrique Fernandez.
Thank you, Mayor and Council Member. My name is Enrique Fernandez, and I'm the Business Manager of Unite Here Local 19, and I'm also the General Vice President for Immigration, Civil Rights, and Diversity of our International Union. I'd like to start by thanking Councilmember Raul Perales for introducing this ordinance and Councilmember Jimenez and Cohen for their support throughout this process, as well as all of the council members who have taken the time to listen to our members and voice their support. I want to share a little bit about who this ordinance will help. Return Together will apply to over 3,000 workers who make up that San Jose hospitality industry. Our union estimates that 90% of hospitality workers have been out of work due to COVID-19. In Santa Clara County, Hotel workers are approximately 74.7% Latino, 16.3% Asian Pacific Islanders, and 2.7% Black. You're aware, these are the communities that have been feeling the brunt of the economic and health impacts of COVID-19. By passing Return Together, you will be helping to promote equitable recovery. As workers are back to work, they can begin to rebuild their lives. Return Together is good business for San Jose. We need our experienced workforce to get the industry up and running. In San Jose, we have always worked well together. I know this from my position on the board of Team San Jose, where I sit side by side with the industry. Now let's return together. On behalf of our members, thank you for your support.
Thank you. Jocelyn Morrison, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Jocelyn. I work at the Fairmont Hotel as a data entry clerk for the last 30 years. The hotel closing has been very hard on me and my daughter. We both lost our employment, and she's put her education on hold because of the expenses. We didn't know when the hotel will actually be open, who the operator will be. It's been very stressful not knowing the future. Return Together will give me peace of mind because we will give enhance and enforce of our rights to recall. Please vote yes today and give us a peace of mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Gaitan, welcome.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Kevin Gaitan. I am a Community Outreach Specialist for Santa Clara County and a member of the Essential Workers Council. I'm speaking today in support of the Return Together proposal. This proposal will provide much needed relief and a sense of security for thousands of San Jose workers affected by the mass layoffs due to the COVID-19 pandemic, especially those who do not know when they will return to work. Among those hit the hardest are our hotel event and hospitality workers. Here we are 1 full year after the pandemic began, and hotel employment in San Jose metro area is down by 52%, more than any other industry. Workers in these industries are overwhelmingly people of color, immigrants, and women who are already hit hardest by COVID-19. Now, many of these workers fear that even when those industries reopen, longtime workers may be left out. People who have committed decades of their life to these jobs may be excluded from returning to work. As council members, you have the opportunity here to give workers hope that they will have jobs to go back to when things eventually get better. Return Together will provide assurance to laid off workers that once their employers begin rehiring, that their employees will have an opportunity to return to their jobs if those jobs become available. The San Jose Return Together policy will expand on a recent California law, adding stronger protections and tools that work people can use to stand up for their rights. Please vote yes today on a strong policy so that we can all return together. Thank you so much for your commitment and support to communities of color and those hit hardest by COVID-19.
Thank you. Roland?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon. As you may have read in the press, every major city in the nation is currently inviting foreign tourists to enjoy free vaccination as a thank you for visiting their cities. This morning, SFO started offering appointments to tourists who do not want to wait for vaccination in their home countries. And this will result in a literal shot in the arms of the city's hospitality industry and general fund. But having said that, I think we could improve on San Francisco because they could have generated additional traffic by following New York's example last week of offering Johnson & Johnson to tourists who do not want to make an additional trip for a second Pfizer shot. So unless I miss something, I think SJC is missing the ball right now, and I hope that the council will take some action to point them in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Louise Arhan? Oh, I'm sorry. Dolores, forgive me. Dolores, there you are. Welcome. We can hear you now.
Hi. Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Dolores Dominguez, and I have worker at the Double Tree for 17 years. Working at the hotel has allowed me to build a good life for my children, who I am raising in this district. Since I was laid off, I've been had to dip into my savings. It was a scare what will happen if I didn't get my job back. Thankfully, my employer agreed to the recall language. I want all hospitality workers to have the same peace of mind. Additional enforcements will ensure to call back, get together to work. Please pass the return together. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis Arhan, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Louise Auerhahn from Working Partnerships. I want to thank you for moving ahead with the Return Together policy. This is really a lifeline for our San Jose workers who've been most affected and continue to be by mass layoffs and long-term unemployment. Hotel and hospitality workers are among the most impacted. Even though we're looking now, we're hopeful that we are starting to reopen. A lot of folks are starting to get back to work. In these industries, it is going to be a while before they get fully back up to speed. A year after the shelter-in-place orders, hotel employment in San Jose is still down 52%. That's more by far than any other industry. And as you've heard, as we know, the people who work in hotel, event, and hospitality, overwhelmingly, those are community members of color, those are immigrants, those are women, exactly the people who've been hit the hardest by COVID-19. So by considering this, you really are helping to support a more equitable recovery and give our neighbors and their families hope that they'll be part of the recovery, that they'll have jobs to go back to when those jobs come back. We're very glad the state has passed its legislation that helps provide these protections, and San Jose's ordinance is really essential to ensuring that there is the ability of workers to enforce those protections, to know what their rights are, to stand up for their rights, to make sure that this is something that is real and isn't just on paper. So thank you very much for considering this. Please pass a strong ordinance, maintain the enforcement provisions, and hopefully this will help us all to build a more equitable recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. Person with the title Local 19, welcome. The person with the title Local 19, we're not able to hear you right now.
Hello, do you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can now. Welcome.
Okay, good afternoon to all of you. My name is Amanda Lopez. I have worked at the firm for 31 years. COVID has been hard financially, physically, and mentally. We have only been able to afford very minimum of what we need. I've been so many years to the firm and work hard to provide excellent service to our city for the guests. Now our hotel has closed and we don't know what is going to happen. It's been such a hard year, and now we have this added stress. All we want is to be able to go back to our old job and get back to normal. Please move forward and return together ordinance so we have a right to recall. Thank you.
Thank you. Raquel, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Raquel Alvarez, and I'm the president of Unite Here Local 19. I'm a former keeper, and I'm the union rep for the. You'll be able to see us in the council chambers with our t-shirts. So I want to bring to your attention that we have dozens of members who are watching this meeting who are not speaking in respect for time. Our members had one of the hardest years of their life, but they continue to stand together. All they want is a chance to get back to work. Please vote yes so we can return together. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria de Rueda?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Maria de Rueda, and I worked as a banquet captain at the DoubleTree San Jose for 21 years. I was laid off due to COVID, and my husband had his hours reduced. We had to tell our son that we could no longer afford his university tuition. I want to get my job back when this is all over so that I can start paying for his education again and start planning for the future education of my two younger daughters. I dream of my children being the first in our family to earn a degree. I am thankful that our employer agreed to recall language so I can dream again about building for my children's future. Please support this ordinance so all hospitality workers can have hope again. Thank you.
Thank you. Kay Groft? I'm sorry, Kay, apparently you've got a version of Zoom software that doesn't allow you to be heard. So if you could download the latest version of Zoom software, that will enable us to hear you. And feel free to raise your hand when that happens and we can call you right back up. Dio, welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, honorable council members. My name is Deo Agustin, and I am a family childcare home provider for working people in San Jose and a member of the Essential Workers Council. I have been serving our community for 13 years. I am one of the blessed providers who remained open during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have closed our program 3 times due to close contact, but stayed strong, open, and continued our commitment to present. I'm calling today in support of the proposed Return Together policy. This policy would be a lifeline for San Jose workers affected by the mass layoffs due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Right now, tens of thousands of our neighbors are laid off due to the pandemic and do not know when they will go back to work. Hotel, event, and hospitality workers are among the hardest hit by COVID-related layoffs and face many more months before they may be able to return to work. Now, many of these workers fear that even when those industries reopen, longtime workers may be left out. People who have been committed decades of their life to those jobs may be excluded from returning to work. You, as council members, have the liberty to give workers hope that they will have jobs to go back to when things eventually get better. We know that our whole community is strongest when everyone has what they need to be healthy and safe. That's why we're all been fighting for fairness and equity so that we can all recover together from this pandemic. Please vote yes today on a strong policy so that we can all return together. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Jose Barba. Welcome, Jose. Oh, Jose? Oh, no. Okay. Jose, I'm sorry, but the software that you have from Zoom won't allow anyone to hear you. So you need to download that software from your app store or call by phone. And I guess I should also offer, do we have the phone number? Yes, we do have a phone number on. See, Henry's going to find a phone number because we know we've had a couple folks with a problem here with this Zoom, and we'll announce that number in just a moment. We'll come back to you shortly. All right, the phone number for anyone to call in is 888-475-4499. Again, 888-475-4499. Thank you. Kay, we see you've raised your hand again. Is that? Oh, you're now muted. There you go. We can hear you.
There
now.
you go. Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, council members. My name is Kay Groft, and I've worked at the Fairmont Hotel as the banquet bartender since we opened 35 years ago. I've served many of you at many events. I've raised my 4 children in San Jose in the Willow Glen neighborhood and would love to stay here. I'll be turning 70 this year, and this is now my only job. It was my second job for 30 years, raising my kids. And I'm just worried that at my age, it'll be hard to go out and get another job where I don't have seniority where I am. Return together will give me the insurances that I'll be able to do that when the hotel opens. If you could please pass return together today, that would be wonderful. We've served you, the San Jose community, and visitors to our city for years. Today, we ask that you serve us by supporting our right to return to work. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. Go back now to council. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you to staff for your work on this, and to all of our speakers that came out. I'm 100% certain Kay has served me there at the Fairmont, as I think you mentioned, and probably a number of us here as we've been to the Fairmont for many events over the years. And I too actually have some friends that I have grown up with that have worked at the Fairmont for over 20 years and have made a career out of it. I think that's rare these days, especially here in the Silicon Valley, but being able to have a good job represented by organizations like Unite Here, Local 19, and being able to have the benefits you need to continue to survive in the Silicon Valley. And that's actually been possible in places like this. And obviously this past year has been tremendously difficult on this industry, as we know. It has in many others, but certainly the lingering effect here with our service industry is going to be continuing to be felt throughout this year. And I want to say thank you to the staff for your work on this. I know that as we were in the middle of it, Senate Bill 93 came out of the governor's office, and really, I think was in continuation of work that had been going on throughout the state, and we were a part of that effort. And now this will be the law of the land for the state of California. And so I was happy to see that happen, and that allowed our city attorney's team to be able to go back and just see where we could supplement that language based on the work that we had already done. And I do appreciate that as well, because I think that we had put in some good work to try and determine how do we make the best ordinance possible here in the city of San Jose. And with that, I will make a motion to be able to approve our ordinance language, and just ensuring, obviously, it's in the title there that this is supplementing to Senate Bill 93, but just ensuring that Senate bill, obviously, that language is all included. This would be supplementary. Thank you.
Second. I'll second.
Okay, motion with many seconds. Let Tony figure that out. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. I just really wanted to, this has been a while in coming, and I really wanted to thank Councilmember Perales' leadership. I think it was last year. He created the downtown task force to be able to help businesses and jobs and support the families in our city, as well as the businesses coming back. And so I just think that the travel and hospitality businesses have been hit extremely hard by this pandemic, and the employees have been devastated by the impacts of COVID, and bringing some of this amount of certainty that they will get a job back. I think hopefully it'll provide some peace of mind as well as the work, so that people can recover from COVID and the resulting worst economic downturn in our lifetime. And hopefully it'll be the worst and we won't see anything else coming out of this. But I just wanted to thank him for his leadership, and I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennes.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank all of the speakers and folks who belong to either Unite here, our Local 19, or just supporters and folks who've been impacted that made the time to call in today. We've heard their voices before at the Rules Committee, and these are the folks that we hope that will be able to breathe a little easier, to not worry so much about a job if this goes through. And so I'm hoping that the rest of my colleagues can hear the voices of San Jose and see the faces of San Jose. These are the folks that allow us to receive a lot of the visitors that we were expecting and that we hopefully will expect back. This absolutely makes sense to me because it represents the investment that the companies made in these employees. Before the pandemic, there's a wealth of experience, and you can just tell in their voices and the way that they relay their messages that it's clearly evident that they're in the hospitality business. You can tell the warmthness in their voices and in their experiences. There's a lot of, I'm sure, a lot of challenges, as we heard, from having to not be able to pay college tuition, to maybe tighten up the belt. And we always talk about that here at council in terms of tighten up the belt, but we really have no idea what that really means, except for when our families call us and tell us this is exactly what it means to them to tighten up the belt. And so I'm going to support the motion on the floor. I'm glad you're incorporating SB 93 into the ordinance. Councilman Perales, I really appreciate that. That makes absolute sense to me. And so supporting this, and I just wanted to say thank you to all those folks who called in, and just please hang in there. We will be having visitors once again to San Jose, and we're going to rely on you and your experience and your ability to really host all of us once again. And I look forward to that day.
Thank you, Councilmember Arenas. I have one more person I'd like to speak. Olivia Garcia, welcome. Olivia, we're not able to hear you right now because it appears your device is muted. And we have two. Let's see here. Are you able to? Okay.
¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí, gracias, Olivia.
Ok. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Olivia García y soy trabajadora de comida rápida y parte del Consejo del Trabajador Esencial. Apoyo a la propuesta Return Together porque mis compañeros de trabajadores en eventos y hoteles necesitan sus trabajos después de que han sufrido tanto con esta pandemia. Y además son trabajadores que se han dedicado a su trabajo dándole éxito y buena fama a los hoteles, así como las corporaciones que son los dueños de los hoteles han ganado miles de millones, mientras que estos trabajadores dependen de caridad y donación para darle sustancia a sus familias. Ahorita miles de ellos no están trabajando debido a la pandemia y no saben si van a tener su trabajo ni cuándo ustedes, nuestros líderes, tienen la oportunidad de darle la esperanza a estos trabajadores que van a tener su trabajo de nuevo cuando las cosas vuelvan a ser normales. Eso les da un sentido de seguridad para que puedan dormir y vivir sin miedo y ansiedad, como merecen todos. Por favor, voten sí para la Return Together. Volvemos juntos. Les pedimos de mucho favor porque mis compañeros, sus familiares están endeudados con tarjetas de crédito, los que fueron despedidos, y ellos necesitan de su trabajo. Es muy importante contar con su apoyo, que apoyen esta ley, Return Together, para que les vuelvan su trabajo y puedan llevar el sustento a sus familias. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Olivia, por sus palabras. Do we have a translator who, Tony?
The translator was translating on the English channel.
Oh, great. Okay.
I switched over.
Did everybody else switch over to English? Or did anybody else switch over?
I don't believe so. I understood.
I did.
Okay, great. Would anyone, I'll just ask my colleagues, would anyone like to have additional translation here before we move on?
I can ask the person who provided the interpretation if he could come back into the English channel and summarize what she said, but you're going to need to go down to your translation button and choose English.
Right. Okay.
I can hear you. Down at the bottom, if you may have it off. If you're on Zoom, you have at the bottom, it says participants, poll, share screen, raise hand, record, live transcript, and interpretation. Click on interpretation and select English.
Right.
And then go ahead, translator. Wait. There's two of you talking on the English channel. Go ahead, sir.
And Tony, I'll ask you to notify me when it's completed.
Thank you.
Move on. Okay. Tony, I'm sorry, is he completed?
Yes, that was all.
Wonderful. Jeffrey Buchanan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jeffrey Buchanan on behalf of Working Partnerships USA. Would like to encourage your support for the memo from Council members Esparza and Mr. Vice Mayor, encouraging to not adopt the Joint Powers Authority's term sheets before.
Jeffrey, you're on another item.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah.
The screen says 3.7, that's why.
Oh, all right. So we're on 3.6. Our apologies to members of the community who might have misunderstood. And we are still on 3.6, which is the return together. I wanted to express appreciation for the comments made by Councilmember Arenas that many of the members of the community we heard from today and so many hundreds more have suffered enormously through this pandemic as we've seen the hotel industry become just decimated. And we know certainly there have been bankruptcies, but above all, there have been lost jobs and lost livelihoods. And I'm grateful for many who have supported members of our community who have suffered job loss through this time, and appreciate their efforts to continue to do all we can to help them and their families stay afloat during this very difficult time. One note in particular, Jose was not able to use Zoom today, who I know has been a long-time employee, I think more than a couple decades downtown. I've known. I appreciate these are members of our community who've been deeply committed to serving and supporting our community for many years. All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now taking on item 7, which is the public purpose bonds issued by Joint Powers Authority for moderate income rental housing. There is a presentation, is that right, Jackie, or?
There is a presentation.
Okay.
Jackie, is Jared good? There it is. Okay. So this is Julia Cooper, Director of Finance, and I will start the presentation. So along with myself, we also have Jackie Morales Fernan from the Director of Housing, Nancy Klein from Economic Development, and our behind the scenes support staff, Kristen Clements, Nikolai Skarloff, and Jared Ferguson. So on the next slide, just kind of a summary. We've been before you before on talking about the JPA structure. So as a summary, the city would join a JPA as a non-voting member. It would allow for the issuance of tax-exempt public purpose bonds, and those bonds are used to purchase multifamily projects. The units are in this model are income restricted at either 80, 100%, or 120% of AMI levels, and the rent increases are capped at 4% a year. Between years 15 and 30, the city could acquire the property by assuming all the outstanding debt. And if we declined in that period of time, the JPA would sell the property with the affordability restrictions being removed and the net sale proceeds to the city after paying off the debt. So just as to put in perspective what 80, 100, and 120% of AMI levels are, in 2020, for a family of four, 80% is $112,150 a year. For moderate income, a family of four at 100% is $141,600, and 120% of AMI for a family of four would be $169,900. So the next slide, to summarize our recommendation, is not to move forward with releasing a term sheet in order for us to pursue membership in one or more JPAs for moderate income housing. So we just want to point out as a team that this is pretty unusual for staff not to recommend pursuing an action, but that's what we're doing today. And we base this recommendation based on the team's cumulative experience of well over 100 years of collective experience with affordable housing finance and development, real estate transaction, and municipal bond issuance. We're unfortunately here to report that the devil really is in the details, and that staff remains very concerned about several aspects of this product in our marketplace. Some have potential ways to mitigate the risk, but others are fewer. We're not the only in this city in the Bay Area that's passed on this concept. Recently, Oakland declined to join as well, citing similar concerns to those raised by the city. The city of Long Beach did join under a pilot program with one property after receiving an independent analysis that raised significant concerns about the transaction, which includes many of the same concerns raised by city staff. We are collectively very interested in the concept to create moderate income housing, but the details need to be right to avoid any unintended consequences. Jackie is going to review the areas that remain of concern, but the analysis since December has led to this conclusion. All three departments have worked very, very closely together and are in strong agreement with this recommendation. And overall, the public benefit needs to be outweighed by the concerns expressed. We did not meet with any of the JPA proponents since this RFP would be the route for the selection process. We did let proponents know that this was the reason for no communications. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jackie.
Thank you, Julia. Next slide. As Julia has already stated, the staff has multiple concerns that are detailed in our memo, but I wanted to highlight three main concerns. First, there's no third party to oversee income compliance. The entity overseeing the property can receive ongoing fees in the form of a B bond. This could result in a perverse incentive to increase revenue and rents in order to repay the debt that they themselves placed on the property. The city has no authority and no recourse to mitigate this. So again, while we did create a detailed term sheet, we were not able to mitigate this fundamental structural flaw. Next slide. Secondly, the transaction fees are high relative to the public benefit, as Julia has already described. The public benefit is actually the reduced rents that the tenants receive. And why this is so is because the fees directly impact the rents. Ongoing fees could potentially exceed the affordability benefit, or again, this rent reduction. The Long Beach consultant provided a detailed analysis that projected the fees, and they demonstrated that these fees exceeded the benefit for the first 14 years. And this was measured by reductions in rent versus market rate rent. Over 30 years, the fees totaled 65% of the cumulative affordability benefit. The typical rent standard in state law defines 30% as the standard law in practice. In their execution, JPAs have used 35% of a tenant's income for the calculation to base rents. This decreases the public benefit and affordability, especially for the tenants who are at 100 and 120% of the AMI who would be living in the units. This also ensures that we would not be able to use or count these units under our RENA goals and obtain RENA credit. Next slide. Finally, the high purchase price offers could alter the San Jose real estate market. Staff has received feedback from the investment community that are not involved with this JPA product that many of the offers that these JPAs have already made were high. This could discourage private investment in San Jose as these JPAs move aggressively to purchase these buildings, paying above a market price. We did find ways to mitigate this concern by requiring a third-party appraisal prior to purchase and requiring physical needs assessments to ensure that the property has sufficient capital reserves and are properly sized. Next slide. I did want to highlight that the staff did provide a policy alternative, which includes working with the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, or BAHA, to create a Bay Area JPA to issue this type of bond. This entity was recently created through state legislation, and its intent to create it was to allow for these kinds of creative new financing options for the region, such as the JPA product. We could form a local JPA that the city could participate in its creation. The City of Oakland has approached BAFA, and BAFA has expressed an interest in working on this concept. So the administration supports this option as an alternative because it allows us to create a structure that addresses our concerns with a trusted partner. MTC has elected officials from San Jose on its board, which ensures our interests will be protected. Next slide. In summary, staff is not recommending going forward because fundamentally, the cost of the assistance versus the modest public benefit does not warrant the significant amount of time needed to issue the RFP and term sheet, rank and evaluate the term sheet and the responses, and finally to negotiate a product in the final end. More importantly, even if a JPA agreed to all the terms as proposed by staff, we would still have a significant workload in addition to having a current structure that has many challenges and inherent structural flaws. Working on this project now distracts us from our urgent and collective response to the pandemic. We are in a critical point in time in the pandemic as we transition from the EOC into the departments. The Housing Department will be taking on the Rental Assistance Program, which has over $60 million in federal funding. We will also be working on the impending eviction cliff. We've talked about starting an eviction help center, but there is still much work to be done in order to implement these projects. The Office of Economic Development will need to be working on small businesses to help them find opportunities to reopen. And the Finance Department must focus on other pressing items, such as the pension item that you just discussed earlier tonight. And so with that, we are open for questions.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Thank you, Julia. All right, let's go to members of the public. John Penkower, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. John Penkower, California Statewide Communities Development Authority, or CSCDA. We're the largest JPA in the state, including 530 cities and counties, including the city of San Jose, and we operate roughly a dozen innovative financing programs for cities and counties, including a middle-income workforce housing program. We've worked with San Jose for approximately 3 decades on more than 50 projects and have issued more than $825 million for those projects. Our middle income program, which is being pretty widely adopted throughout the state, has been growing exponentially. In the last 4 months, we've acquired 2,100 units and converted them for middle income residents through the use of $1.2 billion in tax exempt bonds. We do have sponsor teams that have 3 projects under contract in the city of San Jose. I want to applaud staff's efforts on the term sheet that was included in their supplemental memo. We've spent considerable time evaluating the proposed terms along with our legal counsel and underwriting partners. And we believe 85–90% of those terms can easily be accommodated by our program. There are a few provisions that they remain legally or structurally incompatible with this unique financing tool. But we would very much appreciate the opportunity to speak further about where we might be able to come to some consensus. Many other cities are planning ahead for rising rents as we come out of recovery. And I know my time is limited, but I'll remain available if there are any questions from council members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Jeffrey Buchanan.
Mayor and Council, Jeffrey Buchanan on behalf of Working Partnerships USA. I'd like to start my comments just with thanking city staff, particularly the housing department, for the Herculean efforts that they're doing to prevent evictions and to get rental assistance into the hands of the families that need it the most. I think it's important to think in this time, every hour that's spent by staff on other issues, certainly not priority issues, an issue like middle income housing, which has not been prioritized in the city's priority setting. What happens in terms of our lowest income families that are facing the risk of evictions? There are real choices and trade-offs in what the council chooses to direct staff to do. And in this case, the term sheets before you and the models for financing before you are not going to guarantee public benefit. In today's market, 100% AMI rent is basically market rate for new construction housing, which is what most of these deals that we've seen in California across these 2 JPAs have been. It's not going to produce immediate rental savings for San Jose working families. It will lead to lower property tax revenues for us as a city. For a council that has spent so much time debating how public policy choices will impact our general fund revenues, I don't think we should take lightly what's before you. Certainly the memo from Councilmember Esparza and the Vice Mayor is the right way to go. We shouldn't throw out the idea of looking at how do we use municipal bond financing to support the acquisition and rehab of housing, particularly naturally occurring affordable housing. And certainly we've heard a lot of interest from other cities in the Bay Area in using the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, perhaps as a host for bringing together a concept around such a JPA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. I'd like to first apologize that my previous public comment about the return together issues, I simply didn't mention that the whole reason why I was talking about the issues of air filtration, the future of air filtration, was to mention how workers can ask about those air filtration systems in their hotels, in their offices, in their airport terminals and bus stations and buses and all that, and schools. And so to make HVAC systems, how we can make that subject more open is what I was trying to get at, that workers can ask those kind of questions. Thank you, sorry. For this item, boy, just a real big thank you to the housing department and Jackie and everyone for explaining their feelings about new middle income housing ideas. Thank you to Jeffrey Buchanan, who I think also offered some really nice words and clarity for myself, how I can understand this subject. You've already signed up for a middle income housing project that had its own flaky problems in and of itself already. and you guys have taken a chance on that project. Now you're doing this project too. Is that my understanding? If it is, I think Jackie's ideas of asking about MTC BAPA funding ideas for a regional project like what this one is may be an interesting form of compromise and an interesting way to work. And it sounds like the memo of Esparza and the vice mayor is really interesting too. And thank you for offering, this is basically standard market rate housing issues. Yeah, so thanks for the information, and thank you.
Thank you. Tim Bobian?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Tim Bobian representing the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors. SCORE supports the memo authored by Council members Cohen and Mahan, along with their subsequent support of the memo authored by Vice Mayor Jones and Council member Esparza. We thank them for this thoughtful and collaborative approach to quickly move forward with a potential partnership of a qualified JPA. This innovative new strategy is the perfect tool to continue to work to solve the region's housing crisis. It's an effective program to address an issue that we have been struggling with for decades, creating ample supply of affordable housing. The current COVID-19 pandemic and a possible economic recession will only worsen that. This program creates immediate affordable housing for our missing middle families and essential workers such as teachers, nurses, first responders, public servants, and countless more. They are not eligible for some of the more traditional affordable housing options, yet are still being priced out of this city as well. It creates a pathway for the city of San Jose to take ownership to these affordable housing assets to provide affordability and perpetuity across the income spectrum. As affordable housing are converted from existing units when vacant, this policy avoids displacement as well, while allowing resources and time to be diverted to other deeper affordable housing efforts and units. The city of San Jose can and should be doing this to provide much needed affordable housing to our public servants, essential workers, and missing middle population. Again, we strongly recommend that the council support the memo authored by council members Cohen and Mahan. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Johnny Camus, welcome, council member.
Thank you. Miss all of you guys. All these great issues that you're voting on today. I'm particularly interested in this issue because it's something that I brought up before I left office. While I understand the hesitance of staff to take on new risk, I think that the risk involved here is extremely low, since all these bonds are going to be, basically financed by the general market. And so this is a great way of creating, workforce housing for teachers and heck, hotel staff, as you discussed a few minutes ago, may have the opportunity at an 80% below market rate here. AMI to get into one of these units. I also disagree with some of the assertions that it's going to take away things from the market. If these developers sell their properties, they'll have more money to develop, and it may actually spur development in the end. Again, this is a low risk, extremely low risk staff. There's no new taxes necessary. There's no huge amounts of staff time needed to oversee these bonds. It's a low risk solution for a problem that we've been talking about since I've been in office. 8 years ago, we were talking about creating housing for teachers, and we've never done a single unit in the 8 years that I've been there. So I don't know how we can overlook this opportunity here that presents itself with no risk. At least do a pilot. I'm hoping that we can support the council member Mahan and Cohen memo, and which I know that it takes into consideration Vice Mayor Chappie Jones's, Maya Esparza's memo as well. Thank you for hearing me out, and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you. Vince Rocha.
Hey, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I want to thank staff for their work on this, especially coming up with some terms from the city. Now, I think it's important to support to the next stage of where staff should be talking to the stakeholders. And so that's why we're supporting the all of the above approach in the Mahan-Cohen memo is, let's get together and see if it really is workable so the benefits are fully realized by the city and its residents. We're talking about 30 years of deed restricted housing here that, as you and I know, rents are rising faster than wages here. And if we can deed restrict units for 30 years, I think real savings will be realized, especially when the asset reverts to ownership of the city at the end of the maturation of those bonds. So there's a lot of upside to the public, a lot of upside to residents for potential affordable homes. And really, let's just get all parties together in the room and making sure we can come to an agreement that the agreement is beneficial to the city and its residents. So thank you for taking the time to listen to my comments.
Thank you. Brian?
I have to agree with the other speakers. I sometimes wonder if Locke wasn't right. Instead of the pursuit of happiness, it would be the right to property. In our view of the, our founding documents, that people shouldn't be paying 90% or over to just live. And then you have your utilities and arguing between, do we get food or do we get the medication? That's not living, that's existing. And people live in terror. For some reason that there's some segments of the population that control a lot of this actually enjoy that. I think they really do, that we live in terror. And it creates a dependency where the cities are using these mechanisms to try to free people from that. I mean, can you believe that I make $50,000 a year and that's considered poor by some metrics? And that's sad, really. It used to be like that's it's not enough to live around here, that's for sure. Even for one person, if you have any kind of debt or if you have any kind of medical issues or something like that. I think anything you can do to deliver immediate solutions, because there's not going to be anybody to do any of the quote unquote grunt work, if you will. And that includes firefighters, police department, people that collect the trash, people who work for the city council, and people on the city council who are also in the same boat as a lot of us if you don't own your own home. Not being rich shouldn't be a death sentence without a jury trial at all. I mean, it shouldn't be. It is for a lot of people in this country. It is, and it's sad. And we should all be devastated by it. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Brian. All right, let's come back to council. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you to staff for all the work on this. And it's another issue that predates my joining council, but one that I've followed over the last year or so. And I do think there's a lot of common ground here. I mean, I think we probably all agree that there's a really significant need to preserve affordability for our middle income residents, as our last speaker was just speaking to, our teachers, nurses, and city staff, members of my team who struggle to get by in San Jose with rent being where it is. And I think some of the other comments made, I think unfortunately we don't have a lot of great alternatives. I don't think we've managed as a city to do a whole lot to preserve affordability for that income segment in the market, which should be concerning to us as people are commuting from farther and farther away, and there's a very real cost. I appreciated the memo from Vice Mayor Jones and Councilmember Esparza and support pursuing the BAFA approach. I think it could ultimately be the vehicle through which we would want to scale these efforts over the long term. I think we should note, however, that that vehicle doesn't yet exist. They're just putting together an RFP for a consultant to consider it. And we are, in all truth, probably many years away from that vehicle existing if it ever does. So I support it. I think we should be realistic that it'll take a long time, and the window of opportunity that exists now, and this really is a critical moment, a rare moment to preserve affordability in that middle income range, because as we talked about with the prior item, we have low interest rates, but we also have depressed rents. We still have buildings that would potentially be part of this program here in San Jose where rent is literally 15, 16, 17% lower than it was just over a year ago, which is a very unique moment for us. And I think while the BAFA approach is promising, that window of opportunity will likely be gone on those buildings. I also wanted to note that a couple other notes. I think, the existing JPAs that are out there, some of which have quite extensive experience doing this, could be the best way for us to actually learn by doing with minimal staff time, because they are set up to manage these kinds of programs. And so I think the idea behind the term sheet is to put out, as we've sort of drafted here, though we haven't actually approved yet, the terms under which we think it would make sense for the city to participate, and then offload the work of the financing, the property management, all of it to a third party that has obligations to bondholders who have signed up to certain terms. And I think that the good news here is, not only is that a model through which we can learn as we discuss a potential regional model that, again, might be years away, so we could learn through a limited pilot here in San Jose. I also think the good news here is that the term sheet that staff drafted is actually, as we heard from one of our initial speakers, 90% aligns with the way that these JPAs, at least the ones that operate in good standing, the way that they operate. It's literally the terms that they use. Many of the things, the so-called mitigations we're talking about, are in fact the very tools that they use. So I thought, I think to me, the biggest point here is a process point, which is that staff's done a lot of great research. I appreciate staff's concerns. I think the unfortunate reality is, due to a perceived risk of conflict of interest that I think doesn't actually exist, and we can consult the city attorney on that, we never actually went out to any of the market participants to ground truth what we're presenting today, to my knowledge. And I've heard from a couple of JPAs who are exploring these opportunities in San Jose, want to work here, thought the term sheet was 90% there, and couldn't get a meeting to discuss a couple of the terms that just actually don't fit this model, and I presume would not fit the model even if we did this through BAFA. So even if we set up a new regional JPA, I think a couple of the points in the term sheet really just still wouldn't work in practice. And I think that's really, at least from my perspective, with the memo that Councilmember Cohen and I co-authored, which I really appreciate, my goal at least would be to understand on the couple of terms where there's still misalignment, maybe even there's misunderstanding about how the model works. Could we get that meeting to actually vet that and have council understand if staff thinks it would be prudent to make modifications, or if instead staff still says, even under the way this is typically done, here's why we think it's a bad idea, so that council can actually have a little more detail about those specific items in the term sheet that that may not fit. So that's really my hope. I think the other recommendation in the memo that I'll just highlight, so basically the memo that Councilmember Cohen and I co-drafted adopts alternative 2 of pursuing BAFA, which I think is a very long-term thing that's promising, long-term option. It asks for staff to at least hold a meeting with the interested JPAs that are trying to pursue this model in San Jose to see if the term sheet actually is pretty much aligned with what everybody would like to see happen, and how far apart we really are. And then third is asking staff to just help us understand, if we're not pursuing this option, and if BAFA's years away, and if we don't have much of a track record on protecting this missing middle housing, what are we doing? What can we do? What are the alternatives? And I understand there'd be trade-offs, no doubt. Staff time is limited, but at least understanding if this isn't the route, what is the route, or the potential route that we may choose to pursue. So, a lot more that could be said here. I guess I'll close by maybe, if possible, I'd love to ask a couple of questions of one of our experts who was an attendee who spoke early, and that's John Penkower. And John works with one of the JPAs that has done this work in other cities and is actually exploring some potential deals of what is currently market rate housing that is where the rents have come down this past year. And if it's possible, I'd love to hear from John if he could, to this question of whether or not there would be substantial rent savings. If it's possible, I'd love to hear for the 3 deals that are under contract currently, awaiting our decision. So this is a very time sensitive opportunity for us. I think it's about 1,200 units that could be protected at a significant discount, and then protected at a maximum of a 4% rental increase over the next 30 years. John, if you were able to answer this question, I would love to hear a little more detail on those three deals and the potential rent savings for San Jose residents who are middle income.
Well, thank you, council member. I appreciate the question. To elaborate, we're working with sponsor teams that have projects under contract in the city. The first is Silver Apartments at 333 Senol Street. The second is Centera Apartments downtown, 77 North Almaden Avenue, and Lynn Haven Apartments at 919 South Winchester Boulevard in the Vice Mayor's district. They are all currently experiencing rent depression as a result of COVID, between 18 to 24% below their pre-COVID rents. And so when we look at rent savings, we're not just looking at a snapshot today. What is the discount from today's rents under the new program? They're generally between 5 to 7% immediately. But if you look at the rent savings compared to the pre-COVID rents that we believe you'll achieve over the next 18 months through the recovery, the rental savings are in double digits and would well exceed that. There's an important point about the rent cap, 4% rent cap. I believe under the CalCHA program and our program, that goes in the regulatory agreement. That is less than state rent control law. We have rent control law for the next decade, 5% plus CPI, so we'll call that 7%. But that is only for existing tenants. When you have turnover in a lot of these high density buildings, it can be 40% per year. Those vacant units are marked to market. And that's where you saw pre-COVID, your rents going up 10%. Signs point to that returning. If you look at the pre-COVID rents, and one of these properties, a 2-bedroom apartment, was $4,300. That wasn't that long ago. There was a point made during the presentation about conventional buyers being upset with this program. And this is the first city where we've actually heard that. And I was very puzzled at first. And I realized we've had success as a result of COVID of being able to compete for properties when institutional buyers, conventional money, took a pause. But these conventional buyers that are complaining now, they're looking at these properties with rents down 18, 20%. They want to purchase them to send those rents skyrocketing again. When you put the regulatory agreement on the property now, you're going to be creating rent protection, not only now, but over the course of 30 years. And most importantly, we think over the next probably 2 to 3 years as you come out of this COVID situation.
And hey, John, thank you. I want to try to get in one more question under my 10-minute limit quickly here. If we could pull up slide 4, could you also just respond to staff's concerns about oversight and compliance, since you have experience doing this in other cities that I'm sure have the same concerns?
We do. So the program was designed to create affordability benefits, all the future financial upside for cities without them having to do it necessarily themselves, without pledging their credit rating, without putting these properties on their balance sheet, and most importantly, liability. You mentioned Long Beach in the presentation. They explored it themselves and said, no way we want to do that. Compliance is required. These bonds are sold to institutional investors, mutual funds. They would not purchase these bonds if the rents were not below market. That's what assures them, in these projects. And so there is annual compliance. I know the city has its own monitoring programs. We're happy to discuss additional ways where the city can participate in that process going forward. There's a comment about an alternate member, JPA. All 530 members of CSCDA are non-voting members. It's the same for CMFA, another very large JPA the city is a member to, and just very common under that structure. There's a comment about B bonds. B bonds, I think, are misconstrued. They are a requirement of investors. They're a requirement of CSCDA, and they create alignment with the project administrator and the long-term viability of the project. It's very similar to a deferred developer fee that you see regularly in your housing department on projects. The tax structure under this program does not permit private ownership interests or equity in the projects. And so it's structured through a debt instrument.
Thanks, John. I'm at time, so I'll stop there, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Let's go on to Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you also everyone who commented, and thank you staff for all the work you put in on this. I am loath to ever make a recommendation that isn't fully supported by our wonderful staff, and fully aware of the workload issues and other things that we're trying to deal with today, and it makes it uncomfortable sometimes when we want to push a little bit on some of these policy ideas. So I hope you understand the questions that I'm going to ask and why it is that I authored this memo with Councilmember Mahan. As we know, there is a lack of ability for us to do a lot of things on missing middle housing. And while I understand there are some concerns about this model, I'm just it's a little bit premature for me to be able to fully give up on the idea. And that's kind of why I wanted to see just a few more questions answered before giving up altogether, because I don't want to miss out on an opportunity to do something that will bring some needed affordability to some of our families in San Jose. I hope that the choice here isn't between doing something for missing middle and protecting our lower income renters. I mean, I want to be able to do both, and I think that we've said all along in our housing crisis that all price points are important, and it seems to be that the hardest price point to affect is this middle price point, and this is the one, as a former school board member, where we've heard from teachers and others who can't stay and are worried about their long commutes, and we haven't really been able to find solutions. And so, we looked into some of these properties and some of my staff, and for example, the property on Winchester, which is a brand new apartment complex that has 600 units with a current vacancy rate of 38%, means there's about 250 units that could be available immediately for middle income renters. This isn't as long a term as in terms of waiting for turnover as some of the other sites. And the idea that we could get 250 units of affordable housing for middle income in a relatively short period of time was exciting to me. And so, my reaction is we've come so far. Let's see if we can get it over the finish line, maybe in at least one case, maybe do a trial. And with that kind of short-term win of possibility, we would be able to tell fairly quickly whether this is something that works or doesn't work. I'm a little skeptical that a single trial like that on one property will have any significant impact on a real estate market. I mean, we're not talking about, authorizing this in properties across the city. We're trying to preserve a single site and make it available to people who need help. So that's why, when we saw the term sheet, I was excited to see the term sheet and see that there's at least some potential ways to work with the JPA providers. And the next step for me was to get some feedback from those providers on the term sheet. What is it that can work? What is it that can't work? And what on those very specific points of contention on that term sheet, how serious are those as far as being able to move forward? And I just felt that was missing from the information that we saw. So I'm hopeful that we can go a little bit, just spend a little bit more time just to find out whether there's some viability in this approach. While I think that the right long-term solution is a publicly developed Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, that makes a lot of sense to me. I also would hope that we can be creative and use multiple approaches for finding solutions for people who need help affording to live in our city. With that in mind, I don't know whether Councilor Mahan intended to move his memo. I will do that for the sake of discussion here. I know there's a lot of skepticism, but I wanted to be able to talk about, whether or not we should continue to at least put a little more time in and see whether any one of these potential sites is something that would benefit our residents, and doing it in a limited way might be a useful pilot for us. And as you've heard from me in other discussions so far, I guess I'm a bit of a risk taker, but the last thing I want to do is create a lot of extra work for our staff. And I appreciate everything that staff does on the financial side, on the economic development side, on the housing side. But I hope that we can maybe, just carry this to the, a little bit further to see whether or not it's something that we can pursue. So I'll make that motion.
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Cohen. I appreciate the intention and desire to really get some response to the work that staff has put forward here in the term sheet. And I also very much appreciate the points that staff has made because I do have very serious concerns about issues around enforcement, compliance, certainly around whether or not the public benefit is sufficient in terms of rent relief to justify the foregone public revenue. I guess the question I would have for maker of the motion, or the seconder, I think there's a real fundamental concern about staff capacity here because we've got housing staff in particular, but also finance staff chasing a lot of different programs and initiatives to address crises. Obviously, the homelessness crisis, chief among them. And I wonder if there is an approach that's somewhat less staff intensive, where perhaps we could consider allowing, putting the work on the proposers to identify specifically what elements that they would propose that would be any different from the staff term sheet that we ought to consider to enable that sort of to be considered transparently. I know what we don't want to see is a long redlined copy of a contract. So I'm guessing if proposers can't identify only say 3 or 4 issues as opposed to 14 issues, there's not going to be much interest here at the council, I'm assuming, to delve into all these. And certainly I know no interest at the staff level. But if it's just a matter of 2 or 3 issues that could be elevated for consideration, do we really want to consider an alternative or not? Would there be a way to consider that within the motion so that the work would be not on staff, but on the proposers, and that could come back to council to consider?
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly accept that as a friendly amendment. The only reason I wouldn't propose that up front was because, you want to make sure that our staff is sort of vetting the responses a little bit, and because, we know that the external organizations are want this to work, and we have to make sure that we have some work from our staff to get those responses and have an answer for us that's not just coming from third-party sources. But I certainly would think that the next step is for that input to come from the JPAs and not to be work for our staff. The staff should be able to send the term sheet to the JPA, and we should be able to get a response to it. It should be that simple, at least at the beginning. But it would require a little bit of effort, I think, just to at least make sure that we're hearing we have some understanding of those responses in the context of what we would have to do as a city. But I don't know how to word the motion.
Yeah, maybe I'll pose the question to staff just so we can sort of put it out there. Jackie, Julia, obviously you guys have done an enormous amount of work already with your teams and consider these options and putting forward what you have. Is it fair to say the thinking's been done and the work's been done? So if they've got alternatives, you can relatively easily weigh in and say, okay, this is viable or this isn't?
I first wanted to just clarify a misconception that there's such a thing as a pilot for these projects, because you're not going to see the benefit or the lack of the benefit, frankly, in any of your terms, because it's over time that we're going to potentially lose all that benefit. And so the benefit that could be received that we would see in the short term has nothing to do with the loss over the time, which is what, frankly, it's just not city staff that has been critical of these structures, but it's been other consultants who have been independent consultants who have looked at the structure and have also been very critical.
Yeah, Jackie, could I pull you back onto the question?
Yes, but with that, I just wanted to make sure
No, it's very important. Your point's well taken. I agree with you. There's no pilot here. Once we're in, we're married. And I'm very concerned about the loss of revenue and how that may just move to investment advisors and consultants, whoever else they hire, rather than finding real benefit. But just to focus on, if somebody came to us and said, hey, we agree with this basic city proposal, but if we could just tweak these two or three things, the question is, do you guys have the bandwidth to be able to say these tweaks are valid or they're not?
Sure. I think the concern from the staff perspective, and either Kristen or Jared or Julia could jump in, was that the 3 or 4 concerns that we did not believe could be mitigated were really structural in nature. And so we don't fundamentally believe they're going to be able to come back with a response that could actually mitigate our particular concern. But I'll see if the staff wants to jump in.
Mayor and council members, Kristen Clements with the Housing Department. I agree with what Jackie said. It's possible that somebody could respond with alternate terms. It's just that it's not clear without assembling a team of 6 people internally, hashing through it, and then conversing with the other folks. You know, just spending time on it is part of the challenge. And then the question is, are you going to get anywhere for the time spent? That's really the cost benefit that we've been trying to make, and the likelihood of it actually imparting enough value that it was worth the time spent away from focusing on, you know, much more fragile populations right now. That's the challenge.
Yeah, I very much appreciate it. And that point was made very clear. I guess, John, I think you were trying to speak. There seems to be an assumption that, look, industry can't fix these things. These are structural. And the basic approach is flawed for the reasons staff articulated. Can you clarify whether or not any of these things can in fact be met with alternatives? John Penkower?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, there's, again, this will get really highly technical. I'm not sure if you want to have that discussion right now, but I'm happy to. I mean, it really revolves around immediate income reduction, day one, coverage, immediate coverage. We don't have equity. We don't have tax credit equity or true equity. So the projects can't achieve 1.0 coverage on day one. And then there is the 30 versus 35% rent calculation, which we're working on right now in real time, especially with respect to the low income units. There may be a couple other minor issues, but we spent a lot of time with the staff's term sheet. We think it's really good. We have an experience working with San Jose. San Jose puts riders on regulatory agreements. We work through the process. We're committed to trying to make that happen for these projects.
All right, thanks, John. Okay, well, I'm certainly open to an approach that doesn't have staff spinning their wheels. If the approach from the industry is we can work with this, and we just like to give this a shot, with a couple tweaks. So anyway, let's, I know that many other members of the council would like to speak on this. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jackie, for bringing up that excellent point about this is not a trial or a pilot. It's going to take decades to really understand the impacts of what we're doing. I wanted to focus back in on the term sheet. The mayor touched on a couple of points that I was going to raise, but one of the points was that we heard that CSCDA is in agreement with 80 to 90% of the term sheet. That does not include those 3 structural issues that you brought up. And my question, it really ties to the mayor's question, is how much time, effort, and resources would it take to even attempt to address that 10 to 20% difference in the term sheet, as well as the 3 structural issues that you've identified? Can we quantify that?
I mean, I think the challenge is because we don't know exactly where we align and where we don't align. It's really challenging to say how long those negotiations would take. I can tell you from the day-to-day on what the housing department has, done, and when we get stuck on an issue, how long it takes us to go back and forth. I mean, Nora's team with our attorneys know the challenges of when we get stuck and the amount of time that's spent trying to figure something out. So it's hard for me personally to predict it. I just know it could be a little, depending upon they just said yes. It could be a lot. So I don't know if anyone else wants to jump in.
Like every deal, it has a life of its own, and how long it takes, it does depend on the details of the conversation. But I do think Vice Mayor Jones brings up a good point that although the points that are left are 80, it's 10 to 20% of the business terms that that John Penkower said that we would have to work through. He also said that some of them are, structural and problematic legally or regulatorily, as I think the language that he used. So it's not clear that it sounds like he thinks we could get through the other amount. And so if we were really trying to drive to success, we'd then be brainstorming other ways around it other than the terms we had already thought were prudent and our consultant thought was prudent, and based on the other, HRNA analysis, they thought was prudent. So considerable amount of time for that 10 or 20%, I guess. Dozens and dozens and dozens of hours is my guess. But hard to say.
Right. And going back to the structural issues, are they solvable? I think that, for me and my colleagues, I think we're probably all struggling with, those structural issues, if they're even solvable. And if they're not, I think that would circumvent a lot of the discussion. So that's actually a statement and a question. Do you view those to be solvable?
Yeah, I would say that, that's the reason for our recommendation, not to move forward, even in developing the term sheet, if it were accepted 100%, we don't feel that, all of our issues are solved with that term sheet.
Okay. So I don't think there's anyone who would like to have something happen right away more than me in my district in the Lynn Haven apartment complex, formerly known as the Reserve. So I have a lot of incentive to want to see something happen right away. So the fact that I have my concerns, a lot of it is the conversations I've had with staff, their study and analysis, as well as conversations I've had with other stakeholders. I don't feel confident knowing that this is a long-term effort to enter into some agreements immediately, understanding or not understanding the long-term ramifications of those decisions. It goes back to some of the other previous discussions we were having about making decisions that are going to impact the city when we're out of office. This is another one where we're going to see the impact when we're long gone. And so even though I have a lot of incentive to want to see something happen right away, I just can't get past the resource issue. I can't get past the long-term risks that are involved. And I know it's been brought up, this is a no-brainer, no-risk scenario. But Jackie, can you give us feedback in terms of your conversations with other cities like San Francisco who have evaluated this program and the reasons why they didn't move forward?
So actually, neither San Francisco nor Oakland chose to go forward with this particular structure. And I think I alluded in my presentation that at least Oakland would be interested in looking at our alternative. Again, because of the same similar concerns. And I think generally what we have found is, we were very excited by this presentation when we originally saw it. because it did look like a solution. But what we have found, and as you know, you have staff with tremendous amount of experience and depth. And in cities where you have this level of depth and experience, it's been those cities that have chosen not to go forward. And the smaller cities that do not have the kind of staff that you have, it just seems like a really great deal. And we totally understand the desire to try to find solutions for this population, which is one of the reasons why the housing department has wanted to finish their work on a comprehensive moderate income strategy that really looks at different opportunities, including this one, on how we can move the needle. But there have just been significant challenges that the department has faced that we didn't expect to face this past year.
Great. Thank you, Jackie. So I'm going to make a substitute motion to move my memo with council member Esparza, but include the item number 3 in the Cohen-Mahan memo.
Second.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to thank staff for bringing forward this thoughtful and very thorough analysis. I think it's extremely unusual to have 3 department heads author this thorough analysis and come to us with this kind of recommendation to not do this. And we're not saying no. That's why I was so intrigued by the BAFA idea. And I think that there's an opportunity there, a genuine opportunity. I understand that the BAFA leadership is reacting positively. They want to do this. And that's why I joined Vice Mayor on this path, because I do think it's promising. It is not an immediate one. It's not something that we can start, that we can do tomorrow. But when we're making 30-year commitments, I think it's okay to take a little bit of time. And I think that staff has really laid out their deep concerns, including reaching deeper levels of affordability, setting reasonable fee levels, developing a JPA structure that includes the city of San Jose as a voting member, which the CSCDA option does not. And that this JPA structure would allow us to take advantage of the bond financing structure, but in a way that will actually benefit the city and its residents. And so with governing oversight from both the Association of Bay Area Governments and from the MTC, I think both of which have significant representation from the city of San Jose, I think that we can have confidence that the city's best interests would be included in that path. I also wanted to address the bandwidth issue. We are still in a pandemic. I and my staff are still working every day to get people vaccinated. My staff is helping about 50 people in District 7 a day get registered, folks that, have questions and need some more support. That's still an ongoing response. We're not done with COVID. And in addition to that, we're reading in the newspapers, about the upcoming eviction cliff. I have not heard the legislature, I have not heard the governor extend the eviction moratorium. And the governor did lay out the first volley of a rent relief package. But as we know, because we have elected to go a hybrid model to have some local control, that if we're able to do that with this expanded rent relief, it involves our staff time to heavily be involved to help the over 37 households that need help with back rent by the end of next month. That's next month. So, which is before the July recess. So all of these things are immediate. And so I think we have to ask ourselves, what is more immediate? The pandemic, the economic effects, or taking some time to make sure we do it right, that we do it in a financially responsible way. And I also wanted to share that there is a lot of financial risk. We all saw the slides, we've all read the memo, but I just wanted to share some of the concerns. So staff had raised performance on the property being a concern. And I'll share my experience with the CSCDA when we had $100 million bond for Valley Palms come before us. I personally called John Penkower from the CSCDA and said, hey, you know, we've got all these horrible things, horrible conditions people are living in. You know, why should the city, you know, the JPA gets its authority from the city. Why should we agree to it? His first concern was for KDF, not for the city, not for our residents. And that's who we have our responsibility to. And Henry, could you pull that up? You have some photos.
He apparently needs a moment to get.
Okay, that's fine. So while he's pulling that up, I'll go ahead and talk. So I wanted to share that story, not to rehash it, but to use that as an opportunity to learn that these residents living in the conditions that you see before you, they didn't have lobbyists, right? They didn't have lobbyists, they had us. They had the city council. Thank you, Henry. People were living in that apartment, in that condition. And so it's our responsibility, not just to make sure that the options that we look at are financially responsible, that can be done by our staff who will look out for the city and the residents' best interests, but that also includes the residents' best interests, right? Because we're making a 3-decade commitment to whatever path we choose. And so I think that these are the reasons why Oakland and San Francisco haven't joined. I think these are all the reasons why we can work with our Bay Area colleagues to address a very real concern and a very real need for moderate income housing that none of us is disputing. And so that's why I have those concerns, and that's why I'll be supporting the Vice Mayor's substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I also want to thank staff for their detailed work on this item. All of us want to do something, and that's been very clear from all of the speakers, but we need to be mindful, and I think Councilmember Esparza mentioned this, we need to be mindful of the recovery roadmap and the fact that we're still in a pandemic. And I just want to remind my colleagues, you know, the moderate income housing strategy was on our list of priorities, and we did not prioritize it. So we actually told staff, when we were forced to make the decision about staff time and how they spent it, we told staff, we don't want you to spend time on this. We understand your time is limited. It needs to go to these other things. So I just want to remind my colleagues about that. When staff is talking about their limits, they're real, and we only are forced to confront them once a year when we do priority setting, but they're confronting them every single day. And I'll get off my soapbox and step away from the lecture now about that, but I do want to remind staff and about that. And I also want to say, it's really hard for me. I'm happy to support the substitute motion. It's really hard for me not to say, let's go ahead, because I voted for every single affordable housing project that has come before us in my 4+ years, almost 4.5 years now on council. Of course we want, and I've talked a lot about the moderate income and the fact that we're not meeting our RENA goals. one of the things that was really striking to me, and it was mentioned again today, is that we actually still wouldn't be able to meet our RENA goals if we participated in the CSCDA JPA, because one of the things that they said is that they use that non-traditional definition of affordability using 35% of gross household income as opposed to the state mandated 30%. We couldn't meet our RENA goals even if we did participate, and that's really important to me. The HRNA letter mentioned that and many other items that really made the risks very clear to me. One of the things that gave me pause, and I'm just going to read a couple of the items because I want to be clear publicly that to me, this is not risk-free. And as Councilmember Esparza stated, it's our job to be financially responsible and to be responsive to our residents. It's not our job to take risks with public dollars, and that's what we're doing if we participate in this. Foregoing property taxes, to me, necessitates an equal or greater public benefit. And the HRNA letter was very clear that was unlikely to be happening. So one of the things was that the sale or refinancing proceeds would be applied first to outstanding principal and interest on the bonds, second to all transaction costs incurred by CSCDA, and then third to foregone property tax revenues. And what that sounded like to me was a lot like the way redevelopment was structured. And I think we all know how well that turned out for us and for other taxing agencies, which to me was not well. And frankly, I'm glad to see it gone. The second thing was the annual ongoing fees to the participants in this project. So this is for the HRNA letter was specific to the Ocean Air project in Long Beach. And just to be clear, the annual ongoing fees, $700,000 to Waterford, $121,000 to Greystar. I believe that's the property management company. $206,000 annually to CSCDA. I'm not really sure why. And then a big question mark to me was $15,000 every year to Goldman Sachs. Not sure why that was the case. So just very clear to me that there are a lot of entities that stand to make very good money off of these projects. And I'm not sure, again, what the public benefit is. You know, we spoke about the RENA, I spoke about the RENA goals already. And then the statement that really sealed it for me on the HRNA letter was cash flow projections do not provide for the bonds to be paid off at the end of the 30-year term. So I very much appreciate the term sheet that our staff came up with that addressed all of these issues, and the fact that some of these items are still a problem for our potential JPA partners. I just think right now, I agree completely with Councilmember Esparza. It's worth it for us to take the time to participate and pursue the BAFA option where we actually get a say on a regular basis. I think it's really important for us to find a way forward and to take the time to do that has favorable terms for the city, for our residents, for the tenants, and ensures the affordability. I know one of the things I didn't talk about, but the staff was very clear about, was that we had to have our term sheet to ensure the affordability on a go-forward basis for the moderate income tenants. So I'll be supporting Vice Mayor's substitute motion, and I have to say I'm disappointed that this was too good to be true, but it just kind of proves that adage that if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to my colleagues. I will state as well, I was excited about this opportunity as it was presenting itself. And in fact, you know, prior to staff's, I think, thorough analysis, was not fully aware of, I think, the nuanced concerns that staff was able to bring up. And I actually would say that staff has done really, really thorough work. In fact, they continue to do thorough work even after we voted on our new priorities, where we did, I believe, only have one vote in this regard, which clearly set a direction for where we have told staff we want them to focus their time and energy. And I think that, wanting to complete this process and due diligence on providing a thorough analysis, they did so, and I appreciate that. And quite frankly, that's what convinced me to completely take a different stance where I was not comfortable moving forward. And I feel that the structural issues, regardless of maybe a term sheet being close, the structural issues remain. And those, I think, maybe not all, but at least I think in large part can be resolved if we look at a more local JPA, which that I appreciate that in the motion that is currently at hand. And given that, really, it's my comments are an echo of Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Esparza and Vice Mayor Jones on, I think we can't simply add to the list of continued work that we want our staff to move forward on. If indeed we've made clear what those priorities should be, and this was not on that list, we can say longer term, this regional JPA is certainly worthwhile, and we have those efforts already ongoing, efforts through ABAG MTC, which I think sound promising for future, but indeed are not necessarily going to be something that we can rely on today. And I don't think the model that exists today clearly is worth the risk. And so I will be supporting the substitute motion.
Thank you. I got a question. And I first want to just say thank you to staff for the hard work in putting together the supplemental memorandum, which obviously, in addition to the work that's been already invested. But the reference to the supplemental, of course, is to the term sheet the city put forward. And what it says is the city's proposed business terms are designed to address the concerns noted in the council memo and to promote the following objectives. And then 6 bullet points follow relating to maintaining the debt to be reasonably sized, preserving the city's option to purchase the property, ensuring the condition of the property is sound in the long term, meeting the city's policy objectives, ensuring there's no adverse impact to real estate markets, and creation of sufficient public value through the use of this product. So that's all laid out in the supplemental. I just heard the back and forth of the vice mayor and staff in which it was suggested that this term sheet won't satisfy the city's concerns because there's structural concerns that this term sheet won't meet. Can I understand better? Is that the case? Or is it the case as the document says, the city's proposed business terms are designed to address concerns noted in the council memo?
So I'll start and then let the staff jump in. Mayor, it has been a long, grinding amount of time to get this very detailed term sheet because the staff was committed and said we would come back in order to do this work in April, and we wanted to meet the commitment we had made to you all. And so I don't believe that front cover adequately describes the remaining underlying concerns that we had. And I think it was just a matter of speed and efficiency when we threw that cover sheet together to get the term sheet out. But in subsequent conversations with the staff, I'm very clear that we still feel like there are a few issues that are structural in nature that would not be resolved with the term sheet. And with that, I'll turn it over to the staff who worked, between Jared and Kristen, worked tremendously hard to get this done. And I'm going to recognize Jared first because he hasn't had a chance to talk, and then Kristen can jump in if Jared doesn't cover it.
Yeah, can I just take that answer for a moment and then ask another question you can answer as part of this? Okay, so I appreciate that you would have rewritten the memo if you had the chance to say, we still got problems even after we did this. I think that's what I hear you saying. Certainly that would have changed my approach to this because I read a memo that said, hey, here's our term sheet, represents the best ideas we have. I guess the question would be, why wouldn't we put together a term sheet that would address the concerns we have? So that way we'd be fair brokers in all of this and say, hey, this is our best idea, right? So anyway.
Yeah, so it goes a ways to address the concerns that we highlight in the original memo, the main memo, but there are kind of those structural issues with the JPA that aren't fully addressed and can't be addressed in the term sheet because it's how the structure is of the JPA that's already formed. So Kristen may have more to add to that too. I don't know, but.
Yeah, and thank you. That's so interesting what language is interpreted by different readers. Thanks for your comment, Mr. Mayor. While these terms address the concerns, they don't fully mitigate the concerns, right? So I think we were careful to try to go through the concerns and say which ones we thought could be mitigated partially or mitigated fully or not really mitigated. And so we did our very best work to try to mitigate as many of the risks as we possibly could, but the memo still stands, the no third party to oversee compliance and the fact that really the deal team is overseeing its own compliance with really no other entities in the mix like a traditional affordable deal has to also, kind of watch the shop. That has no obvious mitigant. So we did our best. We said we'd get reports. However, that also could have a downside that we would know something was not quite right, and yet we wouldn't have any power to do something about it. So it addresses, but does not fully address or fully mitigate all the problems.
Okay.
And I want to say I'm sympathetic at the many, as John Penkower said rightly, this is complicated work. It's very detailed, and it's not easy to put all this together. So I do want to say, I thank other people for even reading this because this is really down in the weeds. So.
Yeah, and look, I don't appreciate how complex this is. I know this has been an enormous amount of time, and I'm not at that level of detail. I'm only superficially understanding it. And I had been under the assumption that we put something out that, quote unquote, addressed the concerns. So I understand that's not staff's view. And I guess, I'm scratching my head a little bit because I've always been under the impression that there are ways to design a contract that address concerns. And that's what negotiation's about. And I know the question was asked, are these problems solvable by the vice mayor? And the problem is, we really haven't given anybody the chance to solve them. We've decided they're not solvable. So I'm just a little concerned about that approach, which says, we're going to put out a term sheet. It's not really our best ideas. We still think there are unsolvable problems. Yeah. And I understand that there's been a lot of negotiation already. I would have liked to have seen some conclusion to this in which somebody said, let me try to solve those problems. And if they fail, we move on. That would seem to be a reasonable conclusion. Councilmember Mahan.
Yeah, I'll just quickly, I think I similarly find the process a little confusing. I guess I wanted to just ask to clarify for hopefully future processes like this. My perception of the process, at least, is that staff did not feel that maybe legally that it could actually speak with outside participants who might want to partner with the city in the future. Can we just clarify that point? Because frankly, that's probably the primary motivation of why I wanted to participate in a memo asking for another round of conversations, though understanding I think, very well taken points about prioritization and the lack of capacity, which I think is very reasonable. I'll just say what concerned me was hearing, here's our term sheet. This is what the city could live with. JPAs are saying, this is actually mostly aligned with what we do. There's just a couple of points here that don't make sense, but staff refuses to even speak with us. And so that's where I think I got concerned that the process seemed to be a little flawed. And I'm just trying to understand in the future is that, my understanding, and maybe I can ask Nora first. I mean, Nora, in these circumstances, is there a reason that staff cannot consult with market participants before we've issued a term sheet or put out an RFP?
because the contemplation was a procurement, and because typically staff wouldn't be meeting with someone who might be responding to a procurement, I think there was discomfort in potentially having those meetings and then being in a procurement process. So it's not uncommon for staff to, if they know they may have responders during a procurement, to not start a relationship with those responders or potential responders. So that, I think, is the normal practice and the reason why meetings wouldn't have taken place. There might be other ways to structure stakeholder interest, but they're going to take time and they're going to take staff time. So I think that's another issue.
Okay, so.
And the one thing I would just want to clarify, these were, you know, 3 different departments coming together with our best ideas on how we could mitigate as much as possible. And I just want to clarify, you know, they've said, what I heard was that they would make modifications. This is, the term sheet is not how they typically do their business for, you know, most of the stuff that we asked for. We presented additional ideas that would modify how they do their work. It's not how they do their work now. It's not like they only have 10% is what they would have to modify. They would have to modify their work. And I really appreciate their willingness and desire to modify their work in order to meet and to address our concerns. And so, as Nora stated, when we are creating an opportunity for someone to bid, we don't, you know, meet with all of them and say, tell us exactly how you'd like to respond to it. We, you know, try to put our best thinking and then, you know, release and see what we get. Because of the appearance of a conflict of interest.
I see. Yeah, but I guess my only concern there is that this is kind of a unique model, and it seemed like, and maybe I misunderstood the process, but it appeared that the term sheet we did put forward was mostly aligned with what they were willing to do, and so it seemed like a missed opportunity to not be able to have a conversation with them around the structure, because it seemed that the few items where there was not alignment seemed to actually have to do with a difference in opinion on kind of how the model actually works. But that being said, I mean, I respect the point about limited staff bandwidth. I think that's fundamentally what, in many cases, we're talking about here, and not wanting to go any farther down this route. So I will, despite, you know, being disappointed that I think sounds like we're not anywhere closer to having that missing middle solution that we can put into practice anytime soon. I'll support the direction that I think the council's going in.
Councilmember Peralta.
Yeah, thanks. And, you know, there was, I think, some confusion on my part too in looking at the term sheet and originally thinking that this was a favorable path forward. In my conversation with staff, I understood differently that what they were doing was putting forward potentially the best option that they could if council were to decide to move forward, but their recommendation was very clear, and that it was that we do not proceed. And I understood that because that has happened over the course of my time on the council, where sometimes when staff does not present options, we have said, why didn't you bring us options? And then obviously when options are presented and it's up to the council to make a decision, we don't necessarily always agree with staff. And I think that's, again, I also had a lack of clarity on that until I met with staff, was able to understand what it was they were trying to accomplish in the term sheet. And it really was their very best approach and I guess option or opportunity across the table if the council were ultimately to move forward. but that was not their recommendation. And as they described to me, and then I came very clear to understand that there were other issues that could not be mitigated through this term sheet, and specifically those structural issues. And that's where it was very convincing to me, and that's where I believe we will not be utilizing their time wisely moving forward. And as Councilor Mahan just said, and I appreciate that Councilor Mahan willingness to sort of adapt on the fly here in regards to direction, because I do think that at the end of the day, that is ultimately, I think, the major challenge here. Because I too actually would prefer that we have staff working on a lot of things right now, but quite frankly, we've narrowed that direction for them, and I think we should respect that. So I appreciate the shift of your support and willingness to support the substitute motion. Thanks.
All right, other questions? Comments? All right, let's vote then on the motion, the superseding motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on to item 4.1, which is the fireworks ordinance work plan status report.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So if we're ready, I'll share my screen. And can you see it?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. So I want to thank Mayor and Council for this opportunity to deliver the fireworks ordinance work plan status update. I am Deputy Chief Hector Estrada, and with me presenting will be Captain Jason Tav, the Police Department and Support Services Division. And so this presentation covers the preparation and actions in response to the 2021 New Year and Lunar New Year TET celebrations, and our status on our progress for the assigned tasks that we received on October 27th, 2020. And the fireworks ordinance work plan status report dated April 6th is available on the City of San Jose website and through the council agenda. I first would like to start by reviewing our program components and the goals for the effort that we had for the reduction of illegal fireworks use in the city. The program components remain education and outreach, and this is essentially for us to reach as many people as possible through our multimedia with the relevant message in all of the appropriate languages that we can. And next, reporting, and that is the effort to improve our data quality recently and increase the ease in reporting while increasing the number of actionable reports, hopefully resulting in citation or warnings. And then third, the enforcement, and as is a challenge with most other cities and jurisdictions, the most challenging part of the components that we have as our mission. The goals of the program are to reduce injuries and fires, to decrease the use of illegal fireworks activity, and increase the number of actionable reports. And we added a fourth this time around so that we could make sure that people were aware of the new ordinance or the new changes in the fireworks fines. So it's been a pretty busy 7-ish months, and we have presented to council first in October and then December. We completed a number of work plan items, and we have collaborated with our core groups, interdepartmentally and interagency. And so we have met regularly. We have met with the City Information Technology Department, City Attorney's Office, Office of Administration Policy and Intergovernmental Relations, as well as other outside entities. We explored improvements to the online reporting tool in a partnership with the City Information Technology Department, and they reported out on the tool integration for San Jose 311. I'll mention a little bit more about that later. we expanded our campaign messaging and provided New Year and Lunar New Year education and outreach, so specifically targeted for those communities and that time frame. And we reported back to public safety, finance, and strategic support. And now we're here before you. So PISFIS on April 15th and then today on the 11th. So I'd like to recap what we completed as far as work plan items that we had on our docket. And I'd like to say that start with the increase in the violations or the fines for violations. As we screened local jurisdictions and across the state, we were able to recommend and had approved increase in a first violation fine from $500 to $1,000. Second violation fine within 18 months, 7 to 2,000, and then 1,000 for a third violation, moved to 3,000. So we are amongst the highest in the Bay Area. So the cost of actually violating the fireworks ordinance in San Jose is greater than, it's more significant for us. So we presented, or a presentation to council by Information Technology Department was provided in January, and the digital strategy roadmap for San Jose 311 report provided a clear assessment of the integration possibilities that we had for potentially integrating with the 311 app, and the feasibility in incorporating the online reporting tool was also included in that, and it helped us identify their current priorities. Also, we had the fireworks ordinance work plan status report was reinstated to PISFIS committee as another normal work plan item. And we will be presenting next as 4.2, the ordinance for social hosts and responsibilities. I will pass this over to Captain Toss so he can talk a little bit about the proposed enforcement strategy.
Thank you, Chief Estrada. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jason Ta. I am the San Jose captain for the Support Services Division at the Police Department. So I'll talk a little bit about our enforcement plan for this 4th of July. So we're going to use a combination of traditional as well as some non-traditional policing strategies. This will address the purchasing and selling of fireworks, the possessions of fireworks, and also, of course, the ignition, the igniting, discharging of fireworks. We have also been budgeted, I believe, about $37,000 for 7 enforcement campaigns that we plan to do. 2 being addressing the buying and selling of fireworks. I believe 4 to address the actual weekend night violations, proposed 1 weekend before and 2 weekends before, and the 3rd one dealing with the actual day of the event, which will be the day of the 4th of July. So we have plans in place for all 3 of those different strategies. Additionally, we plan to the extent possible, have videos or some sort of images that we're going to hastily put into a public service announcement, a PSA, so we can use that as additional deterrence, playing that on our social media platforms so that the public as well as potential offenders are aware that the police department is actually doing an aggressive enforcement campaign this year.
So thank you, Captain Ta. And with that, I will move to our work plan items that we have in progress. So for those items, first, the mobile and online reporting tools in the San Jose 311. So it will not be integrated into San Jose 311 yet. Baseline or of interim changes to the existing tool to address incompletes and insufficient online reports that can be accomplished within the current budget and staffing will be incorporated into the 2021 4th of July reporting period. We're working with our fire IT to accomplish those. Interjurisdictional efforts. So the staff in the Office of Administration, Policy, and Intergovernmental Relations reached out to partners at the county, state level, and city's federal lobbyists about potential legislation to ban fireworks and increase the prosecution of violators. Well, there is a acknowledgement that this is a significant problem. Attention of the city's partners and all levels of government has been focused on COVID response and mitigation. And also the fire department reached out to Morgan Hill and Gilroy. We found that Morgan Hill had raised their fines for fireworks violations, and Gilroy had planned to permit safe and sane fireworks on this 4th of July. Additional funding. So we did look into grants, but found of those that we researched, none were in alignment with the scope or the parameters established by the relevant or by the programs that we looked at. And we will, however, continue to research opportunities to support the illegal fireworks law enforcement funding. Our outreach campaign on cultural competency analysis. So the city manager's office of communications, in partnership with the fire department's communication staff, will review the fireworks campaign for cultural relevancy and this summer, and will plan to launch a refreshed campaign and the materials in 2022. And our review of the citation protocols is the due process requirements for fireworks citation is currently under review by the city attorney's office. So those are all items that are currently underway within our work plans. So taking a look at the reporting period that we had for New Year and Lunar New Year, it lasted 53 days, and it spanned from December 23rd through February 14th. And through the online reporting tool, we received 342 reports, 21 of which were actionable and resulted in 20 warnings and 1 citation. It was a slight increase, but it still was right around the same level that we had last 4th of July. Code enforcement staff evaluated and followed up with all of those reporting parties that resulted in some type of actionable report. The fire calls for fireworks, as listed, were 16, and we had no fires in either structures or vegetation, and we had 1 medical event that was related to fireworks. A majority of our calls were to report on conditions, which essentially is a request to look into an area for smoke or other unknown loud noise, things like that. The fireworks hotline, 301, phone reports, we received 113 calls. 56 were routed through to the online reporting tool, and 23 were answered by San Jose 311 call center staff. And after hours, 34 were forwarded to after hours answering service. One of the things that we did do a little differently and modified was our social media approach. We were able to reach an extra 110,000 people through focused messaging in appropriate languages, and I'll highlight that for a moment. Through members of the fire department and prevention staff were featured in new videos, and they were multilingual educational videos, and they were added to our library, which has now been expanded to include new content for specifically the New Year and Lunar New Year tent celebrations. And these were produced in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese. The outcomes are things that we recently achieved, landmarks for this last New Year and tent Lunar New Year. We had increased firework fines that were effective in December as a result of the comparative analysis and council direction. And now, once again, fines in San Jose are amongst the highest in the Bay Area. Our campaign visibility to multilingual audiences. Our PSA video library has expanded, and we can reach a greater number of people in the languages in which they feel the most comfortable. Our targeted social media outreach focused on areas that have histories of high use of illegal fireworks, and we can now reach those areas to fit the demographic for that population. And we will continue to maintain our libraries and in the language diversity that we have. Our media interviews that we were able to, Channel 26 with reporter Vivian Wang on KTSF, we provided a prevention personnel to conduct an interview in Chinese, which we will look for more opportunities like this to send our message through either live or recorded interviews. We had an expanded campaign visibility and stakeholder outreach. A fireworks messaging toolkit was provided 2, identify stakeholder groups, including the city council, school districts, neighborhood commissions, neighborhood associations, and residents belonging to the city's neighborhood watch and crime prevention CERT groups. And with the mobile app, we made progress. So now we have a better understanding and baseline for standards for future improvement for the online reporting tool. And we have a better understanding of how to modify and meet the minimum fulfillment thresholds that eventually will hopefully help us for 311 integration. So next steps, we're going to continue to meet. The team has met on a regular basis. We continue to work on the online reporting tool and the other work plan items. The police department has enhanced enforcement and for on and before July 4th. And our data-driven messaging campaigns will continue in as many relevant languages and for the specific situations that we reach for 4th of July coming up. And with that, I'd like to acknowledge the participants for this effort. Captain Jason Ta, Police Department. Erica Ray is our Public Information Manager with the Fire Department. Rachel Roberts is Deputy Director of Code Enforcement. And also on her staff from Code Enforcement is Maria Diaz Perez, Oscar Carrillo, Jason Jubilisco, Trevor Goller from City Manager's Office, Carolina Camarena from CMO, Diana Yuan from City Attorney's Office, Jerry Drayson from City Information Technology, and on the line we also have the Assistant Chief and Fire Chief. So we're ready to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you for this item. You know, I'm really, I'm hopeful about, I'm wondering if there's ways that you can address with this issue ideas about what was mentioned the last time this item was brought before council is at the state and federal level where the shipment and selling of fireworks is perhaps better monitored, and from our port systems. You know, are we at a time to start, you know, really working on those ideas and practices and looking into that and being able to talk about that here? It was stated that you will not be using the 311 line yet. So, you know, it is a lot of give and take, I understand, in working out, you know, best practices for this issue. And thanks to everyone for their patience. I'm really, as with gun issues, I'm really interested how this can be handled at the state and federal level. And good luck in those efforts. I had a few more things to say that I cannot quite think of. Oh, I do know that I wanted to make a personal thank you to all of you that you have a police person, Officer Estrada, who I think that's his name, who he has an important role in this process, and he seems like a really knowledgeable person who can really be, you know, decent in all sides for this issue. So thank you for that, and just good luck with this issue. It's difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's return to council. Councilmember Menace.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to first move to accept the report. So if there's a second.
Second.
Yeah, thank you. Also wanted to say just a deep thank you to Chief Estrada and everyone else, the long laundry list of folks that he mentioned that are really behind a lot of this movement. We appreciate it. Also want to thank that, you know, although it was just simply Blair Beekman that made some comments, which, you know, always appreciate his presence. I know that there are many residents who are watching this meeting and paying attention to the comments being made and watching the work that's done that appreciate the work from the fire department to the police department to code enforcement and everyone else. So just wanted to say that we're listening to you all. We appreciate your efforts to move this issue forward. And lastly, let me just acknowledge that obviously with many of the topics that we discuss at council, there's a lot going on. We just had a topic on middle income housing, dealing with the pandemic. And so I greatly appreciate the staff's ability to move some of these issues forward all the while. I mean, quite frankly, it seems like the world's burning down. And I think it's very important that we're able to do that, and we're able to walk and chew gum at the same time. And I think you guys are doing an excellent job, and I very much appreciate it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, I'll be brief. Just going to echo the comments of Councilmember Jimenez. Thank you to staff for your work on this, to the Stop Illegal Fireworks Coalition, a lot of those members leading out of my district. And I know they've been working hard on pushing the city to try and better our efforts on addressing the use of illegal fireworks. And just, I know it's certainly as we're prepping for the 4th of July holiday, as that leads up, it's I think a benefit to be able to hear this update. And I am even more excited about the next item, the social host ordinance, something that I know myself and the mayor had been pushing for a couple years, and so look forward to that coming forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank Chief Estrada and Captain Toff for your reports and work on this issue. Councilmember Jimenez talked about seeming like the world is burning down around us, but what I'm really concerned about this summer, of course, is fire danger from these fireworks. We had a big vegetation fire in District 4 yesterday, and I know it won't be the last. And while that one wasn't caused by fireworks, I suspect that we will see some this year, given that we're particularly dry this year, and I think we're at big risk in some of our communities. And I know this is a citywide problem, but I will tell you, there are fireworks every night now in my neighborhood. It's obviously stressful for people. It's particularly stressful on our pets. My dog hides in the closet and destroys anything she can get in her mouth for about an hour after she hears even a single firework going off. So we have to deal with her every night. I know that's happening across the city. And of course, there's lots of other issues that arise from this. So I guess my first question is, do we have statistics, data about whether we've increased citations, whether there have been more, what the numbers are now versus what they were before in terms of effectiveness of catching any people who are shooting off fireworks, setting off fireworks?
We do, and thank you for the question, Councilmember. We do, and there are, this last report, since it covers the new year and the Lunar New Year, the data tracks back to that more specifically. So on the tables that are connected to it, it shows to a certain extent the amount of firework usage, but it's specific to those dates. So if we reference back to the last report, it would include those numbers. So last year was an extraordinary year, and I would reference back to the pages that are essentially in the attachments. I don't have the specific numbers in front of me at the moment, but I can grab hold of them if you like.
Okay, I mean, I'd like to, at some point, I guess I'd like to hear some of the numbers and see what we're doing. And I know that you had some good suggestions in the presentation about some ways to improve enforcement. It strikes me that, I mean, I think I appreciate the higher fines that were implemented at the end of last year. And certainly the social host ordinance is a good one. But for me, none of those things matter if we can't enforce, if we can't catch people. And what I feel, and I think our residents feel, is that reporting doesn't do any good, that we're not really catching anybody, that people feel some sense of impunity when they behave this way because there's almost no way to get caught. And so we can put all the ordinances in places we want, but if we have no way of catching people, and I know it's hard because I know we have to catch people in the act. What is, when someone makes one of those calls to 311 or submits an online report, what is the action that then happens after that?
So as the report comes in, it collects the data that's inputted by the citizen who's reporting. It's processed then through staff and through the code enforcement division. I could pass it over to Rachel Roberts, who handles that group, the actual process that they follow is within her group.
Oh, not very good visual here today, but I'll go ahead. So yes, our process, once the complaint comes in, we have to go through a pretty extensive amount of time to sort through the reports that actually have been completed and that we can evaluate for potential warning notice or citation. So once we've gone through that process, then those are reviewed by a supervisor in code enforcement to determine if we can issue a warning notice or if there's enough evidence there to issue the citation. Obviously, if there's any question around that, we do consult our city attorney's office. And then we also take steps to contact any of the citizens who have filed a report that did become actionable to update them on the outcome of their report. So we go through that exercise. We actually started doing firework enforcement in that manner year round. I think we're on the second year now. So it's happening all year, but obviously there's some peak periods where we're getting a lot more complaints around New Year, Lunar New Year, and then 4th of July.
So am I right to assume that it's pretty unlikely that there will be a police response to a report immediately in terms of getting out to where something's happening?
So
I can address that.
Okay, go for it. Thank you.
Councilmember, thank you for your question. So I think there was one thing that I wanted to kind of comment on that you asked or you spoke about first, and that was the citation numbers. And what we have learned from the PD side is that most of the times and the days that the bulk of these firework violations are being reported to the police department or to whoever they're going into, those are the busiest times for us in terms of staffing. And so we didn't have historically dedicated staff that was earmarked for fireworks enforcement. And so as a result, if crimes of violence or injury related events came in, staff was diverted to deal with those first. And by the time we were able to have staff available to address the fireworks violation, that could be hours past. And so this year we've gotten budgeted overtime money to have dedicated staff, and we're going to deploy those staff weeks in advance, so that way we can deal with these kind of violations on a smaller scale instead of rolling into a group of 3,000 people with 2 officers. So we're looking at making it more safe for our officers and also dealing with the behavior to address some of these problems of impunity. And then so historically, the violations that we uncovered were just random stops that an officer would make a car stop or be at an event on some other, for some other reason, and then would stumble across some fireworks possession. And so those were primarily the enforcement actions that we saw from the PD because of a couple of the things that I had mentioned. So I think that with the new adoption of a social host ordinance, it will allow the burden of proof to be a little bit more relaxed, so we can really, I think, truly affect the behavior this year.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for that information. It occurs to me that perhaps similar to what we're doing for some sideshows and what we do for speed traps actually throughout the city, is that if we knew of places that were regular reported or hotspots, we could almost, set up a firework trap in some sense where we've got people already stationed where we know things happen. Although I'm sure that every one of us as a council member would tell you that almost every neighborhood is a hotspot. But if we've got some data as to where this is happening frequently, there might be proactive approaches, and so having that dedicated staffing might be helpful. So that's good news. And I'll just end by talking about Alviso, which I know is a really difficult, really, especially on the holidays like 4th of July, is almost like a center for people coming to do fireworks, and that's the northern edge of District 4. It's already pretty far away as far as response times. And what we're hearing from the residents there is that people come from out of the area to set off fireworks there in large numbers. And what ends up happening too is that because there's only 2 roads in and out of Alviso, There are people that almost are scouting for police when they come in and waiting till they leave on those streets and then saying, okay, they're gone, now we're safe. So just something to be aware of, that perhaps, some other kinds of ways of patrolling the area, or coming back through even after you've left might actually help us disperse and solve those crowd problems.
Yeah, we have a plan for both of those scenarios this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chief Estrada, Captain Ta, for the really good work that you're all doing. I know many of us that are at maybe opposite ends, but certainly far away from some of the city center. Unfortunately, we get a lot of fireworks in our district, and I don't know who can claim who has more, but we certainly have a lot of open space, and I think people like to take advantage of that. But I have to admit that when I looked over to D5, it was like firework display, like a legal version of a firework display. It was out of the ordinary, and I don't know if it had to do with the pandemic and people just having a little more time on their hands to do these kinds of things. So I know in the past what you all have done, and I get to hear some of this work plan during PISFAS, during Public Safety Committee. And I know one of the things that had happened previously was some of the letters that were like warning letters that were sent to folks. Even if they, we didn't capture all the information, we didn't have a name, but we had a residence. They were sent warning letters, and I know there were some issues in terms of having an accurate name. But I wonder if these are the same maybe areas or residents that we've seen over time have similar violations or have similar complaints, that we would send something ahead of time and let them know, hey, listen, this year we're working on this host ordinance. You will be liable for any cost incurred to the city if we have to respond, or just reminding them of the penalties once again, just anything to maybe help deter. Is that something that is within something reasonable that we can do ahead of time?
So as far as outreach, we're working on the communication plan for that right now. And so pretty much at the moment, everything's on the table. And we are interested in using the data that we have. And we want to try to be as proactive this year as possible. If I can ask Erica Ray to comment on just some of the outreach that and how we might be doing things differently, she might be able to provide some insight into the different things that we're trying this year.
Sure, thank you. Erica Ray, Public Information Manager for the Fire Department. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Arenas. I do believe, as Chief Estrada had mentioned, everything's on the table, and I think that that is a great idea that we can pursue since we know that these are homes that have been identified as having some fireworks activity, that we can proactively reach out to them with those messages that you specifically mentioned, the increased fines, the social host ordinance, and that communication we can push out to the larger community as well, but definitely target those areas. I'll work with code enforcement on that, since we'll need to collaborate on getting the actual contact information, but I think it's feasible at this point.
Wonderful. I'm really glad to hear that. I mean, anything that we can do just to reduce, we're still in the pandemic, people still have a bit of time in their hands. And so I'm afraid that we're going to see some of the same display that we saw last year in July. And the other thing that I noticed that our police department has been doing really I know we have to wait until we see the fireworks or a holiday come in to actually move on some of this. And it's very different from sideshows. But one of the things that I've noticed with the sideshow efforts is that Our police department is using their, using their tweets and their social media to show, look what can happen. Look at your cars. We've impounded 5 cars. These could be yours, right? And so I know that your effort really is to educate and deter, and I certainly can appreciate that. But I think we can maybe safely, without showing any residents or anything like that, maybe a stock photo, but this resident received a $2,000 fine or something. Or last year in this area, this resident John Doe received a $1,000 fine. Just so that we can continue to have that out there as circulating in terms of consequences, so that people know, come July, there's nothing, no rock that we left unturned in terms of sharing some of the information, and nobody's surprised. So I don't know if that would be possible, but if it is, I'd love for you to consider that, and I appreciate you also considering the letter. I don't envy the work, because it is really, really difficult. It's kind of a whack-a-mole strategy, if you will. And so I appreciate the iterations of strategies and work that you've all have maintained over the last couple of years, as far as I can remember. So thank you for all the work, and thank you for keeping us all safe. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to echo my thanks. This is another one of those issues. I don't think there's anybody, any part of the city that is untouched. Although I have sat in Alum Rock in the hills on 4th of July and enjoyed several professional grade fireworks shows in the city's neighborhoods. I wanted to also ask, in terms of the drones and things like that, we do have some areas. I think I will say Alum Rock kind of wins this terrible competition that none of us want to win. But Calm Hill is also notorious for a lot of issues on 4th of July. Is this how we're going to deploy drones in some of these big areas, or can you talk a little bit more about that and some of these big hotspots that we have in our city?
Yes, I thank you for the question, Councilmember. I can address the drone strategy. So at the current way that we enforce the penal code, even with the use of a very clear image or video, without knowing who we're looking at, there's a lot of follow-up investigation that still needs to be done. So I'll give you an example. If we deployed a drone in the 4th of July, it would have to be probably during the daylight where we could actually see the drone. It would probably be a scenario where there's less fireworks going off, because they usually go off at the nighttime hours. And so having a nighttime image, even with a clear face, is going to require several man hours of follow-up investigation to either do a photo lineup or to somehow do a show up. It would be very it would be heavy on personnel time for follow-up investigation. We would be better off trying to roll up in a marked patrol vehicle and identify and cite a offender. So I don't know if that really addresses your question, but I think that as we adopt some derivative of a social host ordinance, that would the burden of proof would be a little bit more relaxed, so we could trace that back to either a residence or some sort of property owner, a tenant, or a landlord. Then the use of a drone for those purposes may be much more feasible. But as it stands right now, with the current penal code and the level of proof that we need to bring forward, the drone would actually cost us more staff time than it would save.
And it would help. Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. And are we, I suspect it's the same thing. Are we also looking at closing some streets on a broader level than we have in the past in some of these hotspots?
Yeah, so thank you again for this question. So as you probably might have remembered last year when I was in Foothill Division, we did a couple of very strategic road closures that were very, very effective. And so the captains in those respective areas, I think if it can be done effectively like that, I think it will be done, especially for a very dry holiday such as the 4th of July. There is another strategy that we are going to use citywide that kind of deals with the Councilmember Cohen's suggestion earlier and yours right now. I'd rather not disclose the full extent of those strategies here, but as we do a PSA, I think it'll be pretty obvious that that we're using strategies that we know are going to be effective based on behavior that we've been tracking for several years.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'd just like to echo my colleagues' comments on, and I did a memo on the next item to have heavy social media outreach to create deterrence, especially on the next item, because that's been effective on some other items. And so now that we move forward on the next item on our agenda on the host ordinance, hopefully we can create more of a deterrent with that. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to say I appreciate the enormous amount of work that's gone into all this, and I know we're about to consider the certain host ordinance next, and appreciate that as well. Can anybody tell me sort of if they remember to what extent we've implemented behavioral insights in shaping our messaging in any way to the public?
I'll take that one, Mayor. I think the city manager's office did manage the fireworks campaign previously, and those that were really spearheading it are no longer in that department with the city. But from what I know, behavioral insights has been consulted previously, but we could not find any contracts that showed with any certainty that they were. And so moving forward, what we would like to focus on is just ensuring that the campaign refresh is evaluated for cultural relevancy. And that will be our focus to ensure that the refresh campaign does have that focus on it.
Erica, thank you. And I agree, cultural relevancy is critical and important, but a separate concern, right? And I appreciate you taking a look to see what had been done and recognize that there have been people who were involved and moved on. And maybe it would just help, because I know not everyone's been in this conversation all along, and there's a lot of people who moved into these roles, but if you'll bear with me. The reason why I'm making mention of behavioral insights is, I think many of us are pretty skeptical about our ability to enforce here. And I don't doubt Jason Taw's got something up his sleeve that will be creative, brilliant, and have some impact. But I think for the most part, we know if we put a police officer on every street corner, we're gonna be chasing a lot of ghosts because these things are lit off at night. And then the 17-year-old lit them off, is run off somewhere, or maybe not, depending on the setting. But it's very, very chase folks down. And we wish we had enough firefighters and enough police officers to be everywhere. We don't. And enforcement is never easy. When a couple of folks named Sustine and Thaler published a book called Nudge back in 2008, and some different cities throughout the world started picking up the basic notion, which was that as people, we don't always behave rationally. And that simply informing people that there's, for example, a safety risk using fireworks is probably not necessarily the most effective way to get them to stop using fireworks. Or telling them that they might get caught is probably not the most effective way, particularly when they don't really believe they're going to get caught. And increasing fines doesn't really have much impact because, of course, people don't believe there aren't enough police officers even in a perfect world with all the budget we had, it would be awfully difficult to catch folks. And so that sort of the belief that we just convey rational messages and that will change behavior is kind of a not very fruitful approach. And there are better ways to convey information to actually change behavior. And so some of it is around choice architecture. For example, in England, when they started deploying this, they figured out that people would save a lot more money for retirement, not if you gave them big tax breaks, but actually if you made it the default option, so that they actually had to choose not to save. Or in the context, for example, of saving water or saving electricity, they found that there was a lot more impact with subtle messages to residents that were focused on social disapproval. For example, telling folks how much water they were using compared to other people in their immediate neighborhood. And if they were using a whole lot more, they could see that what they were doing was out of step with their neighbors. And even more, if there was a way to convey in ways that would enable their neighbors to know how much water people are using. Now, I'm not suggesting we all become big brother and get people tattle on each other. But the point is that social disapproval is a really effective nudge to get people to change their behavior. And so a lot of folks have deployed behavioral insights in ways to try to get behavioral change where we know we're not going to get it because the long arm of the law isn't long enough. And what we saw, this was actually on the work plan, the city manager's office back in 2017 and 2018, we kept asking folks. And what we kept getting from, at the time, the folks who were in charge of this effort, who I know are no longer, because I don't think they're with the city anymore, but they kept putting out messages saying fireworks are bad, fireworks aren't safe. And we kept telling them that's not behavioral insights. That's, you're just telling folks what they already know and it's not changing their behavior. So we would be happy to help make partnerships with teams who are working and helping cities with behavioral insights that help craft messages that actually help influence behavior in really positive ways. And I'd certainly volunteer my time to help connect folks to organizations that could help us if we had a willingness to try. But bluntly, I didn't think we really tried, even though it was on our work plan a few years ago. And it's obvious to me that, you know, we're trying a lot of things right now and they're all really hard. And I can't help but think that if there were messages that, for example, let's say we actually had a 311 app that incorporated this, that persuaded folks that neighbors are actually taking photos of them using fireworks. Whether those neighbors are actually taking photos or not, the message that people are hearing that their neighbors are taking photos is a helpful nudge, right? And so I guess that's what I'm really getting at. And the question is, would anyone have the bandwidth to work with us, with organizations like Bloomberg Philanthropies, to try to craft these messages that might actually be more helpful in changing behavior?
Understood. Thank you, Mayor. At this point, you know, Fire and City Manager's Office of Communications are collaborating on this refresh with the City Manager's Office taking the lead on it and Fire supporting. And I'm very happy to bring that forward to our Director of Communications, that suggestion. And at this time, we have yet to put together, you know, our solicitation for vendors to help us with this. So now would be a great time to explore that as a possibility, so we can see if we can, you know, fit it into our budget and our work plan at this time.
Okay, great. We'd be happy to hustle on our end to see if we can get some folks who can offer some good insights for us. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate your efforts. All right, any other comments or questions?
Mayor, Robert Sapien, Fire Chief, if you don't mind, I'll interject a little bit. Not all of us have moved on since 2017. So we did actually have council direction back then. We did use the consulting services that were available. The messaging that we came up with was market tested at that time, and the recommended messaging did come back to council. And we deployed it for a couple years, and in fact, some of the materials we have still reflect some of that messaging. I think it's important to recall that we made significant progress between 2017, 18, and 19. And it's important, I think, to recognize that 2020 was absolutely extraordinary in terms of the volume of fireworks that hit the public market. And this was true across the entire nation. In consult with fire chiefs from across the country, 2020 was a marked change in behavior, a marked change in the flood of fireworks that ended up in the streets. And so I think we're in somewhat of a reset mode, trying to figure out if that's going to be sustained. My concern is that if underground vendors made a tremendous amount of money last year, I don't think they're going to be absent from the market this year. And so I think we do have an enforcement challenge on the front end. But certainly to your question, in terms of as we refresh our strategies, I think the public messaging is a key part of that, and certainly we'd be willing to employ available tools.
If you said that we've made considerable progress prior to 2020, how are we measuring that?
So one is just basic field knowledge. My principal personal indicator was I monitored closely over the 3 years by just active presence in the field, the time period where firework volume was present. And I can say in 15, 16, I would estimate that they started in late May and persisted to a climax on July 4th. And in the latter years, 18 and 19, I saw that time period reduce significantly down to mid-June to July 4th, and that was true. And I think our best year, frankly, was in 2019, but for some significant hotspots that were already mentioned, like Alviso and a few other neighborhoods that we know are challenging. But I do feel that we made significant progress. Certainly our fire activity reflected it. Our emergency response activity reflected it. The strain on our resources during peak periods reflected it. And so I think I just want to sort of put on the table today that 2020 was a significant step away from that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. There's an aberration in 2020, and we'll put the outlier aside. I'm just trying to understand. So is it based on the number of fires and calls for service? Is that?
Yeah, overall activity and just frankly what we could see in terms of fireworks activity. And again, kind of a gauge on the volume of fireworks over extended periods of time. And it was my personal observation that the time had reduced significantly leading into 2019. And again, last year is a complete outlier.
Okay, I would just suggest if there's some indicators we're using that are actually measuring at least some proxy for fireworks activity, whether it's complaints or fires that appear to be started by a firework, whatever it might be, I really think it would be helpful to elevate that in some way, because the perception from our public, putting 2020 aside, depending on where you live and where the fireworks were bad that particular year, right? I mean, we know this is all anecdotal. But a lot of folks in the public think we haven't been making progress. And if we have, then it would be good for us to talk about that, right? And because, I can remember several articles in the newspaper talking about, hey, we're not actually citing very many people. We're not arresting anybody, whatever it might be. And so to be able to say, hey, we're doing things that actually work would be helpful. And it also would be helpful to guide us into understanding what we should or shouldn't be doing. And so is there a way we can make that, I hate to get back to sort of the dashboard kind of language to channel Councilmember Mahan, but is there a way that we can make that more overt, where we're actually looking at this data that's telling us if the problem's getting worse or better?
Yeah, we can certainly work on that kind of metric. The big system things we can generate, fairly easily, call volume, that kind of thing are metrics we follow already. The challenge is there's different indicators that can be difficult for the public to understand. So for example, in 2021, we're confronted by a severe drought condition, and we're already seeing high fire activity. So in the event that we had fewer fireworks on July 4th in 2021, you might actually see more fires than we had in 2020, right? So that's going to be, from a perception standpoint, it's going to look like we had our worst, fireworks season ever. And so I think it's a difficult story to tell, no matter what. But certainly we can look for some baseline data that might help us articulate what's happening out there.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And I understand my time's up. I had a recollection of that market, what you described with regard to messaging in the market, and I saw the messaging, and it seemed to be very straightforward messaging about safety and fireworks. And I, be happy to talk with you more offline. It didn't suggest to me there were behavioral insights, but anyway, I'd be happy to talk more offline. Okay, any other questions? All right, let's vote then on the motion.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen. Cohen. Orozco.
Aye.
Aye, sorry.
Thank you. Davis,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Item 4.2 is the social host ordinance and the schedule of fees and charges for illegal fireworks. There's a presentation.
And can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to thank, once again, Mayor Ricardo and the council for this opportunity to offer this recommendation. Once again, I'm Actor Estrada, the Deputy Chief overseeing fire prevention in the fire department. And this presentation, outlines a recommendation to amend Title 10, the social host ordinance, and to the 2020-2021 schedule of fees and charges for illegal fireworks. This presentation is in response to the direction received on October 27th, 2020. And a copy of this memorandum is available on the city website and via link on the city council agenda, and it is item 4.2. So the recommendation for approval, this is the ordinance and for amending chapter 10.17 of title 10 of the San Jose Municipal Code. And this addresses a couple of areas in the code. And the first is it defines key components of the ordinance, and it expands the liability of the social host and property owners for gatherings where illegal fireworks are being used. It defines actual social host, public versus private property. It defines and imposes expanded liability to the social host, and it establishes a billing mechanism. It adds the administrative appeal process description, and it amends the 2020-2021 schedule of fees and charges. The municipal, if approved, what has changed, and I'll start by saying what doesn't change, and that is the municipal code will continue to ban the sale, use, possession, discharge, and storage of fireworks. Additionally, it'll extend the responsibility for violation of social host to the social host and property owners who host gatherings where illegal fireworks are used or discharged. The social host is defined, and it includes, but is not limited to, the person who rents, leases, or otherwise has possession of the property, and also if they organize, sponsor, or conduct or allow and have control over the access of the property where fireworks are being used. Strict liability is defined, and that extends liability for a wrongful act, irrespective of the intent or knowledge and or negligence and lack of thereof in committing the wrongful act. It authorizes the reimbursement for emergency response services to be billed back to a person or persons responsible for the actual response cost resulting from the use of illegal fireworks. I'll talk a little bit about the response charges. Within the ordinance, the schedule of fees and charges will be amended, and it will read that the fireworks response fee is the actual cost of response. Therefore, providing that the schedule will always be up to date and consistent with the authorized reimbursement for emergency response services. And this is including and without limitation, fire and police personnel and equipment responding for each incident. The bill of charges shall be served by the fire chief and or police chief, and it will be provided to the responsible party. The appeal process will include information on the bill of services to the person being charged, and that they may request a hearing before an appeals hearing board. So what will be different? Currently, the fines are levied against the person using fireworks or the owner only if they had knowledge of the fireworks. So the level of in order to assess liability is pretty high, and it's difficult. So the proposed amendment will make the social host of the property owners responsible for any fireworks violations that occur on their property or at their gatherings, even if the host or property owner did not discharge the fireworks. Moreover, it will make the social host and property owners jointly and individually liable for all emergency response costs associated or caused by the fireworks violations. The owner or tenant of the premises is often in the best position to control and knows or should know of the possession, manufacture, storage, sale, handling, or use of illegal fireworks on his or her residence or commercial property. The purpose of imposing the liability on social hosts is to encourage individuals who host gatherings to exercise greater care in ensuring that no illegal activity using fireworks is taking place at their gatherings. And this ordinance is intended to deter people from hosting gatherings where fireworks are and encourage them to prevent their guests from using or discharging fireworks. In summary, this proposed ordinance recommends, if adopted, in conjunction with the enhanced planned enforcement described in the previous presentation, the higher fines adopted in December of 2020, and the expanded liability with the potential liability for cost response, a framework that has been enhanced to make the use of illegal fires truly not worth it. So with that, I would like to extend my recognition to Diana Yuan from the deputy city, or she's a deputy city attorney from the city attorney's office. Erica Ray, Public Information Manager, Jason Ta, San Jose PD, Rachel Roberts, Deputy Director of Code Enforcement, Trevor Gold in City Manager's Office, Carolina Camarena in City Manager's Office. And with that, we will take any questions that you have.
Great, thank you very much. Let's go to the public, Mr. Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for this item. This offered kind of some old issues that you haven't talked about in the days before COVID-19. Thank you. It was how to address the future of house when people sell their homes, and that's the way to slowly pass along the message that when people buy new homes, you explain these fireworks ordinance provisions and what's they're expected of them. I think over the next few years that will have a real important impact on people, and that will make the subtle impression that the mayor was asking about. Thanks a lot for the words of the mayor in his previous item, the way he talked about the issue. It's really the first time I really heard him talk about, how can we talk to the community in subtle terms? And I'm trying my best, and the little I know, how work at the state and federal level, and to address, the trading of fireworks at the state level and the federal level. I think that hopefully is like encouraging signs to young people how they need to start to view this situation and what they can expect of the future of this situation. And it's an open policy. It's a more progressive, liberal way to understand things, and it's asking them, with good progressive liberal practices, to bring out their better persons and their better judgment and better qualities. We're doing our part at this time, and it's asking them to do the same. And, it's a more cooperative effort, and how to learn how to do that. Good luck how we can do that. Thanks for this item, and thank you.
Thank you. All right, coming back to the council, Councilmember Sparsa.
Thank you. I'll keep it quick considering the discussion that we just had. So I'd like to thank staff for bringing this forward, and I'd especially like to thank Councilmember Sergio Jimenez, who has been really pushing for a stronger response to illegal fireworks. And I wanted to draw a parallel between some of the actions that we've taken on street racing, for example, and what we're going to approve today, hopefully. And what we've seen with illegal street racing was that we looked at entities other than just the participants, besides the drivers who make those possible, the spectators, the promotions, the promoters. And that's what we're doing here, because we know it's not just the folks that are setting off fireworks, it's the hosts, the property owners that are encouraging the parties and really allowing these opportunities or these fireworks to happen. And so it's really about deterrence. We don't want to fine people. We don't want to impose fees. We just want people to stop doing it. It's really that simple. It's don't do it, right? And to the mayor's points in the last discussion, in dealing with human behavior, that we're, hopefully this is one tactic that will be effective. And so I'd like to move approval of my memo, which is to accept the recommendation and then to add a social media outreach and education campaign specifically to this, as similar to the street racing analogy, where there are those messages that go out, the fines, really pushing those consequences if you get caught, which has been effective in those social media campaigns. In particular, I think PD have done photos of like a car being towed, right? I mean, those visuals have been effective. And so that was really why I submitted the memo, because I saw those parallels. I think this is another thing that frustrates every neighborhood in the city. And so with that, I'll move my memo. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparso, would you also incorporate a friendly amendment that that all of our offices would be incorporated in that social media outreach?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I really appreciate seeing this social host ordinance come through, and I'm happy to support it. We have issues in all of our districts, as everyone has mentioned, where these fireworks are being let off, and it's not necessarily, we're not finding the individual who's letting the fireworks off, but the homeowner or the property owner or the neighbor or someone knows about it. And we need to be able to go after the social host, just like we are for the sideshows. I think the deterrence will be tremendous in that. I do have a question though. How are you going to find the social host? How are you going to find who that is? And the second question is, are there exemptions to the property owner? Specifically, many of our school properties have big open spaces, and those are being utilized to let off fireworks. So certainly we're not going to go after a school district for being a social host when they likely don't have any knowledge about it or certainly aren't involved in it. So are there exceptions, and how are you going to locate the social host? Or if you don't want to tell me exactly how you're going to locate the social host because you don't want them to know, that's fine too, but just give me a rough idea.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. So the first question, how are we going to locate the social host? So with the penal code, we have to not only locate but identify the person that discharges the fireworks. With the social host, I'll just give you kind of an example. If you were a neighbor and you either call the police department or you report in on the app that we're going to, hopefully with the adoption of this social host, change that app to really curtail some of the things that we need for any type of enforcement. If you, in that scenario, know that fireworks are being discharged in the backyard of, let's say, 123 Elm Street, we would solicit that information on that app or through the phone line, however that person chooses to call, to be able to support who that social host is. So that's just one scenario that I think will play out very frequently. Most of the time, neighbors know where the fireworks are coming from. They just don't know who exactly is lighting them off within that household. With regard to any exemptions, this social host ordinance is not just focusing on the person lighting the fireworks, but also the people in charge of that hosting that gathering. So I think commonsensically, if we're able to figure out on kind of an open public parking lot or a school parking lot who is kind of hosting that gathering, that would be probably where we would likely take some sort of citation action. So I don't know, though. I can't speak for the city attorney whether or not there are exemptions for government, properties or apartment complexes, large apartment complexes, counting parking lots, those kinds of things. So I don't know if there are any exemptions.
Nora, can you help me with the exemption? I'm particularly concerned about schools. I really don't have a concern about large apartment complexes. Those property owners should take liability for it, but I'm concerned about a school. And there are several schools that I can think of off the top of my head who have real problems with this, and the school district is not in a position to prevent it from happening. They don't have police force who's going after it, and the police may be detoured. The police may be somewhere else working with much more serious fireworks situations. So can you give me some comfort that we're not going to go after school districts, or should I ask for a friendly amendment?
Council member, that there's not a specific exemption, and we can, there may be some immunities. We haven't looked at those, but the ordinance as written might very well capture a public property like that because of the definitions. So we can exempt something like a school. We can look at that and try to come up with that exemption if that's the direction from the council. I understand the concern.
Would you like me to request a friendly amendment, or you will just take that as consideration?
We can, before we bring it back, we can do that. I don't know that it needs to be formalized. We can look at it. We'll be coming back for a second review.
Okay.
And deal with it that way.
Okay, thank you. I think this social host ordinance is really, really important. I just don't want to negatively impact somebody that we're going to spend a lot of time reversing ourselves on a decision that we've made. We really want to get to the social host and not penalize a school district for something they're trying to prevent as well. Just that's my thought. Jason, I'm sorry, I don't know your rank, Jason. I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Captain, no.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to embarrass myself. The app, is this going to be on San Jose 311?
I believe we're working with city IT. So if this ordinance is adopted, I think we're going to work with city IT to really kind of go through each of the questions that are going to be asked, and it's going to be very deliberate because what we're looking to do is really make that app actionable. So if people go to that app and they provide ample amount of information in order to support a citation, that can be done pretty much immediately without having to send physical staff out there to verify that. That is the hope that we're looking for, because I think that will very much change a lot of behavior very quickly.
I believe so too. And as soon as you have the app and it's ready to go, please let all of our council offices know, because I'm sure we will include it in our newsletters. And Next Door would love to have this information so that they can start going after fireworks. There isn't a day goes by, not right now, because we're starting to hear the fireworks, that we don't hear from folks. Was that gunshot or was it a fireworks? And people will respond, it's fireworks, where is it, where? And they're going nuts already, because it's a serious issue, serious for human beings, serious for pets, and let's just get them off the let's make our streets safe and go after the social host. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it for me.
Thanks, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Just one thing I was thinking about with the social host ordinance, which I fully support, and am hopeful that this will help, as Councilmember Esparza said, like we've been doing with the sideshows, going after everyone who's kind of involved. One of the things I was thinking about is Airbnb hosts. I'm hoping they would be liable, and I want to make sure that we reach out to Airbnb to make sure to let them know that their hosts in San Jose will be liable for these things, so that they can make sure to include that in their list of rules or in their fees and charges for their properties. So I think that might be something that could help have some deterrent effect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Just to follow up on Councilmember Foley's question about public property, school property, I guess as I read the ordinance here, it talks about public and private property. For example, I assume it would apply to people in a parking lot at a strip mall or shopping center after hours when stores are closed and people are gathering there. So we would want to, is that the intent, is to hold liable people who own property where people might come that don't live on that property, even though there's obviously no intent by the property owners to want that happening on their property. And I mean, I guess the other question about public entity, public parks, playgrounds, sports fields. So we were saying the city would be liable if someone were on a public, on a playground or park.
No, the city would not be liable. The effort was to capture social hosts on those properties. There may be a need to, the private property is different, and I don't know what the council's intent is on that right now. A private property owner is captured if fireworks are going off on their property. For example, a strip mall owner. The definition of property along with social host would capture right now, it looks like, public properties. It was with the intent, as I say, to somebody is saying, oh no, it was going off in the center of the street, and so it wasn't my property. That's what we're trying. That was what the idea was, that we understood we were to capture, but there may be a problem definitionally.
Yeah, because in your definition under social host, it says social host includes the person who owns, rents, leases, or otherwise has possession or use of the property. And it also says person who organizes, supervises, sponsors, etc., the fireworks gathering. So our intent, I think, should be that people, the C definition of social hosts, not necessarily the A definition of social host, because that one includes public and private property, which then is defined as pretty much any property owned by anyone, water district property, school property, county property, city property, right?
Yes.
I guess I'm just thinking, maybe we need to clarify what our intent is and make sure the language is clear about who is responsible in what circumstances.
Yeah, I understand that. And we will have to go back and make sure that that's clarified. My understanding is it's being looked at that code doesn't usually cite public property owners, but the way it's written, it may capture that. So we would have to clarify that.
And I am curious about even private property owners where people are trespassing on property, right? I mean, there is a question in my mind as to, do we want to hold our businesses responsible when after hours people are on their property doing something they shouldn't be doing? And that is a question I would ask about.
And for that, we would need council direction on that.
Can you repeat that?
Who, me?
Yeah, Councilmember Cohen, your concern was about people who might be trespassing. Yeah.
Probably private property where people are, for example, trespassing in a shopping center that's closed at night, or in a mall parking lot, or or a church parking lot, or whatever. Any place that's not, where the people who are gathering and doing the fireworks are not owners of the property or shouldn't be on the property, but they're there doing the fireworks, setting up the fireworks. This ordinance, as I read it, would hold the owner of that property liable, and I'm not sure if that's our intent.
Could I offer a suggestion on that point? If we just had a simple knew or should have known standard for the property owner. I mean, obviously we need an exemption for public property owners because taxpayers shouldn't be paying these fines. But secondly, that we just have a new or reasonably should have known standard for owners, so that, obviously if it's a homeowner who knew their 17-year-old had a bunch of fireworks stored in the garage and then had his friends come over and light them off, that person obviously would be liable.
Mayor, the provisions right now are for strict liability. So we wouldn't, the whole idea was to not have to prove intent or knowledge or that sort of thing. So for that example, I think the idea was to capture the parents and as property owners, and arguably the social hosts. The idea of a parking lot that may have fireworks going off, I don't know if the fire department or the police department have had situations where it's known that people go into those private parking lots and put off fireworks every year, and if the intent is to capture that, if that happens, because we're trying to get the word out to people. So if you own that strip mall where it happens all the time, you should be closing it around those holidays or when that works. I truly don't know what the thought is on that.
Maybe, could I just suggest, I think there's a difference. There's still some gap between strict liability and proving knowledge. We know we don't want to go out and prove knowledge. Would never be able to establish the case, investigation resources. But a knew or should have known doesn't require knowledge, simply requires that a property owner should have known, for example, that teenagers are coming over every weekend.
Yeah, and I guess my other question really is, what I experience is that people aren't setting it off on their property, but on the street, right? So they're not in their yard, they're out on public streets, but we, know what family they're with, or they might be gathering with friends from the neighborhood. I guess I'm trying to make sure this is capturing even those situations as well. And I know you can say there's a social host, but kids gathering on the street or whoever it is gathering on the street, the social host in that situation? Is it based on what house they retreat back into after the fireworks are set off? I mean, that's kind of I feel like there needs to be a little more meat to this ordinance in order to make sure we're capturing the behavior we're trying to prevent.
Well, part of this ordinance does capture streets and those types of areas. So the idea is that someone can't say it didn't happen on my property if they're the social host. It happened on a street, and so they still own it, if you will. So own the liability.
Could I just add just a quick comment? Most property owners are very responsible, but there are, in my experience, there are some properties that will claim ignorance even when they know what's happening year after year on their property. So as it stands, I mean, if that property owner doesn't take any type of action to prevent congregations like that from occurring on their property, even as simply as just chaining their parking lot at night, that would help us out because if you put too many of those ifs and whats in there, we won't really be able to do any type of enforcement. And what we'll see, I fear, is that a lot of those crowds will just go into those areas that we can't do any enforcement with. And so I just throw that out there. I know it's not a perfectly written draft at this moment, but it is with the intent to not have to prove to the landlord that this is occurring, because we had a false alarm program that we used with the police department years ago where we had to give people the first offense was a warning, and it just became a nightmare trying to figure out when the warning occurred, who was told, and just the logistics of dealing with that. It was very difficult. So I would urge that we keep it loosely written so that way some level of enforcement can be done automatically through the app. I think that's the intent that we're looking for.
Okay. I mean, just wanted to raise those questions and make sure that we're thoughtful about how it's written and who will be responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. I will be supporting the motion on the floor, and I wonder if at some point or another, I love this step in terms of trying to have more accountability. And this social host is definitely one of those steps that I think we need to take. The other step is a spectator fine. And I don't know if we've thought about that in the same way, as Councilmember Esparza was talking and drawing a parallel between sideshows and fireworks. Is this something that is feasible, or is this something that we've tried before and this just hasn't worked?
I can answer that from PD's perspective. We have not looked at that, I don't think, for the fireworks behavior, but I do know that we use that, as you had mentioned, for the speed racing. I think with spectator for the fireworks, it would it certainly wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility, especially if you can show proximity to the actual firework. Let's say, for example, if it's happening on the end of a cul-de-sac or something like that, and a whole bunch of people are out watching.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking about like those shopping centers that you were just discussing, as well as I was thinking about my own district, and the churches out here are just enormous, have enormous grounds, and so there's a lot of folks who use those parking lots. And typically there's only two ways, one way in and one way out. And so I think that could be the next step in terms of holding people accountable. I would also be interested in figuring out, the mayor talked about having some insights on behavioral modification, like what really works around this. I think we're just trying to figure out what works. I don't know that we found the actual answer. I hope this is part of it. But I think it's also trying to figure out what behavior modification strategy works for this particular item. It might be different for my sideshows completely, but I think we need to start being strategic about what has worked in other cities, what could work for our city, what campaigns have worked effectively, and what can we extract from that learning from other larger cities. I was going to ask, I am going to ask about the landlords who have tenants. Would this be a justifiable reason for an eviction? Because I'm wondering if, this is going to create that. And if it is, if there's that potential, I would say that we don't send the fees or don't send the notices until our moratorium ends, so that we don't create that conflict beforehand. Have we thought about how this impacts how the rental agreement, how we can integrate maybe damage to, typically it's damage to the apartment, and I don't know if this would include that. So I guess I'm wondering, I don't know if Nora or somebody from housing, how would this work? Could this be a reason that the landlord could evict a tenant over?
Well, it might depend on the lease, but if the lease has a provision in it that you not violate the law or something like that, it may very well.
So typically there's 13 reasons under the tenant protection ordinance, and none of those include that anything to do with. Oh, and actually, no, I lied. It says criminal activity. So this would be considered criminal? Would this be considered criminal, Nora?
It's a good question. Well, this particular ordinance may not, but if there was a citation, a criminal citation, and Captain, you might be able to help me out here, and we cited for that, that might be. Rachel, do you have any thoughts on that also?
I just know that up until now, all of our citations have been administrative. When you start to cite an individual, I think that's when it gets into more of that criminal type of citation that Captain Taw would know more about.
We can do citations for municipal codes as well as penal codes with a citation form. But I will say from an enforcement standpoint, we would probably end up defaulting to this ordinance because of the standard is going to be a little bit less than what the penal code is calling for. And I just want to comment once about the practicality of police responding to, let's say, a large school parking lot or a parking lot like we had talked about just recently. Unless we have some specific operations plan, it really kind of defaults back to our basing policing staffing model. And without those dedicated enforcement, the practicality of us going out on a weekend night to enforce something that is occurring in a parking lot it's possible, but the likelihood is very, very improbable. So I do think the devil is in the details with the ordinance and how it's written, but from just a general policing perspective, that probably will very rarely, if ever, happen unless we're doing this enforcement plan that we're planning this upcoming 4th.
Well, I'm sorry, council member, I'm not sure if your question was social host or some other crime related to fireworks.
No, it was related to the
tenant
host.
Okay, yeah. So this is administrative, but I don't know, it might depend on lease terms, but this is not criminal in that sense, it's administrative.
Okay, so this wouldn't constitute a reason for an eviction, it sounds like. I guess if we can just vet that and see if there is. I know, I apologize, I didn't send this to you ahead.
No, that's fine.
Typically, I do. but it occurs to me that there's a lot of folks who are renting, and so I just want to make sure that we figure out how we're lining those things up, and if it does constitute a reason for an eviction, that we align it with our moratorium so that we don't create evictions ahead of time. And then, and so the other issue I wanted to talk about was notice. How are we noticing these landlords or property owners? Are we somehow sending a letter to each and every person in the city of San Jose, or is this just a social media outreach?
Would you like me to take that one, Chief Estrada?
Sure, we talked about it earlier today, so thanks, too.
So we have a variety of outreach channels identified for this. So many of them carry over from our campaign this year. That would involve community stakeholder groups. So we've provided tailored toolkits to each of them. Our council members included print signage on fire stations, community centers and libraries, digital.
So this is, Erica, this is kind of typical outreach marketing plan, not a specific letter to all of the landlords per se in the city of San Jose.
So we have not discussed a blanket letter to all residents at all. So
great. What I was thinking is that we could use the networks that we have available to us through our housing department to maybe help us provide that notice to tenants and landlords alike. I don't know. I think every landlord, I mean, every property owner certainly gets a tax bill. And I don't know if we can work with the county to insert something that talks about this new ordinance that every property owner would be responsible for, and making that really clear, or working with landlords in case, once you vet out this question, whether this is a reason for an eviction, that we could encourage landlords to integrate that particular wording or that particular verbiage into their rental agreement for example, lighting fireworks in the parking lot or blah, blah, blah. I just think that not only is that a way to inform, but I think it's also a way to deter folks. So we're kind of doing two things at the same time. I don't know if any of these things are possible, but I think we need to use what we have available if it's not too, if it's reasonable and it doesn't create a burden on us, to use some of the networks or some of the paths that we already have, as well as for our businesses that we know have some complaints over the years, that we also use our business license tax process to inform them of the new of this new ordinance that now they would be responsible for. I think we have to go beyond just social media for property owners and landlords, so that they know exactly how to change how they're going to prepare for these upcoming holidays. If they don't know, they're not going to put that chain in that parking lot that Captain Todd that you mentioned, that would be really helpful. Or the churches wouldn't, they're going to say, well, it's out of our hands. People are coming onto our property. We're not able to control that. But if we let them know that they would be responsible, then they might hire a security guard for that night or for that weekend, just to ensure that there aren't any folks who are trespassing. I'm not saying this is feasible for every property, but I think that we have to give proper notice so that we give those landlords and tenants an opportunity to modify their behavior in a way that will be helpful to all of us. So, that's my feedback. I hope that we can follow up, Nora, offline about the eviction piece. And then hopefully Erica and Rachel, maybe we can talk offline as well in terms of how do we inform some of the landlords and property owners, so that they could also listen. It would jolt me as I was listening to the mayor when he was talking about the water rates and the water usage or the electricity usage. You know, we're all a little competitive, and it and it does create a what? I am using more water this month? Absolutely not. The Smiths will not beat me this semester on that. So I think it's a way to really change behavior, and it's might be really slight, but we have to use I think we have to really be proactive about and strategic about all of these efforts that we're making so that they lead to the kind of modification that we want. And so far, I feel like maybe in the past, we just kind of, it's a dart in the dark kind of a thing. And we're trying to see what is going to work. So I'd love to see a more strategic method and maybe work plan part of the in part of the work plan when you go back to PISFIS, so that we can see some of that and how that adds to the behavioral modification that we want. So those are my comments. Thank you, everyone. I know this is a really tough issue. You know, obviously this is our second item on this issue. You know how I know how difficult it is. It must not be easy for all of you to come up with some of these strategies. I know that this is, I'm hoping, is going to be a very effective one where we hit people in their pockets, and most people don't like that. So hopefully we will see behavior modification by the next holiday that we have, and then preparing for the one that's coming up in July. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Praz.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll be brief. I wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Esparza. I appreciate looking at how we market the actual penalties here and try to persuade people through that messaging, and also the inclusion of exploring the spectators, just like we did with sideshows. I think that could be a benefit as well. And then lastly, I know a lot of the comments around sort of how do we ensure we're not enforcing this new ordinance on individuals or property owners, for instance, public schools, right, that we don't want to. And I think that part of the challenge there is in police work as described as letter of the law or spirit of the law. And I think that getting to the spirit of it, that's obviously what we're all talking about, is, hey, there's certain people we're not really interested in enforcing this new ordinance on, because we may genuinely believe that they're not necessarily someone that should be cited for that. But there are others that are, and I think if we get too nuanced to try to determine who should we exclude or who should be included, we may get ourselves into deeper trouble, or make the ordinance, I think as Captain Todd was describing, make it not effective. And so I just wanted to hear from Captain Todd, if you could describe, is that your interest, that we sort of keep it more open or broad, as you were saying, and then maybe allow for us on individual bases to enforce it based on the spirit of the law, and not try to get too nuanced as we write the letter of it?
Thank you, Councilmember Perales. I think your question is a very good question, and I do agree with you. I think that if you arbitrarily decide to enforce one way and not enforce another way, that is going to be really bad all the way around. And so if you guys as a council decide to amend how it's written, I think we as police officers will enforce it without a lot of subjectivity. I mean, it's either a violation or it's not. Because if somebody were to call the 311 app or send a violation into the website and note that it was occurring on school grounds, but nothing ever got done, I think that would be a problem for this program. I do think, though, the realities of police really dealing with this type of behavior moving forward with the social host ordinance is probably very minimal. And so my hope was that if we do adopt some derivative of this social host ordinance, it can be integrated into the app, and then the behavior can be changed with a citation that's sent by either another agency or some other agency not of the police department, as we're talking about with all the reimagining work that we're doing with all the police reforms. So I think either way you guys go about it, it just has to be clearly defined, and then the police department will enforce it without any type of letter or spirit. I think if we got a violation, we're either going to enforce it if we can, or if we cannot enforce it, then you know, we come several hours after the fact, we wouldn't be able to enforce it anyway. I hope that kind of answers your question. I think it went off topic a little bit.
No, thank you. It does. It goes in a little different direction. I was thinking that what you were indicating was looking for more flexibility. What you're describing here, though, is if we want to prescribe it, then that way, as officers or whoever is enforcing it can just follow it directly how we prescribed it. In your earlier comments, what I was concerned about was that if we begin to carve out particular areas in the ordinance, then those may be the areas that people are attracted to, right? They may simply say, well, let me just go to schools because I know they're not going to get fined for this. And as long as I can set off the fireworks and get out of there before, anybody comes to me, then I know I'm in a safe zone, and I'm not necessarily, I'm not putting anybody in jeopardy, including myself, right? My landlord, or whoever it may be. And so that's what I was concerned about, and didn't want to now attract certain people to areas that they believe are sort of hands off.
Yeah, and I do think that will occur. People are very creative. And so if they know that we won't do any type of enforcement action in those areas, whether it be through the app or whether it be through physical enforcement, we should expect that they will go there. And then so I think it would really make this this social host ordinance ineffective unless we have physical now enforcement again.
And let me just jump in there. I don't think that's the intention, and I don't think that's how it would necessarily play out, because if someone went to a schoolyard and it was putting off fireworks and had people around doing that, they would fall under the definition of social host. And so if we could figure out who that person was, we could still go after that person. The question would be, would the property owner be liable if it's a school district? And so I think we can probably address that when we bring this back. But I think that situation would be covered under the definition of social host.
Thank you. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Captain. I do think it's been good to hear all the different comments, and I think as we've been discussing, this is sort of a first iteration of it here, and likely will have to be adapted over time. And so, but I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparson?
Thank you. Yeah, I likewise appreciate the discussion that we've had, and I suspect we'll see a few edits and think it through a little bit more. I actually, just to give my 2 cents, I think we do need to be mindful of pushing this traffic to schools, because if it's happening at schools, then we should have a discussion with the schools about how property is secured on 4th of July. It's an issue that we deal with on our city property as well. As folks know, Calm Hill, there's public property in a park there, and we look at different solutions every year ourselves as a city to prevent some insane stuff going on over there. And so, we need to look and realize that the rules that we pass will apply to ourselves, and we don't want to trade one problem for another. And having said that, I also wanted to just give my 2 cents about apartments. In a previous life, I worked for the Red Cross, and who offers a service that many folks maybe don't know. Anywhere in the country, the Red Cross has something called a disaster action team. where usually fire dispatch will call, and whether it's 2 a.m. or 2 p.m., a group of Red Cross volunteers will go out at the request of fire to help fire victims, provide clothing, provide medication, provide a place to stay as people kind of figure out what the next steps are and get some help with those next steps as they need that. And in that capacity, I've gone out, I've seen a 24, I was just talking about this the other day, I've seen a 24 unit apartment building go down like that because of the actions of one tenant. And so that's something we need to be mindful of as well, is the actions of one tenant can really impact, everybody who lives in the building. Maybe they didn't intend for that to happen, but as soon as you do something that endangers folks, we really want people to think twice. And I get it that we need to be mindful of consequences, but we also want people to stop and think. And I know it's a fine line. And I'll never forget, one of the gentlemen at this unit, at this building, had literally just moved in right before the fire and had lost all of his belongings on his first day in his new home. And that's, for most people, fireworks are a nuisance, but they can also be a fire danger, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. That's it for me. Thank you.
Just a question for Nora. On a strict liability standard, I know sometimes these do get challenged on due process grounds. And just from a fairness standpoint and sort of a public perception and support standpoint, as well as this potential legal challenge, wouldn't it make sense at the very least to ensure that the police duty manual would be modified to guide discretion of police officers so that strict liability for hosts doesn't result in a lot of, citations where I think everyone would agree this is a person who didn't know and could not have known?
You mean host as the property owner, not host as the person putting off.
Exactly.
We can look at that also. These have all been good questions that have been raised. And when we bring this back, we'll include a memo how we've attempted to address some of these questions, the eviction questions, the public property questions, your question, Mayor, on whether or not there's a way to do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, we have a motion, I believe.
We do.
Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, public service announcement. My great ambitions of being able to wrap things up before the dinner hour have been dashed. We have 2 more items left on the agenda. Lori is ready to go. Are there any objections if we just try to wrap this all up? Go forward.
Let's do it.
All right. Hearing no objections. All right, Lori, you're up. Item 6.1 is amendment to the San Jose Clean Energy 2021 service and rate changes.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Lori Mitchell, and I'm the Director of Community Energy. And tonight I'm joined by Zach Strike, who is our Assistant Director. So this item tonight is our service and rate changes. So next slide. So just as a reminder, currently we have 2 products that we offer customers. The first one is Green Source, which is our default product, and that is 40% renewable, and it has a 0.25% discount to PG&E. We also offer a 100% renewable product that we call Total Green. So next slide. And just as background, the main driver for the rate change and the service change we're recommending today is that PG&E's power charge indifference adjustment, that's a fee that they charge all customers, has increased substantially over the last several years. So the PCIA is meant to cover the above market energy costs for PG&E's power plants and then also their legacy contracts. You can see back in 2018, when we launched our program, the PCIA was $21 per megawatt hour, and currently it's over $44. So next slide. So this slide shows what our rates are in comparison to the PCIA. So the blue bars are San Jose clean energy rates, and then the yellow is what our customers pay to the PCIA. So you can see in 2020, the PCIA increased and we lowered our rates to absorb that. In 2021, in January of this year, and then again in March, PG&E also changed their rates and increased the PCIA. And so now it's $44, as I mentioned previously. We did lower our rates to ensure the current council direction that our customers have a discount substantially. However, our recommendations today are really driven by this isn't long-term in our financial interests. We will continue to absorb some of that increase in the PCA, probably a little bit more than half, but long-term absorbing all of it has some financial stability impacts. So next slide. So we're continuing to advocate on the PCIA. Us, along with CalCCA and many other CCAs, are advocating for more open and a fair process. And one of the main items we're focused on is Senate Bill 612. That's fair access to these legacy resources that our customers pay for in the PCIA. And we're happy to report that we have 5 co-authors that represent San Jose, so that's great. There's a lot of support for this bill locally. And the goal is to balance customer costs with the benefits received. So if our customers are paying higher PCIA fees, they should also have access to those resources. So we're continuing to focus on customer outreach and coalition building around this bill. So next slide. So why are we changing service and rates now? Well, as I mentioned before, in summary, to ensure financial stability. This year alone, San Jose Clean Energy customers will pay an extra $51 million in PCIA fees compared to 2020. And that brings the grand total to $176 million in 2021 alone. And that's just for San Jose Clean Energy customers. It's much higher across PG&E's full territory. Again, we're not able to absorb the full amount of this cost increase, but we are absorbing more than half of it. Additionally, we're seeing some impacts due to COVID and the moratorium on utility disconnections. And then finally, we see this as an opportunity to re-accelerate our greenhouse gas reduction goals. So next slide. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Zach, and he'll talk about our recommended rate and service changes.
Evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to talk about rate changes, a new product we're proposing, and a new discount program. Our recommendation should reduce citywide carbon dioxide emissions by approximately 140,000 metric tons in calendar year 2021. So we're recommending setting the green source generation charges to 8% above PG&E, which is about $3 to $4 a month for the average home in San Jose. Since generation is less than half of the total electricity bill, it equates to about a 3% increase in total bill costs. And since our rates are slightly above that of, slightly below PG&E right now, the total increase is 8.25%. We're also recommending to increase the renewable content by 15 percentage points from 40% to 55% renewable energy. This puts us in line with other Bay Area CCAs who offer between 50 and 60% renewable energy as their base product. It also puts us more than 20 percentage points higher than the California average, as well as that of PG&E in 2019, the last year of audited results. Green Source will continue to be our default product, so if customers do nothing, they'll continue to receive Green Source service. Recognizing that customers appreciate having choices, and some customers are struggling to pay their utility bills, we propose adding a new product, Green Value, which is lower cost and the same price as PG&E service. Customers who enroll in Green Value will essentially see no change to their bills in the first year rate, approximately 12 cents per month. Green Value will be at least 36% renewable. And any customer, again, can enroll in Green Value at any time. To increase access to renewable energy for all of our customers, regardless of their financial means, we recommend creating a discount program called SJ Cares. SJ Cares would give our lowest income customers, those who are enrolled in the state CARE and FARA bill discount programs, green source renewable energy at green value prices. So those families whose income is at no greater than the 250% of the federal poverty level would receive benefits of more renewable energy while paying our lowest rates. So CARE FARA customers would automatically be enrolled in the program. We have approximately 80,000 CARE FARA customers, which represents about 22% of our customer base. So here's a comparison of the three products. Again, residential customers who choose to opt down from Green Source to Green Value will only see a 12-cent increase in their monthly bill. And the average Green Source customer would see a $3 to $4 increase in their monthly bill. Total Green customers would see that same $3 to $4 increase in their monthly bill. Again, customers can switch between the three products at any time. Per MuniCode, we mailed or emailed rate notices to all customers at least 30 days before today's council meeting. The notice was provided in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese, and we had three versions, one for residential, one for CARE and FARA customers, and one for commercial customers. Should council adopt the staff recommendation, the changes would take effect on May 15th. And then customers would expect to see new rates and service on their June or July bill, depending on the timing of their billing cycle. Customers have made changes to their account as a result of those rate notices. We had a slight uptick in opt-outs, which we expected, and a larger than usual increase in enrollment in our 100% renewable energy option, Total Green. We also allowed customers to pre-enroll in Green Value, letting them know that it was dependent on council approval. We've had about 800 customers choose to do that. To ensure low-income households that don't qualify for CARE or FARA rates are aware of San Jose Clean Energy's Green Value product, staff will continue to conduct targeted outreach in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. Staff have plans to continue this outreach on cost and bill savings programs and would include advertising of Green Value along with its promotion of these programs. The range of tactics is long, but includes radio advertisement, training community-based organizations and rental relief caseworkers about bill relief options, social media, including videos with micro-influencers, targeted emails and letters, marketing toolkits for council offices, of course, interviews on Spanish talk shows, and grocery store public service announcements, among others. So that's the end of our presentation. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you, Zach. Thanks, Lori. And as a happy Total Green customer, appreciate all of your efforts, particularly to offer this lower cost option during this difficult time for many families who want to opt down into Green Value. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item. This is kind of a lot of my life at this time, so thank you. In the same way that Councilperson Esparza mentioned earlier, you know, we kind of have an obligation to consider what can be our financial responsibility, how to practice more responsibly our financial practices better at this time in leaving the era of COVID. You know, the ideas of subsidy are really important to myself. And, you know, how we can work out of this era of COVID-19 is really important to myself. And I feel it's the subsidy issues that can really help at this time. And in San Jose and Santa Clara County, we have to learn to take a more open, proactive, creative approach, how to talk about subsidies with the public. This issue and item explained a lot today, so I'm much more better informed. Thank you. Zach's microphone kept cutting out. And that is actually very typical of the relationship between government and its community and sharing the ideas of subsidy programs. Government is incredibly fearful in this country to share good subsidy ideas. I feel we need to be at the time that it can be safe and okay to be open to talk about subsidy process with the community, and that lower income people need every chance they can get at help. And that needs to be open and clear to them. It cannot be hidden anymore. What is going on with Santa Clara Valley Water and their 9% rate hike? That it's not even mentioned in today's news article, that there has to be subsidies for such a massive 9% rate hike, yet it's not talked about in San Jose. Why? What is going on with that? Get with the ball game. East Bay Community Energy is doing great work on this subject. Please check it out.
Thank you. Jackie Farner.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I did send a letter to all council members on April 7th, and I guess it's not part of the public record, but let me just read it for you. Mayor, San Jose council members, Lori, Zach, and Kate. I was recently made aware of yet another request for an increase in our public utilities, specifically the proposed clean energy program changes. I find it interesting that within 2 years of inception, the San Jose Clean Energy Organization has had to restructure the program 2 different times, resulting in increased cost to the consumer. This program was established for the following reasons: reduce and manage the cost of energy for San Jose and increase use of sustainable and renewable energy. It goes on to state that I was required to transition off of the program I originally moved onto, and now resulting in getting us to 2 programs that the consumer could take advantage of. And now we're adding yet another 3rd program back to the mix, which seems contradictory to our stated goals of reducing costs and increasing use of sustainable and renewable energy. The specific 3rd service level is only allowing for a 36% renewable energy content, which is far below our target and the direction that was set for this entity. Secondarily, I don't think we're doing a good job at managing costs. I think we're continuing to pass these on to consumers, which was one of the reasons this whole entity was formed. So I am asking that you do not accept this and pass this increase on to the consumer, especially given the situation that we're all faced today. And I would ask that you look at a 10-year plan, which includes cost containment, options being considered to manage the cost, rate plan projections, and budgeted projections and funding for any new additional programs that are needed. This seems to be very iterative and no long-term planning. And I do want to respect Mr. Beckman's needs for subsidies. I acknowledge that in today's environment.
Thank you. You know, I'd like to appreciate Jackie Farner's concerns. I really want to clarify, though, because I think perhaps there's some misunderstanding. And so I'll try to say it as explicitly as I can. We are providing, San Jose Clean Energy is providing energy and procuring energy at a cost 30% below PG&E's. Is that right, Lori?
Yes, our rates are about 30% lower than PG&E's. The issue is the power charge and difference adjustment that PG&E charges our customers and their customers.
I just want to clarify that. What we have control over, we're actually far below the incumbent investor-owned utility, which is PG&E. As I recall, our costs have actually dropped over time? Is that right, Lori?
Yes, we have lowered our rates.
So we are not increasing our rates. What is being imposed upon our ratepayers is a fee that benefits PG&E. And this is a power charge indifference adjustment, which is wholly going to the incumbent investor-owned utility, PG&E, to pay for old plants and old contracts. And those aren't what we engaged in. That's what PG&E engaged in. And they've got no market incentive to actually reduce the cost of and burden of those old contracts, those legacy contracts, on our customers. And as a result, we all just pay more. And until we get legislation in place to fix it and to force PG&E to behave like any market participant would, which would be to control costs that are being imposed and passed on to customers, we will continue to be burdened by this. So this is a regulatory burden imposed on us by the state for the benefit of PG&E, and we are simply victims of it. And I want to make absolutely clear about that. And I encourage anybody who's frustrated as we are about it to please join us in pushing for SB 612. And I please encourage everybody to watch the whole presentation in case they missed any of it, because I think Lori's presentation and Zach's was very compelling. Explain the whole situation. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank Lori and Zach for their presentation and also for this solution to keeping our rates manageable for residents while we are faced with this, frankly, just awful and disadvantaged regulatory environment with this PCIA fee. I was just texting with one of my staff members because I've posted and put in newsletters about the PCIA fee and have encouraged residents to write in to the CPUC about the PCIA fee, and I will continue to do so. How much I hate the PCIA fee and how it is disadvantaged our San Jose Clean Energy and other CCAs, but also how much it has disadvantaged our ratepayers, our residents. So I want to thank you, Lori, and Zach for coming up with green value and green source. And I just want to point out, I think I heard this correctly. Green value still has more renewables than PG&E. Is that correct?
I'll take it. So we don't know exactly where PG&E is going to land this year. We think we're going to be very close, but it's more than they were last year.
Okay, great. And what I saw was, even though the renewable content is 36%, really 80% of it is GHG free. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we're still talking about really, really clean energy, not as good as the total green, which I've also upgraded to, but still doing very well. So just to be super clear for residents who are watching, you can, your default option is green source. And if you want to save a few bucks a month, you can use green value rather than opting out to PG&E. You could still have San Jose Clean Energy. It's going to cost the same as it costs at PG&E, but you're still going to be helping the environment. So I'd really encourage people, if you can't afford the few extra dollars of green source, to go down to green value. I'm looking at the names because I can't remember which one's which. Go to green value and choose that option, and you will save a few bucks a month. You will be at the exact same rate as if you went to PG&E, but you will be using more renewable energy than PG&E will be giving you. So please do that. And with that, I will move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor, and I'll be brief. Thanks, Lori and Zach, for the update, and thank you for your good work and thinking on this despite the difficult circumstances. I share the mayor's and Councilmember Davis's frustration with the PCIA and have become all too familiar with it over the last couple of years. I did want to just point to slide 13, which I found really interesting, and was hoping you could share a little more with the council and the public on this, on what you're seeing. So you mentioned that the impact of the initial rate notice was only a slight uptick in opt-outs. And I was curious if that was not an opt-down, that's a complete opt-out of the system, I assume. And then also curious, the large uptick in total green seems really encouraging, and was hoping you could maybe put some rough numbers behind both of those and just better or add some additional context as to what we think is going on there.
Sure. So our run rate, just because things happen, run rate weekly opt-outs is 30 to 40, maybe 30 to 50. And then we have people moving in too, so that it basically holds constant, if you will. With the weeks after the notices went out, we had a couple of weeks of 125, 150. maybe 3 weeks like that, and then drop back down to sort of the run rate. And the total green, a typical week is just a few, less than 10 generally. And we had 15 to 20 for a few weeks, and we've had, high single digits, low double digits, 12 or so, pretty consistently in the weeks after. So, whether it's Mother's Day or the spring or what have you, some people sort of, did the math and decided, oh, well, I guess. So that's what we're thinking.
Got it.
The opt-downs, yes, I mentioned that number about 800. Honestly, we need that to be higher. The number of low-income customers we have who are in the tier above Care Fera, is 25,000, let's call it. And so, we want to try hard to get those numbers well up into the thousands, so that people are not worse off than they were before. So we know that, and staff has targets, and subject to council approval, we'll then go out and really do the work.
Got it. That makes sense. And just for everyone's context, those numbers you were quoting on opt-outs and total green, that's relative to a total customer base in the few 100,000. Is that right?
Correct. Thank you for that clarification. Yes. So we're at about 350,000 accounts now.
Okay. So these are really small numbers.
Really small.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Just wanted to confirm that. Thank you, Zach.
Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have to say, I'm really disappointed to see this rate increase come through and the effects that the PCIA rates are still impacting our need to increase rates to the consumers. I appreciate that we're working with lobbyists to get legislation passed that will change that, but I don't carry out a lot of hope for that. And I'm equally frustrated by going to our residents again with another rate increase. We have the garbage bill increase that just went out, 17%. We have this as an increase of 8%, and while it represents $3 to $4, it's still a rate increase. Then we've got Valley Water at 9.6%, and we've also got San Jose Water District at another increase. So our residents are seeing tremendous increases in their utilities, and I'm very sensitive to that. So I understand the need of that. I'm just very sensitive to increasing rates across the board when so many other utilities are and not able to absorb the rates. Lori, is there any way we could absorb the rates this year? That San Jose Clean Energy could absorb this rate increase?
Yeah, unfortunately, no. We are using a pretty substantial portion of our reserve because those rate changes already went into effect in January and then again in March. And so, as I said, we're absorbing more than half of that increase. But if we continue on this trajectory, we will not have sufficient reserve levels. And as a reminder, with our credit agreement with Barclays, which provides for both a line and a letter of credit, that's very important to our power supply agreements, we need to maintain a $20 million reserve. So if we do not have this rate increase, it does put that at risk. And that really is the bare minimum. We really need a much more substantial reserve for long-term stability. We do hope in the future that we can return to, more rate discounts. And, that's certainly been the experience of other CCAs that have gone before us. MCE, which has been around for the last 10 years, has had years where, they have had to do rate increase higher, but over that last 10 years, substantial discounts to our customers. So our hope is that we can get movement on the PCIA and return to that at some point, but right now we're not able to do that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I have a theoretical question. If I was looking at a PG&E bill right now and a San Jose Clean Energy bill, once this rate increase goes through, aside from the energy mix the use of the access to clean energy that we're using, what will the difference in the dollars be for bill? Same bill, PG&E and San Jose Clean Energy. I'm just trying to get a comparison.
Yeah, so it depends on what product they select. So if they opt down to green value, no difference. Same exact price point. If they do nothing and they stay in our default product, it's an 8% increase, which is about $4 a month for the average resident over if they opted out back to PG&E.
Over what PG&E, okay, so it's that's the number is $3 to $4.
Yes.
If I have solar panels, is there any difference in the new rate versus the old rate or PG&E's rate?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And so when I say $4, that's the average residential customer. And we know that every customer is different and individual. And so certainly if you have solar, that can mean a number of different things. Hopefully it means that you're using less electricity from the utility, which is us and PG&E. And because the PCIA and our rates are, in the number of kilowatt hours you use, if you're using less, it should be less impact on your bill. That being said, it all depends on how big your solar energy system is and what how much you use. I would say, and a service we offer is that if anybody has individual questions on their bill and how much it will actually cost them, our customer service reps are, ready and eager to talk with customers about that and talk to them about their options, both opting down to green value and opting up to total green. We talk to customers all the time and get into their individual bill details. We're always happy to do that. They can reach us by email, by phone, many different ways to reach us. And we enjoy talking with customers. We know energy is a challenging subject and often hard to understand. So happy to walk them through all of those bill dynamics, which at the individual account level can be very different. So I'd hesitate to give you an answer on what each solar customer might see. It really does vary on, how much energy they're using and the size of their solar project.
Yeah, understand. I'm just posing a theoretical question for you. Yeah. So I'll have to call you about my own personal bill to help you walk me through my own personal bill.
Yeah.
And how many staff people do you have to address personal bills if our residents want to reach out to you?
Sure, Zach, you want to take that? So we have both a customer call center, and then we also have dedicated staff on my team that field those calls every day. Zach, do you want to add any more detail there?
Sure. There's 2 dedicated people in a call center, but then there's sort of overflow, for some coverage, and then my combined team of services plus outreach people who can also do this. We're up to 8, so we've got a fair number who can respond to these inquiries.
Great, good to know, because as people become made aware, they may want to reach out and have questions answered on their bills. I really appreciate the difficult situation that San Jose Clean Energy is in, given the PCIA and the unfair playing field that is leveled because of that. So I look forward to other council members, but it's a difficult thing to ask our residents to pay more money, but I certainly understand why we're asking it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Lori, for the presentation and all your hard work. It really shows. In fact, I remember in the early presentations when you were identifying the threats, you actually identified the PCIA as a threat. So it doesn't come to, it's not a surprise, at least to me, and I'm sure to my colleagues who were at that meeting, that this is an issue now. The other thing that we were focused on was the reserves, and you touched on it with your answer to Councilmember Foley. But knowing that we subsidize the PCIA increase through our reserves, my first question is, what was the order of magnitude of that subsidizing that increase? Are we at the $20 million threshold now, or are we below that, or are we above it? So I'm just trying to get an understanding of where we are in terms of our reserves.
Yeah, those are really great questions. So, in terms of the subsidy, we're providing roughly about 25 million in our reserve. We project to be pretty close to that 20 million bare minimum, and then continue to build reserves with this rate increase. And as we move into summer rates, which generally helps us build reserves. Rates are on the electricity side, are built typically over the summer months, and then just the way rates are structured with PG&E's rate structure, our winter months are definitely leaner, so we're coming out of that period. So that's something that we worked very hard with our financial planning team to really tighten our belt and see how much of this we could absorb without, having a rate increase. And unfortunately, we couldn't get all the way there, but certainly we are using some of the reserves that we have built over the last couple of years to shield customers from the rate increase. We do hope that, this rate increase will allow us to continue to build that reserve over the next couple of years so that we're more financially stable, and look forward to updating council on the impacts of that as we proceed.
And 20 million is the minimum. What is our target reserve level?
Yeah, so our target, as I said, bare minimum, that $20 million for our Barclays agreement, but just to let council know, our monthly operating costs are about 30 million a month. And so it's important for us to build, much more substantial operating reserves. I think our ultimate goal would get to about 6 months of operating expenses. A more near-term goal of getting to 90 days is also really important, and very focused on that.
Great. Thank you, Lori.
Sure.
All right, thanks for all that information, Lori and Zach. Any other questions? All right, let's vote then, I believe, on Councilmember Davis's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe, Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Picardo.
Aye. All right, I have good news and bad news. I'll start with the bad news, which is that when I said we had only 2 items left, we actually had 3 items left. The good news is we only have 2 items left now. Okay, so item 8.1 is the final public hearing approval for the fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan for HUD. I see Reagan is here. There's not a presentation though, is there, Reagan?
Good evening. No, Mayor, no presentation.
Okay, we'll go to the public. This is a public comment on item 8.1 regarding the final public hearing of the FY 21-22 annual action plan for HUD. We have had this come before us before. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, I got a little bit upset in my previous item. Yeah, sorry. Sorry is all I can say. I worry about government practices, so sometimes I get a little uptight. Sorry. For this item, I think this is the work that Housing Department is they actually have some Wi-Fi funding they're getting for this project. And I've tried to bring it up a few times in the past month that I felt it's appropriate that I can talk about open public policy ideas and practices with the Wi-Fi and the importance of the future of bridging the digital divide include the ideas of open public policy, and just a simple reminder how important it is and helpful it can be to how we move forward into our future and really define sustainability and really define how to leave the era of COVID-19 with better practices overall. You know, it's our good public practices that is going to just kick butt over this earth in the future. You know, this is what it is, democracy in action, that is going to ask for our future sustainability and what will keep us surviving as a planet and as people talking with each other. It isn't these large scale ideas of social pandemic planning. This is BS. We are working really different systems at the local level of good democracy between each other. And it is learning to share open public policies in building our digital divide future that we need to do. It's that love, it's that care. That is our human qualities. That's our best human qualities. Thanks a lot. And boy, I'm really sorry about this COVID era. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, coming back to council, are there any questions?
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
Reagan, I just had one question. I know the governor just came out with his proposed budgetary plan. It's heavily focused on the homelessness front around the $7 billion that's allocated for home key and so forth. And based on our conversations preliminarily with their office, it seems as though while there may be some operations money in home key for future projects, there's no sort of HAP money or other funding that would enable us to operate our existing emergency housing communities or tiny homes or other kinds of, or shelters. And do we have the ability to come back? Obviously things may change between now and the final budget in June. We have an opportunity to come back and revisit how the ESG and other sources are used. If it looks like we're going to go need this to be able to keep shelters open.
I'm waving to Councilmember Davis's daughter. So things are quite fluid, as I like to say, which is why I think we have had 3 substantial amendments to our last year's annual plan because we keep shifting funding sources around as new money comes in and we figure out, what spending deadlines there are. So it might be possible to shift around some ESG money.
That's an unfair question because you guys are just reacting with.
I know, just this morning, right, that he announced that.
Yeah. So I'll avoid.
And this morning's announcement also didn't have a ton of details around the distribution and allocations. And so there's a lot in it that looks great. And then I have questions too.
Yeah, fair enough. And we'll be lobbying with our friends in the Senate Assembly and the governor's office to ensure we can get something that does not require us to shift money around. But thank you very much, Reagan. Okay, let's vote on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen, Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Han,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, the final item of the night is 8.2, which is approval of supported isolation quarantine funding agreement with Santa Clara County. There is a presentation.
There is a presentation, and this is Jackie. I have to share my screen, so just a moment. Okay, great. Good evening. I'm Jackie Morales-Friend, and I'm the Director of Housing. And joining me tonight is Consuelo Hernandez and Hong Kao from the County of Santa Clara's Office of Supportive Housing. Tonight, we are bringing forward our agreement with the county. The first action provides up to $10 million to fund the county's isolation and quarantine support program. The support program provides assistance for San Jose's residents who test positive for COVID-19 or are identified as having a contact with a COVID-19 positive person, allowing residents to isolate or quarantine safely. The support program provides 3 primary services: a motel room with services for residents who cannot safely isolate or quarantine at home or who do not have a home. Second, in-home support for residents who are able to isolate or quarantine at home but need some assistance to do so safely. And finally, financial and rental assistance to residents so that individuals and families that do not have sufficient income, such as paid sick leave or unemployment benefits, have financial support while they remain isolated or in quarantine. The second part of the contract is that the county is agreeing to pay the city for the cost of up to $640,000 for providing food to non-San Jose residents. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the staff from the county to provide additional information about the isolation and quarantine program.
Thank you, Jackie. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Consuelo Hernandez here, Director for the Office of Supportive Housing. I'm joined tonight by Hong Kao, who is our manager dedicated to running this program for the county. She has been activated as a disaster service worker since the start of the pandemic. We have a couple of slides to share with you tonight about how people access services, some trends in the program, but we did want to start by sharing some quick testimonials, and I will read it to you in Spanish and then translate it. Because it was a time where we were providing services to people when they were scared, they had tested positive for COVID, and were particularly sick. And the testimonial from the client reads, "Buenas tardes, acabo de ver mi correo y quiero darle las gracias. No sé cómo decirle que salvado mi estabilidad emocional y económica. Aprecio grandemente lo que hizo por mí. Good afternoon, I have just received my mail and I'd like to thank you. I'm not sure how to say you have saved me, my emotional and economic stability. I appreciate what you have done for me." And we partnered with our social services agency. As you might recall, we experienced a surge during Christmas time, and we partnered with Toys for Tots to provide toys for households with children between the ages of 11 and 14. And during the holiday season, our disaster workers provided contactless delivery of a Christmas tree, lights, and presents for a household of 6 sharing a 1-bedroom home in East San Jose, because the 5-year-old boy, his only wish was to have a real Christmas tree. So it was a very difficult and challenging time, and we wanted to thank Jackie and her staff for all the support they provided us as well. And again, Hong Kao is going to walk you through some of the slides and share some of the data trends. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide you with an update to the isolation and quarantine support program, particularly for San Jose residents since June 17th of 2020 when we piloted this program. And this slide shows a workflow of how clients can access isolation and quarantine services. Our hotline is still operating 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And the client can either make a self-referral by calling the hotline directly or sending us an email, or they can also be referred by a medical provider, a community partner, or a friend or family who is understanding of their status and wants to provide assistance. Next slide, please. And this shows you a workflow of the isolation quarantine intake process. So as soon as we receive a referral to the hotline, our staff of approximately 50 disaster service workers will make a determination of whether the client can safely isolate or quarantine at home. If they are unable to do so, we will make a referral to the hotel. We provide transportation to pick up the client at their home to bring them to the hotel, and we provide 3 meals a day and laundry service. In addition, we also provide a medical and behavioral health check-ins with the providers that we work with if the clients need that assistance. If the client is able to safely isolate or quarantine at home, we will provide grocery delivery enough for the household during their isolation or quarantine period. So approximately 2 weeks worth of groceries and hygiene supplies. For all the clients that are referred to our system, we also provide financial and rental assistance. And we refer them to our social services agency so that they can sign up for CalFresh, CalWorks, or general assistance. We also have referrals that we work with our community partners, including the COVID Assistance Network that helps with EDD resources, unemployment benefits, paid family leave, and other legal services as related to COVID-19 impact. Next slide, please. And this slide provides a program status of from the start of the pandemic since June 17, 2020 through March 31st of this year. We have assisted nearly 1,100 persons, including persons without a permanent home, to safely isolate or quarantine in 4 of our hotels. We've provided supportive services and over $770,000 in groceries and other necessities to over 3,800 households so that they can safely isolate or quarantine at home. And we've distributed over $8.3 million in direct rental and financial assistance to nearly 4,000 households. And this data is only for San Jose residents. Next slide, please. And this is the financial assistance and in-home support broken down by zip codes in the city of San Jose. So you can see the top 3 zip codes that are listed here also have the highest number of COVID-19 cases, or a case rate of 7,874 or more per 100,000 people. So for instance, zip code 95122 has a positivity rate of 14%, or approximately 8,220 people. So it does align with the countywide COVID-19 cases based on the zip code in San Jose. Next slide, please. And during the surge, as Consuelo mentioned, in December and January, we did receive a lot of feedback from community members and community partners, along with a few of our city council members about the delay in providing assistance to San Jose residents. So as a result of the feedback received, we made a few programmatic changes and enhanced our communication strategy so that we can ensure clients receive assistance during their isolation and quarantine period, which is approximately anywhere from 7 days to 14 days. So these changes include dedicating a web page in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese with clear expectations of what the client can expect when they call our hotline, as well as the types of services that we provide and the eligibility criteria, so the client can collect all the necessary documentation before they contact our hotline. Next slide, please. And as a result of the feedback we received, we also hosted community forums and webinars to train our community workers and outreach staff so that they can take referrals from the clients directly and submit these referrals to us on their behalf. And this includes leveraging existing county resources such as our case investigation and contact tracing team, as well as our door-to-door outreach team and our family navigator network at the Franklin McKinley and Alum Rock school districts. And we also did the same community engagement with our community partners, including Community Health Partnership, Somos Mayfair, and First Five of Santa Clara County. Next slide, please. And these next few slides provide program trends as what we've been seeing since the pandemic through March of this year. So this is a snapshot which highlights the number of referrals received during the surge. So starting in December through the end of March. And the blue bar shows referrals received directly to our hotline. The yellow bar shows referrals received to our case investigation and contact tracing tracing team. So these are the contact tracers that call people once they've either been infected with COVID-19 or been exposed to COVID-19. The black dotted line shows the total number of COVID-19 cases on a 7-day moving average, and the black dots represent the ratio of new referrals compared to the total COVID-19 cases countywide. And you'll see as a result of our expanded outreach, I've highlighted in the box in green that starting in February, we started to see a number of increased referrals to our program by community partners as well as community members. And we also provide a 90-day grace period for households to apply for financial or rental assistance. So this grace, you may recall, once someone has been infected with COVID-19, the virus can stay in their body for up to 90 days. So it does take 90 days for the virus to shed, which means they could still have a positive test. So they can still contact our hotline and apply for financial or rental assistance even once they've recovered. Next slide, please. And this graph shows the weekly trend of referrals received to the hotline and from our county contact tracers. So you can see the light blue shows, the light blue bars show a higher number of referrals made to our hotline over the course of the start of the pandemic. And this is due to our expanded outreach and community engagement so that more community partners can help clients apply for assistance. Next slide. And this is the demographic data specific to referrals received from San Jose residents by age group, gender, and race or ethnicity. And this data shows a similar trend to the number of countywide COVID-19 cases between June 2020 and March of this year. And this data is also available on our public website under the isolation and quarantine dashboard. Next slide. And finally, this graph shows a snapshot of the total of number of financial assistance referrals received from the City of San Jose residents over the course of the last 3 months and the disposition of the referral. So the cumulative number of referrals received to our hotline is 4,700, and we provided assistance to approximately 4,200 of those households. And again, thank you for the opportunity to present, and Consuelo and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Again, I want to thank the county staff for coming tonight to present this information. I know you've had questions about what kinds of services we've been providing. And again, thank you to them for taking the time to talk to you about this really great opportunity for us to participate in their program instead of having to create our own. And so with that, we're open for questions.
Thank you, Jackie, and thank you, Consuelo and Hong, for the great work that you're doing to help thousands of our neighbors struggling at this time. Let's go to the public, and we'll ask for public comment. Person with the title, call in user 1, welcome.
You guys have kind of passed me over the last 2 or 3 subjects, man. Like, what's going on down there? You just let old Binkman talk and not me? What's going on down there? How come you didn't call on me? Are you guys having technical difficulties? Are you?
Would you like to speak on this item, sir?
Yeah, I'd like to speak on this item. Because the fountain at the Rose Garden is broken again, Dev Davis. I just thought I'd tell you that.
Mr. Beekman?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item. Thank you for the work of both City of San Jose and Santa Clara County. I'm trying to learn to make it a everyday point that the County of Santa Clara, they have a lot of funding programs going on for an ambulance is about to travel by here. I'm really sorry about this. I'm going to move over to this direction here. There is new programs going on in Santa Clara County about for small businesses, so they can be able to apply for funding for HVAC systems and the like. And I felt it would be appropriate to just bring that up at this time. And however we can make the conversation about the future of HVAC systems more open with each other. I'm trying to learn how to do that, and it's slow and it's embarrassing, and it takes time and practice to do it well and to do it okay and make sure everyone feels safe about it. And you know, it's just my sincere hope that if there is ideas of aerosol vaccines that can be a part of the HVAC system process, that can be something that, you know, if it's going to be in our school systems, we can talk about that openly and learn that it can be safe to talk about. And good luck in however we can do that. And thanks for your time and patience to hear me out how I'm trying to work on it. And any feedback you can give me about the subject is always appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Returning to the council, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question on the food. Does this is just the food for isolation and support? The other food negotiations are still outstanding. Is that correct? Does anybody know? I just wanted to make sure. I know I was sick last week.
Lee just came.
That's correct, council member. As far as I know, I don't know if Lee, you have more of an update, but this is just associated with this item.
That is true. The negotiations with the other cities and for the county with the county pocket, we're working with Ernst & Young and Widow Bryant on the new FEMA guidelines and plan to bring that forward in June.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And I really wanted to thank Consuelo and Hong. Thank you so much for being here. This program is very, very near and dear, and it's really great to see how it's evolved from last summer to now, when it was just an idea last summer and we were all trying to kind of figure out the pieces of it out. And the slide, I forget which slide right now, but the slide that showed all the partnerships and the different entities. It's really the essence of a no wrong door policy, and it brought me joy to see the partnership with the Alum Rock and with Franklin McKinley. And I know that we got the information in a pie graph from Sacred Heart and Destination Home, but again, to see that list of the assistance and the financial assistance, to see that matching the COVID cases, it shows us the value of partnership. It shows us the value of grassroots, and really just serving people where they are, and how much the equity partners that we depend on really make the difference. And so I just wanted to share that. I know we haven't stopped long enough with COVID to really appreciate how much this has evolved. But having been very active on this last summer, I just kind of sat back and looked at the PowerPoint and went, wow. So I just wanted to say thank you. I know lots of folks. I worked closely with the county EOC last summer to kind of give some feedback, and you know, a lot of my residents, along with, you know, a lot of others, but a lot of my residents have participated in this programs. And so I've heard from them. We've made referrals, but I've also heard from them. And the feedback that I'm hearing from them is it's positive, right? There's something there. Whereas, you know, months ago, or, you know, last year, we were still trying to figure it out. And so I hear it all the time. And I just wanted to give my appreciation to all the folks involved, because it's really, really nice when a system works. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you. I'd like to also just echo those sentiments. I'm really grateful that you're here, and that, more importantly, that our families are taking advantage of these referrals and these services. I have a question. On page 8, you have the interagency partners, the community partners. These are kind of points of engagement. And I saw that you have Allen Brock and Franklin McKinley school districts as some of those 4 universal access pilot family navigators at those 2 school districts. One school district that you're missing that has children in the 95122 is Evergreen. And so I'm hoping that you can include that as well. We have in that particular area, if you're familiar with Welch and Overfelt High School, it is a bit of a desert for agencies and support services. We don't really have in my district, we don't have a lot of organizations that come our way unless it's through the schools, right? So I'm really hoping that we can add that. And it looks like somebody, yeah, Consuelo, you were nodding your head. So thank you so much for that. And then the other question I had, if you could also include Obi Whaley, Councilmember, this is in Councilmember Esparza's district, and it's also within that zip code, and it's in our Evergreen school district. There's a number of Title I schools in our Evergreen school district, including Montgomery, Obi Whaley, K. Smith, and Cadwallader, but those top 3 would be great. So I'm going to move on to, I think it was page 11. You showed the referrals by age group. Of course, less than 20 years of age. I'm guessing these are minors at 0 through 18 that are accompanying their parents or a guardian. Do you happen to have what does that 1% represent in terms of? I'm guessing those are children.
Thank you, Councilmember Arenas, and thank you for the additional outreach opportunities. We'll definitely check back in with Jackie to make sure we captured all of those organizations. We are still doing a bit of outreach on that front. In terms of the children, that's correct. It captures those that were considered the COVID case. And so they are technically the person that is captured in the demographic data. So their parents then isolate because the child is sick.
So it doesn't look like very much. I mean, 1%, I don't know what does that number represent?
Hong, do you have that breakdown?
I'm sorry, the data, we can share this with Jackie once we're able to look at our dashboard and see how the data was converted into the 1%.
Perfect. That's okay. One of the things that I was hoping, and maybe because it's only 1%, and I don't know if maybe these are actual children or not, because it just says, under the age of 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that I was thinking about, and Jackie, you've been working with the McKinney-Vento folks, and I'm wondering, is that also part of your point of engagement through the school district, the McKinney-Vento folks that work with the unhoused, the children who have been identified as unhoused or self-identified as unhoused?
So we certainly coordinate information with them. I don't know if they're directly referring into the program, so I'm going to turn to Consuelo or Hong to see if they've made any contact with them.
Not specifically, Councilmember Arenas. It was what we've been trying to do is leverage existing networks and identify different opportunities through our partnerships. I'm definitely interested in hearing if there's a subgroup or, obviously, your community way better than we do, and we take direction from you. So if there's a specific population or group that you want us to do outreach to, we can definitely add that.
Thank you so much for being so flexible and open. I'm just thinking that in the McKinney-Vento definition of unhoused or homeless, there's you don't necessarily have to be out at a park or encampment, but it's just not adequate housing. And so that may mean that you're overcrowded at somebody, living in somebody's hallway or living room. And so I think this is another really good source just to check in, because these represent not only families, but obviously just the children. And they could very well be disconnected from a lot of resources, right? And potentially living in their cars or any substandard environments. So anyways, the other piece, thank you so much for taking that on. The other piece I was wondering is, once this particular referral is provided, I missed a part, and I apologize if you answered this during your presentation. Is there a referral source in terms of ongoing housing? So say that I think you talked about a family who, overcrowding in that one bedroom home. Is there a referral for additional housing information at some point or another that allows that family to learn a little bit more about what's available?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Arenas. That's been one of the beauties of this program, is that we have been able to connect families to other services. For those that stayed in our isolation motels, we had case managers out there that were helping them with assessment. It is difficult sometimes to ask individuals if they consider themselves homeless when they are doubled up or if they're in between homes. But we did have our caseworkers go out there and assess them for their vulnerability. And then most recently, what the team has been doing is calling everybody back to see if they're interested in getting vaccinated and scheduling appointments. And then the next wave of work that we're doing in partnership with Jackie and her team and Michelle McGurk is calling them and connecting them to the new emergency rental assistance funds, so that there is this kind of point of, we have all of their contact information. They do see us as a trusted partner now, and we don't want to lose that. So we definitely are connecting them to every opportunity that we can. And we're testing a couple of workshops through Affordable Housing Week in different ways that we can engage with the community. For instance, holding an Affordable Housing 101 session, 100% in Spanish, translated to English, to help people understand how to apply for a rental apartment. That in one of our affordable housing projects. So we're testing a bunch of different things through this partnership and leveraging, we had the benefit of having disaster service workers from different departments, and they bring this different lens to our work, and we want to leverage that.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I'm really glad to hear. I also would love to have you include maybe some of these schools that I mentioned. They're K-Smith typically doesn't have a PTA, but it's a loose, a slightly different version of a PTA, but it's definitely a parent group. Maybe that could be part of your reach for families in that type of audience. So any of the schools that I just mentioned would be great for that kind of resource. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This has been wonderful information. I know that, we all are going to knock on wood and hope that we never retract back to any stage and that we just move forward. But in case we do, I'm really glad that both you and Hong are supporting our families and our residents out there when, everything seems doom, gloom. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Other comments? Any of our
I'll
colleagues?
move approval. Second.
All right, there's a motion and second. Let's vote.
Jimenez? Jimenez? Morales?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Rosa?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so that's it for today's agenda. I believe we have public comment at this time of open forum. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, thanks for the meeting today. I really learned government in action, government and community. I have to really consider the future of subsidy and what, I mean, you are doing some interesting work with community energy and subsidy. You just had a whole bunch of new subsidy plans you put through council process a week or two ago. So, I'm sorry I got upset with Zach. His microphone was not working. And when talking about subsidy issues for extremely low income people, and I shouldn't have gotten so uptight. And it's an accident, it happens. But it really does describe there is a real serious problem in this country about how we describe to each other the ideas of subsidy and how we use the term socialism like it's a dirty word. I think we're trying so hard, even before COVID. I mean, my ideas of open public policy with technology, tenants' rights and housing rights, workers' rights issues were all really important stuff in San Jose, and even equity. I mean, and environmental issues. We're building really, really good things, and we can still continue that good work and, into this new era. But we have to ask ourselves some new questions at this time. And I know we want to respect our past and everything, but, we have to ask new questions and want to, how can we ask those new questions of ourselves at this time and for the next few years, how we're going to think and work. And so I got a little uptight in trying to explain how I think we can work at this time. And, good luck in those efforts. With all this said, boy, the Republican Party is starting to get riled up. I think we're giving them really good stuff. Please don't invite Trump back to the future of all this good stuff we're learning. Thank you.
All right. Calling user number 1.
All right. Hey, thanks for calling on me. I know it's not easy to have to hear me every single week, but you can thank Captain Tabaldi at SJPD, Pam Foley, Sam Licardo, just to name a few. Eddie Garcia, glad he's gone. Yeah, you can name those people why I've become active in these city council meetings. You can thank the park police, the fascists at the park police. At the park I'm at right now, where the fountain doesn't work. Dev Davis, fountain doesn't work. You know what Dev Davis, her staff got back to me today about the fountain not working as I'm looking at it right now. And her response was, maybe we should remove the fountain. Could you imagine that? Remove the fountain at the Rose Garden? Are these people crazy? This fountain's been paid for 100 years ago or more, and this city cannot maintain this fountain. It's a disgrace. And, like I say, these are the reasons why I've become politically active. I've been fined, I've been taxed, I've been harassed, I've been arrested, I've been walked out of meetings, and you wonder why I've got bad decorum, Sam? There's a reason why. Because you guys like repression, fines, taxes. You guys want to start kicking people out of their houses for lighting off fireworks. I can already see it already. Someone's going to light off a firework. San Jose PD is going to show up. They're going to arrest somebody, throw them on their stomach, and the guy's going to die like George Floyd, and it's going to happen all over again. You're going to be putting like 12-year-olds in handcuffs with a sparkler in their hand. That's what you guys. You're gonna make more homeless people by kicking them out of their house for maybe watching their neighbors' fireworks that they went outside to watch. What if they went outside to watch and called the police, and the police show up, and you guys?
Thank you. Means adjourned.